Futures back in negative territory once again this morning as we await Fed Chair Powell coming up at 10 a.m. at the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. We'll get the speech from Fed Chair Powell, everyone anticipating some kind of indication as to the Fed's plan to fight inflation going forward, and hopefully some sort of guidance that will maybe help the market a little bit. Getting a couple of data points right now. U.S. Personal income month over month comes out a little bit lower than expected there. There was also PCE price index month over month, negative 0.1 versus 1 expected, so downside. Core PCE price index year over year, 4.6 versus 4.7 expected. So market on a downtick there off of that number. Number of interesting notes this morning, including this Amazon story initially. It was USA Today reporting that Amazon might put out a bid for EA, Electronic Arts. CNBC then squashing that, saying, yeah, no plans to, from Amazon's side, put out that bid. Also watching Chinese ADRs, all of them, even the EV makers going crazy right now. The U.S. and China, if you missed it, reaching a audit deal. This is a 2-decade-old dispute that looks to be coming to a conclusion as of this morning. A ton to get to. It's Friday, August 26, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at a red board to kick things off this morning, coming off this PCE number that was downside, as we said. That's the way things are setting up at the moment. More attention, however, going to be coming up a little bit later on in the morning. My computer just shut off, apparently. So, hi, guys. It's Friday. Hope you're well. Yeah. I had a complete computer crash there. Great. Number of things to watch this morning coming up. As we said, Chinese ADR is going crazy off this audit deal. We have Fed Chair Powell to look forward to as well.
Yeah, Jackson Hole, certainly we get Powell at 10 o'clock. Someone said Jackson's Hole the other day, and I'm like, oh, God. And now I've said it like 2 or 3 times this week. But the Chinese ADRs are making power moves. The big thing about today is I'm almost treating it's not the same as like a regular Fed rate hike day. That's the reality. So it's not like, okay, we're expecting to get an economic number, we'll react to that, and then it's going to be he takes the podium, speeches, blah blah. Then they get a bit of a Q&A. Here, you're going to get his speech. He'll either give us what we want or don't want. I think a lot of people want him to be or expecting him to be pretty aggressive here when it comes to tackling inflation at 10 o'clock. So it's a very different environment doing this after we've had a morning of trading as opposed to right off of that bat. A lot of times I'm looking at 10 o'clock from a trade setup standpoint to sort of go back to square one. What are your pre-market levels? That opening rush has happened. Let's settle in. This does change that a little bit here. I think you want to be focusing on things at the open that have clear, clean breaks, maybe some scalping as well, and then we could take an actual direction after 11 o'clock or after 10 o'clock, or maybe even closer to like 10:15 or so. It's a little bit of a different switch this morning. However, you can't ignore the Chinese ADRs. Obviously, a firm today downside after missing. They are shorted, heavily shorted, so there is always the chance of a squeeze. Although this time I am really just looking for the short off of the open on that one. We'll see if we can get it. The chips are in play. Marvell wasn't that great. Their report didn't expect that after NVIDIA. And Gap, oddly enough, is to the upside today. It wasn't that great of a report, but hey, with the retailers, you don't have to do that well, and they swung a little bit of a profit there. So Gap's going to be in play this morning. Volumes are a little bit light, but I think we should expect that given that we have to wait for Powell at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I thought Gap's quarter was great. They were supposed to lose 5, and they gained 18. So EPS finally on a retail side looking pretty nice.
Some of the guidance was bad.
So we'll look at Gap. Yeah, I mean, everybody. I think that nobody should be guiding, period. Amazon, some nice moves to the upside. Look, it's going to be a really fun day one more time here. I think this is going to be basically just as big, honestly, as a interest rate announcement today because if anything, interest rates, at least we get a number like, okay, 80% chance of 75 basis points or something. I don't know if anybody really knows where exactly Powell's going to come out with here, Jerome Powell. What's he going to say today? What kind of numbers are they looking at? Obviously, inflation is nowhere near under control, and he shouldn't really care too much about Europe. But what's going on over there with energy prices and things like that is pretty disgusting as well. Over 3 times some of the gas prices, they're 10x, 3x on their bills, things like that, the prices of gas. But we'll just wait to see. I mean, obviously, oil continues a move down a little bit, down to $93. It was at $94.95, down to $93. Little up today on oil. But look, I'm excited for it. That's coming at 10 o'clock, and I can't be more prepared. I feel like if AMD dips down to 92, 93, we're on that. We have some trade ideas rate listed on our watch list. Well, the watch is not really a trade idea, but I got some trade ideas here on the sticky note watch list, full of names today as well. Peloton, DoorDash, Gap, Amazon, with news like I was saying about EA Sports there. That should be exciting. I'm looking to short Amazon even before that news. Now I like it even more on that. So we'll wait to see if that rumor is going to come true or not. Apparently it's not. So we saw EA Sports up and then came back down on a possible buyout or interest anyways from Amazon. That might not be happening. And then we have NIO is a big one for me. I was going to look at Alibaba today. Alibaba was, my number one stock yesterday was Meta, but Alibaba was a great one. NIO as well today, as Brendan mentioned there, on some audit deals. So it's going to be a really exciting day. Lots to trade, but we look forward to 10 a.m.
My computer has restarted, so that's the good news to report at this point. I'll get some programs reopened here so I can show you some useful information, because right now I have nothing. As you guys are saying, going to be an interesting morning here, setting up. Li Auto, I noticed as well, going absolutely crazy on this audit news for these Chinese ADRs also. I mean, this retail move this morning coming off of this Gap report, also kind of interesting. Some of the other retail names putting in decent-sized moves. So we'll talk a little bit about the market move coming up here as well, ahead of what's to come at 10 a.m. Again, it will be live, so it'll be in real time, as you guys were saying, kind of like an interest rate or FOMC day to come here this morning.
Yeah, that's the key thing. It is going to be a little bit live. It's just not going to work in stages. You're going to get it all at once, which can be a good thing. We'll see what happens at 10 o'clock. Look, obviously the retailers are going to be interesting, and we got to be watching them. GPS, I'll double check, but I mean, its short interest isn't gigantic. It's not what it used to be, certainly. But every time I look at any one of these retail names that has been relatively beaten up, it's still, depending on the source, like 15 to 20%. That's actually pretty solid there. I'm a little surprised that it's Friday, but maybe the volume's only about 100,000 right now on Gap. You can see it, you get the beat and surprise profit. So, top line, bottom line look good. You're going to get that initial pump to the upside. There were some issues when it comes to their forward guide that weren't fantastic, and sort of, I guess, tempering expectations aftermarket, which is probably why you get a little bit of a gap down here after that big run up. And you you already got to $12. That's the other thing too. Like, you've already gotten to 12 and are pulling back. I do like the opportunity here if we can get back to the previous high. Like, this 1050 looks pretty solid to me. Just want to see it base out at the open. And I want to see volume come into this. I want to try to play the long side here, not just because it has the short interest, but overall it was a pretty solid report. And it's giving you this chance, I think, to give you a dip buy at the open, as opposed to what you might normally think. If we hadn't had that poor guidance, you're probably looking at a breakout over $11 on GPS today. That's certainly going to be one to watch. I don't know if I'll be back over to Nordstrom's today. I feel like Gap is going to be the one I want to see. Ulta Beauty had a decent report, but it's not. Ulta's not really a trading stock, but it's up 3%. They did really well. They broke from that 420 level we were talking about in the afternoon. It's gotten sort of pretty much right to that high up in April there, where it could potentially break out that 438 top that it's been able to put on this year. But it's not usually a very volatile name, and up 3.5% is very good for Ulta Beauty. Another name that had a fantastic quarter there. Not sure there's going to be too much of a trade. I mean, you got to watch this for a 438, 440 break in case it does happen. But these are the types of things that will get settled out. A stock like this might not move until we get after 10.
So I think you might have been looking at a different stock there, because Gap did not guide at all. They withdrew guidance and forecast, right? So
exactly. Withdrawing is bad.
No, they did not guide.
They withdrew.
Right.
The previous guidance.
Right. So they did not guide.
Yeah. So that's bad.
Okay. No. Okay, so basically gap today, I think down to 1020. Neil, we'll ask Brendan what he thinks, but all right, down to 1020 here. Already getting spicy trades over here. Already down to 1020, I think, is a good buy for gap. I like the name. I like what Neil's talking about on the short interest. I think there's some potential there for, I don't know, like yesterday, what was the stock yesterday? It was Peloton yesterday, went down to that key level of 1080, bounced around a little bit there, and I think that there's a potential there for something to come through with Peloton yesterday at 1080. Bounced off 1080, went to 1075 or something like that yesterday. What was that? 1070 right there. So a little bit of a movement down on Peloton yesterday. I feel like, it bounced off that level and sort of held it all day. When you look at Gap, I feel like it's this very, very similar thing there as well, down to the downside for Gap. So if you come back in, you're looking at 10, maybe 980, something like that on the level. Remember that Gap got rid of their CEO, stepped down, new CEO came in, and ever since then, you've sort of been bouncing. So when I was talking about Peloton here, it's kind of the same thing as this. 970 to 960 down there, some decent levels. So that's sort of where I think we could flow to. If the market does come back down, then I feel like, there is not support down there, then we're going to see. So it has to fall down $1 still. I think you have 10% down. I don't know if that's going to happen today, so that's why I'm trying to start the buying at about 10.20 or so, right? So we're going to wait to see what happens here moving forward, and I like gap down there to that 10.20, but that's something that we're going to wait to see about here as the day opens up. I was looking at Nordstrom's as well. It's just funny because Nordstrom's more high quality and Gap is a little bit of the lesser quality. They said Banana Republic had a really good number there, but Old Navy not, right? And so I don't know, to me, I would have thought almost the other way around, as Banana Republic's a little bit of the higher end for Gap. And then so I sort of thought that maybe that would have been the problem, than Old Navy maybe would have been sort of the better thing, because as we head into a recession, less people spending money on higher quality items. But hey, it looks like Old Navy is that story. There's JWN, still hasn't recovered from its earnings report. I'm looking at a 19 break there. I think that could be, Old Navy is low quality products. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of a lesser price point there. Old Navy, I don't really wear it. It's their cheap brand. Oh, they have Old Navy, Gap. Gap is kind of the middle, and then Banana Republic is kind of the top. So, definitely some things. Used to work there. Yeah, exactly. So, there's some things there on. I just think Nordstrom's. What I was saying there was, what about if we break 19 on good news here for Gap? So that's another possible trade. But I don't know if there's worth making any big time trades until we get that 10 o'clock, report there from Powell, and we'll see what he's going to say. I'm not sure it's going to reflect JWN or Gap or anything like that, but I like these names if we start to go back up to the upside. Yeah, the athletic wear, I think, for Gap, I'm surprised that we don't have a note on that as well, because I think that was doing a little bit better. But anyways, GPS today should be a good trade, and we'll just wait to see where we go.
There's before you said high end there, and it made me think of a story, because I was talking about, it was when that EA thing dropped. The EA news dropped, the potential news dropped. EA went to the upside, and some other gaming stocks went up. And I was like, oh my God, Roblox looks like a good break or a potential breakout. But then there was this weird Williams-Sonoma story that came out, and I don't know how. I don't have a kid that plays in Roblox or whatnot, but they're not the latest company that is going to be sort of getting their brand out there in making a partnership with Roblox. Nike does it. Somebody else that's slipping the mind also is out there. Which, if you think about it, if you get the youth indoctrinated into your brand, maybe they're thinking about it into the future. Me, I don't know, virtual furniture, Williams-Sonoma's not moving on it, but Roblox was set up. I felt like Roblox was set up as gorgeously for a breakout as you're going to get. Look at it. Nice little pullback. It's consolidating off the 50-period moving average. It's barcoding. It's got a 42.75 top here. And then the EA thing comes from Amazon. It's like, okay, that news is going to take it through the high. And then, of course, the party got spoiled because they're not making the bid. I might just leave that breakout in. I might want this one anyways at 42.75, but there's no volume. It felt like it was only going to happen because of the EA news drop. I'm not really sure Williams-Sonoma partnering with them is big enough news to cause them to break out here today, unfortunately.
Fed's Bostic, guys, making some comments right now ahead of Powell coming up at 10 a.m., but nothing that we haven't heard before. But just be aware that Bostic currently speaking at Jackson Hole. Speaking of Chinese strength, speaking of some ADRs, Michael Noss is here, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas, to give us a few ideas heading into the weekend and going forward. Turns out, Michael, you weren't planning this, but it ends up being very topical today with this news helping all of the Chinese stocks back to the upside this morning. You're going to give us a few reasons as to why we should be looking at this group anyway.
Yeah, I promised that I sent the slide deck in before all this happened, but it just shows you the importance of relative strength. So I noticed again the K-Web and a lot of the Chinese names are gapping up today, but I think everything I have here is still relevant. And again, it shows you that when I was doing this last night, that the focus on relative strength is really kind of what's important in the market. So make sure you're finding a way to do that for whatever your time frame is. We have a new scanning technology that I know some of the guys in the firm are using and are liking for intraday relative strength. But I want to make sure I can always give you guys some ideas, so I switch kind of more to the longer term time frame. So this one's interesting, just showing. Let's just start with the SPY. Let's go over the overall market. So we can talk about how relative all this is. So here's kind of what I was thinking of the SPY. We broke out of that 410 level and then we pulled back to it, and it looks like we're finding support. SPY is about, flat today. It's inside so far. I know there's a lot of news going on, but as a chartered market technician, I avoid the news as much as I can. However, if this 410 holds, I'm kind of more in the bullish camp. I know I've been in the bearish camp for a while here doing these segments, but when the market changes, you have to change as well. So above 410, it looks like this is kind of the important level in the stand. If we go over to the next chart, which is the UUP, we've been talking about this for a few weeks. I know I've talked about this with Brendan as well, where it seems like everything is based on the dollar. So right now, the dollar is holding this kind of resistance area to the top. So if the dollar is going to make this double top or at least pull back off of this zone, then I think the synopsis of a higher market is going to continue. If the dollar breaks out from this, and this is just a little bull flag into new highs in the dollar, then I'm going to be a little bit more defensive again, because it seems like every time the dollar pulls back, the market goes up. And every time the dollar breaks out, the market pulls back again. So at least right now, and these correlations come and go, but at least right now, there's that inverse correlation. So if I have a bullish synopsis on the market, I need to then try to figure out what I think is going to perform the best. And by doing that, I basically just go and I take this next scan that we have in Trade Ideas, and I just sort by, okay, all of the ETFs that I look at a lot. I go through about 500 charts a night, and I try to find what sector is going to be the strongest to begin with. So right there, you can see K-Web. This is as of the close of last night. K-Web was already the strongest when it comes to 5-day range, 10-day range, and 20-day range. I know this chart's a little bit complicated, but the more green on the row, just the more bullish it is overall. So you can see K-Web and then followed by agriculture type stuff. So into my analysis on K-Web, I was watching this downtrend line, which it looks like we're gapping over a little bit today, and this nice rounded bottom. So, just to summarize so far, if the market's strong and you're bullish on the market, you go in, you try to figure out what sector you're going to be the most bullish on. Try to find the relative strength in that sector. And then I dive within that sector to try to find some names for you guys that are going to be the most relatively strong in that sector. So this is what we call a top-down analysis in technical analysis, right? We want to first go to the market, go to the sector, and go to the individual names. So I have 4 of those for you guys today. We can get right into. First one is TAL. I'm not too sure how well the pink line is showing up on stream. We're going to add the ability to make that thicker in the software soon, but that pink line is K-Web. So you'll see that everything I'm going to show you is near the high of its range, where K-Web is still a little bit pulled back. So that's to show you that there is relative strength in each individual name here. So this one's an educational support. It's over $5.50. I think this one's really interesting. It's got a lot of highs in there that it's battling with. If we can get over that, I think that's good. Nice smiley face. And again, I was taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. The next one here's got 2 of those. So this is TCOM. This has something to do with travel. 2 kind of rounded bottoms here, had a gap up on earnings. I want to say That's July. And now it's just holding kind of in that area above 29. I think this one gets really, really interesting. I think this chart-wise may be my second favorite, but my first favorite is actually this one right here, which is EDU. So EDU, we have our intraday relative scanners, and we actually have a long-term relative strength algorithm that ranks all of the stocks in the market and gives you the strongest at the time. And EDU is actually ranked #1. And you can barely see the purple line at all, which represents KWEB, because this one's just kind of blowing every other stock out of the water. So full disclosure, I'll always tell you when I'm in something. I already own EDU from a long time ago. Still have a little bit of that left, but I may add over yesterday's high, which is about 28. And again, this is the education space. Last but not least is YUMC. This one, I think I talked about this one like last month or the month before, and it's kind of in the exact same place that I talked about it before. So holding very, very strong, even with all the volatility in the market. This has something to do with, it's a food services company, over $50. I like this one, very high and tight base. And I think this one actually had a little bit of a short float too.
When we speak of these types of ideas, I had somebody actually ask me about this, Michael, after the last time you were on. Time frame wise, when we see these types of setups, you know, if you get the trigger, if you get that break above for, you know, YUMC, say above that $50, what are you looking at as far as a time frame for this trade?
Well, I always try to let the market tell me my time frame. You know, that's something you should have going into your trading plan already. And you know, I know you guys are day traders and there's some people who are swing traders and investors, but I want to let the market tell me the time frame. So when I do the analysis of my own trading, if it's a winning trade, I can be in it forever. Like EDU, I think I've been in for 3 or 4 months. If it's a losing trade, I can be in it for as little as a day. So for me, it would be something like YUMC. If we can get that break and hold over $50, I would be involved. If it traded today or even tomorrow back under $50, I'd probably get back out, look for another opportunity, or to see if it clears that again. When it comes to how long you hold swing positions, for me, I like to just slap a moving average. So like a 10 period or 20 period moving average on it, something nice and simple. And then just say, hey, is it going to close under that moving average today? If so, get out. If not, stay in. It makes the thought process incredibly simple. But just like you guys do with your day trading, I am selling in parts, right? I'm not just all in and hold. If I get a move, you know, to 55 or so and I can make 10% on half the position, I'm going to lock that in pretty quickly. But yeah, I like the market to kind of tell me how long to stay in the position. So, you know, I think the longest I've ever been in anything might be this EDU, but you know, anywhere from a week to 6 months if it's just going to keep going for me.
Great stuff, great input, great information as always, and very topical for today as well. Michael Noss, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend, sir. We'll see you again next week.
See you then. Have a good one.
Yeah, EDU. I think obviously with the news here today, like that just, it's probably going to be on some radars. It's not doing a ton of volume, but remember EDU had that reverse split, like it used to be, you know, trading around $1. I think you'd see, you know, that's why, like it's a little bit more thinly traded in its iteration now. And I remember when this was $3, and it's kind of getting to this $30 level for potential breakout. I was just sort of saying to Sean, like if this deal does not happen, let's say this audit deal falls apart, I might go to this name first for the short side of the well, maybe not first, but certainly one of the first ones I'll go to for the short side of the trade if you were to get bad news there. But EDU, it'll be on the watch. I feel like the other names are all doing fantastic volume for the day trade. Certainly, that added news probably gets this one to a potential breakout. But 70,000 shares. This used to do millions and millions in the pre-market when it was a couple of bucks. Very, very different stock now.
Look, yesterday, I kind of feel we had him on and it was just topical because, like, if you remember yesterday, we were long Alibaba down here at $95, and then the rumor came out about that deal for the audit, and it just absolutely ripped up like that. So sometimes you get put in positions based on levels, and then the news comes out and works in your favor. And wow, I mean, we were long 90. This is yesterday. We were long 95. Alibaba right now taking out 106 and continuing to climb to the upside today. Look at this move. Boom. Right there. Real solid, man. And this was going to be on my radar again today when I was making the sticky note down here at that 96 level again. But that didn't happen, and it takes right off to the upside. We went long into NIO. Little just to start a position. I was waiting down here at 70 to see if there was any pullback, and let alone, again, on the sticky note, we have written down here 2020s, but I don't know if that's going to come into play again here today. I feel like if you do get a little flush off the open, which I'm not sure that's going to happen, but we got one yesterday. We could get one today, and if we do, then I think you want to buy up some of these names on these deals. The market's pretty flat right now, as expected. Remember, at 10 a.m., we have Powell talking, so we'll see what he has to say. It should be exciting and pretty interesting there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Q&A as well, so that should hit and be really good. So, you know, we're waiting for NEO. We're waiting for the market to make a move. There's that number that comes out, comes right back into it again, and now you're trying to trend to the upside. NASDAQ only up, or sorry, down 0.12 when the S&P, same thing, down 0.1. So, yeah, the market's got to figure itself out, which is why you want to trade names that are in play, and no better names than upgrades and downgrades on a day like today. What's up, Brendan?
Yeah, wait and see kind of morning here ahead of 10 a.m. Here we go. DLTR, Morgan Stanley to the downside today after earnings yesterday. There's Dell, Affirm to the downside. It's worth a note again, multiple analysts, multiple moves on Affirm today. Burlington Stores down there. FSLR, pretty positive here. Not a lot of volume, but First Solar to the upside on that Bank of America note. Workday and Ulta, as you guys were saying.
Sir, we'll get to those. I mean, also with the upgrade, great stock. I don't know if it'll be the day trade today. Certainly other things are moving. Oil just made a big move down. I see some people in the chat were talking about that. And someone also says it's an off day on Oxy, no positions on it. The day is young. There's been one day out of the last like 5 or 6 that there hasn't been a trade on Oxy. We'll see if it happens today. I'm looking at, before oil made that tank, I was certainly looking at the 73. It's about 73.40 or so. That's been support the last couple of days in there. And then there was that 74, which was a short in the afternoon when it broke down. It's about to touch that level. So you're getting right into this support channel for Oxy on its own. But we do have to watch out for oil futures as they are leading the way to the downside. Like, you're seeing it only down 1%, but that's accelerated in the last I want to say the last like 10, 15 minutes, that's really starting to accelerate to the downside. So I might have to let this oil futures calm down before I even look at that Oxy support level. Don't need to be taking along into something like this on oil futures.
Yeah, here's Oxy right here. So you can see how much I've liked that 73.50 level. We shorted it on the 23rd and then got out around that 73.50. Those are all shorts. And remember, we were trading, we were like, wow, this is a good stock. And then the very next day, it came right into that 73.50 again. And this was a real good trade up to 75. So that took about $1.50 or a little more than that on the, not the full part, but on that last part right there. And then most of it we got out here around 74.50. So about $1 worth of a trade. Just remember that little wick down to 73.10 there on that day. So, you know, as Oxy, this is just a 3-minute chart. As it's falling back in, you're probably going to want to test again that 73.50. So, you know, like we just said, I don't know if it's worth buying or selling anything right now. I'm going to be very, very sort of particular on what I'm doing today. So this 73.50, yeah, going to have to wait for it. You'll get the long if you want to sit there and take it. Maybe it's worth it a little bit, bouncing off that $73, but you're seeing oil right here just sort of all the way back to the downside here. So we'll wait to see. Like I was saying, remember I was saying oil was trying to make a move back down. There's that 94, 95 area and a dip down into 92. So yeah, I don't know. We'll wait to see. I think oil is going to make its move back up again. You know, again, lots of talk, lots of Fed speak today. Bostic was just talking as well. So he said he's leaning towards 50 basis points in September. I don't know if we have that. I mean, I know Brendan's busy. We can get the CME rate tool up here on our screen at any time too. But it was close to 50-50, that 50 points or 75 points. So we'll wait to see there. But big miss on U.S. personal spending, I guess. Yeah, that's just saw a note there about oil. So that's maybe what sent that to the downside there when we got that number out at 8:30. So I still think you want to look at 73.50. I want to let things settle down a little bit. And before I go back to Brendan, just because we haven't done this yet, let's just quickly check the imbalance locator to see if people think the same thing. This is the first time I've looked at this today. So, I mean, I had a question from a trader behind me yesterday about opening imbalances. We talked about that for 5 or 10 minutes after the market. And look at today. I mean, there's absolutely no interest here. It's buys, it sells, it's mixed, and it's low. So you're heading into like one of the weakest, I mean, besides the Christmas period, this is one of the weakest times in the market for volume. So I feel like this move is going to get probably extended a little bit here at 10 o'clock, and I'd rather wait for that than be caught in something while we're in it. And I feel like these imbalances are sort of saying the same thing. There's not even any real tradable names on here. I mean, we have Baba. We haven't looked at Ford in a bit. Snowflake off of a monster move yesterday. Fubo's one of those meme names kind of now. I guess that's kind of died down a little bit. And then XOM and then Pegs to Riches on the top there. So I don't know. I feel like it's a day to be light and wait around for key levels to hit, which is why we're sort of waiting for Neo and Oxy down to these levels.
Yeah, not a lot of volume across the board. Let's get a check on social sentiment here to kick things off this morning. Your first look at this board, very, very mixed, as are the markets at this point. We are seeing some positivity, obviously, for SPY, APE, and AMC. They've been opposite the past 3 days on this board. AMC typically downside, APE positive. MEGL, I noticed, was back in action this morning. ASTS, MOB, the guys were talking about a lot yesterday, late in the day. There's NIO. I'm actually surprised. Okay, here's Alibaba. I was going to say I'm actually surprised to not see all of the Chinese ADRs on here with this move so far this morning. If you're seeing this board for the first time, though, guys, the size of the box here just representing the frequency of the mentions on social media, and then obviously color indicates direction as to how they are being discussed on social media. While we're here, that's a look at European markets so far this morning. Pretty mixed as well ahead of what is to come later this morning with Fed Chair Powell set to discuss a whole wide range of things we anticipate anyways coming up at 10 a.m. I think the market really looking for some kind of indication as to, or forecast type of guidance even as to how they are going to continue to fight inflation. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. Again, we're up to, I think, about 5,500 should have received it via email this morning. Again, so we're scaling up as we go. So if you have not yet done so, make sure you sign up for the watch list. And then pretty soon, everyone's going to get it right in their inbox. Let's talk about Affirm, guys, off of earnings last night.
So everything I'm going to say here is going to probably not make any sense in the fact that this is going up and trending up in the pre-market, but it does. It's got a short interest on it. The report, look, they lost more money than expected. For anyone that thinks the economy is going to a downturn, you just got a low personal spending number. That doesn't bode well for buy now, pay later. If you're looking at something like that for a long term, like you really have to think about when are rates going back up and when does the economy look back to normal, and then you can start thinking about what the long-term thesis looks like in this space. I'm not sure you have any kind of insight on that until 2023 or 2024 for something like Affirm. But today it gapped down. I wanted to fade it first at the open. If it could have been given me this little bump here to 27.50, when it tanked into 25 even, that's a big level, obviously psychologically as well. When it tanked there, went 10% back up in the aftermarket, 27.50, put in a pre-market high. I said to myself, if it opened up at 9:30 and we're below that number, I would fade that number. It's already starting to squeeze. Every other time there's been one of these types of names gap down, I've been looking for longs. I don't really favor it today on Affirm. Throw in that we also have Fed at, we have Powell at 10 o'clock as well. I didn't want to be aggressively looking for a long trade in Affirm when I do believe the stock should be short-term headed lower. I understand there's a lot of people that want this one to go, and when it gets going, it does certainly have a lot of breakout potential. Like if this gets above 31.50, like that's a level. Post earnings, if it was above here, I'd be looking long, and that's what I was looking for. We're below, and we broke down at 29. That's what I have to wait out for. gets up to that 29 to 30 channel, and then I can maybe look for a short in there. And then maybe tries to put in a false bottom. I don't know, but I might not have to touch this one until 9:30, given the fact it's already broken the first resistance level at 27.5 for a firm. On the daily, it is bouncing off the 50 period, so that's also, I mean, yeah, it can be bullish if it holds that one here today. I just think it's more about the short interest today than anything else, and that's why you're getting this bounce.
Yeah, you have this level here of $29 right there. I mean, that's pretty good. The last couple days, this is like one of those names where, let's just say it reported and it was kind of still up here around 30 bucks. You'd definitely be looking at a 29 short, but we already broke that and now you're sort of inching back up to it. So if you're going to go short anything here today, this is probably a good level, 29 bucks, as it tries to retake it. Always nervous about these sort of high growth names because we've seen them put out bad quarters and then just rip up like that. So, all right, well, right now we just got into Amazon, a short that I liked here. This is the NASDAQ is like, you know, just starting to take off right now. So not just the NASDAQ, every market now starting to go back up. So we'll have to wait to see, man, where these markets go for now. We just got into a position that I didn't think we'd get into now on Amazon. So we have a little bit more shares here than we'd like to in the open market. If we pull back down here to like 137.30, maybe something will take it. But right now, 137.70, we're just short Amazon. Why do I like this trade? I mean, I might get kicked out of it sooner than I think. But I was just looking at all of this work done here all week just to get up to 138, which is that level that we dropped out and sort of gapped down into this week from. So that's sort of that level that I was looking at, 138 here. I honestly didn't think, I mean, when just before we came on here, Amazon was down to 136, and it's just been a nice move back up to that upside. So I'm short Amazon. If it breaks through 138, especially early on, we don't want to be involved anymore. So a quick break of Amazon and we'll get out. But for right now, yeah, a big move to the upside. Was not really expecting this early.
Looks like Fed's Harker speaking right now, so we are getting more comments coming through here, guys. Restrictive, he's saying restrictive is clearly above 3% when it comes to interest rates. How much more than that, we'll have to see. So maybe taken as a positive there for the overall market. But yeah, nice move back higher here for futures. Let's talk about chips. That was note there, if we could go back to that. Marvell obviously off earnings, tepid Q3 forecast. We heard something similar from NVIDIA obviously this week. What do we do with these chip makers today?
Before that happens, I just want to go to Tesla here just got to 290, close to 298. That was a high about 1030, 1040 or so. It broke that 298, got to 298.5. It's already turning into that level. We'll see what happens. Obviously, if it breaks through like 298.5, what the heck is that wick? Oh, crazy. I keep having to get rid of this 900 print that keeps showing up at 4 o'clock. So if it breaks through 298.5, I'll get out and reassess at 300 on Tesla. But like Sean said, like this is starting to come up pretty quickly. NVIDIA is already at 180 that I wanted to look at. Marvell might not be a trade today, but I like the short. I probably still do. I like the short off of 55. I don't know if we'll get a chance to revisit that trade. It feels like the market wants to take us up there at this particular point. Their guidance wasn't good, but I think that was expected. They were going to have pretty much the same fate as NVIDIA, and down 2%. I feel like that's around where we were on NVIDIA yesterday. So if we get back up to that 55, I think it's a fade. But the more interesting trade is your AMDs and your NVIDIAs of the world. NVIDIA is the one I'll be looking at as we get right back up to this 180 level that we had for resistance. Couldn't break it. I had several longs yesterday, including one near those highs, trying to get it to break out. But on your 15-minute, this has been the resistance level. So all I'm looking for in that opening range is pick a direction above 180. If we hold below 180 as resistance, then I want to play some shorts on NVIDIA. If we're breaking out and holding a bit above here, then I like the long. This is definitely that big line where you've got $10 of room to the upside, maybe 5 to then into 8 to 10. And then if it does fail, your support from yesterday comes at 175. So there is room in either direction. The rest is diddling in the middle. And wow, the market is really, okay, we're up 0.5% now. Tesla's right there testing that 298.50 level. Looks like we're already put to the test on that one. And by the way, yeah, firm continuing to break out because obviously.
Yeah, we talked about the market. It was going to be tough to put on some big positions here heading into Jackson Hole, but I did get out of a third there, lucky enough to get it out at 83 or 84. As soon as the sort of went off and it started to go back up to the upside, there was an 83 that was decent size there that I was able to punch out, or was it 85? Let me check. I just want to double check so I can tell you guys. 85, sorry. So we take a 15-cent hit there on a third of it, and then it almost took down that 138.10. That was actually. And like I said, sometimes you get lucky. It's going to take it out anyways once this opens up. But my stop was 138.10, so that resisted by a little bit. Again, it's not a big position. I still like the short here, but the market did rip up. And I don't know. I guess people just expecting. They thought that Powell pivoted a little bit at the last number there on the last release, and I don't think on interest rate, I don't think he did at all. But we'll just wait to see. Everything's going to, like Neil said, that was a good word. Everything's getting put to the test right now.
Big time.
And it's just. It's only 9:10. Like the NASDAQ imbalances aren't even out yet. So, it just takes one little story to move something. What you said, that was Harker. So first it was Bostic, then it was Harker talking about 3%. So if that's going to be their target rate, they're not far from that. So there's lots of things happening here. This is definitely a fluid market. We thought this would come through today. All the Feds are just going to sort of, we had this like yesterday. Remember we were looking for that chicken thing here? We'll walk oops, that's the wrong one. That was happy birthday to Daniel Shea. Here's the chickens right here. So they're all just going to walk out one by one and give us their opinion here on the market. When really the big guy comes at 10, that's what's going to matter. Here it comes, Amazon giving me some relief. I could get out now for nothing, for a 10-cent hit. I think we'll wait for it, but the market definitely looks like it wants to go to the upside. Let's see if we can hold on to this play just a little bit longer here and get cashed in if this does fall back. I'm sort of waiting for some of like a 50 or a 40 print here. If we get one more bad piece of news, we haven't gotten any today apparently, then this market should correct. Here it comes back down in a little bit.
Worth noting, guys, these all the other software gaming type stocks also making a move on that Amazon note. Here's Roblox up 2.5 this morning, trying to get back to highs as we saw Amazon as well, floating around that area. Take-Two, TTWO also at highs. EA coming off after this. Again, it was USA Today, which was kind of strange. I even said to Neil, I don't think I've ever reported USA Today speculating something, but here we go. CNBC then later saying that Amazon is not expected to make a bid for EA. So, as we said, though, even the Robloxes of the world catching a bid off of this.
I think that the Robloxes of the world. Yeah, look, I've even looked at, honestly, I didn't really look at EA Sports on that news. I'll wait for it to be something and then look at it. I mean, to trade a name like that, a little bit, I don't know, it can be reckless, I feel like some points there. What exactly is, okay, you know what, if I can take a little bit of profit on this Amazon. There we go. We just got a little bid down there in the 60s on Amazon. So taking a little bit of profit there as it comes back in. So all right. So right there, we lose 10 cents, make 10 cents. So now we're flat on this name. So that's good. Good job on Amazon right there. So see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you get lucky, literally a penny away from getting cracked on that. And here it comes down into the 50s. I see you, Amazon. Let me just put another bid out there. Look, I know Neil already, I'm going to spoil his thing here, but that's for Roblox. I mean, that 43 is great. I think there's potential there if it comes in. Yeah, now we're positive on Amazon. Wow, that was really close to being a nasty one. I wish we would have held on to it now, but that's okay. Like I said, small shares anyways. $43 there on Roblox. Again, Roblox is a much different name than EA Sports. I mean, EA Sports is in the game, right? I mean, they've got the franchises there. They've got Madden. All the sports kind of goes through them. I know there's other ones like 2K and stuff like that for the NBA side of things. But, $43 there for Roblox. I like that name. It's definitely been hit. It's gotten sort of clobbered off that $50 mark. That was really awesome to trade when it was doing this kind of stuff. But I just, you have that bottom at 40. Like how how we sort of missed that from a longer term spot, I don't know. But we've just come back in right there, right to these levels. That was a great dip buy. So I would say that any sort of a fall in here, yes, Amazon. Amazon is cranking lower right now. But 41.01 there, so 41-ish, I think on Roblox is pretty nice. Look at this position. I might just punch some out here as Amazon making moves down to the downside right now. I could have just punched out 40s there for a 30-cent winner. I was not expecting that. Look at Amazon, makes that run up. We came, again, very, very lucky. We came within 1 cent of getting out. So there we go. Just to the fact that we're starting getting printed down here right now is pretty amazing. So I feel like this is what we have to expect now, Neil, in this market. Until we get something, you're going to get like, and especially in the pre-market. I saw your Teslas come back, which is great as well.
Yeah, but that came within.
That's what I mean.
It was actually 11 cents of my stop, which on Tesla right now the spread's 9 cents. So
actually,
I mean
that's pretty
like,
tight. Why is it so tight?
Like that's like one tick essentially on that one. Just to add to the Roblox thing, I already sort of said it. I'm still gonna go with the breakout here, even if the EA thing is bogus, potentially. But I shouldn't say potentially. Untrue. Like, who knows? Maybe it gets announced later on. If anything, if it does, at this point, if something got announced, that'd be positive for Roblox anyway. So I'm still going to go with looking for that breakout. It's just too good of a level and a channel to not want to have this if it can get through that 42 3/4 here. That'd be nice. So I'm going to go with the break on Roblox. We got fortunate with Tesla, as I said. But another one here, only because we're not going to talk about it, Brendan. At least I don't think we are. Bed Bath & Beyond, the last couple of days has been really good when it baselines and then kind of gives you like a little bit of a scalp off these lows in the afternoon, which has been 9.75 to 10. It's finally starting to make a move early. It just made a bit of a breakout. I was going to sit basically where we were in the afternoon, which is like just buy in front of 990 in that 975 area and then see if we can catch it. Now it's breaking out, and it took out that 1060 that was of concern pretty much the entire day. That was your resistance for the last little while. So I want to try to buy dips a little higher now. I'm going to adjust the plan, and I'll buy in front of the pre-market lows, hoping we can sustain that 1060 break. It's been a while for this one to sustain volume at the open. We'll hope that today can be the day. There's no other real meme squeeze names out there that pique my interest, and I've been waiting for this one to break out from this malaise above 10 and get above $10. We tried in the afternoon a couple of times in a row, and it was showing signs of that. Now in the morning, it's giving you some indications it wants to go.
Let's go to Chinese ADRs, because wow, about 8:15, I guess it was, so this morning this happened. The U.S. and China officially coming to a deal on audit disclosures for Chinese-listed companies in the U.S. This is, again, a 2-decade-old problem that appears, anyways, at the surface at this point, to have been solved, which is obviously good news for all of these. There's a long, long list, all the normal ones here, but even this YMM I saw pop up. FXI is the ETF you can look at. KWEB, another ETF you can look at. Very, very strong across the board, though, for Chinese ADRs.
Absolutely. And look, BABA on the news yesterday, well, the rumor yesterday got that crazy run late morning, early morning or whatever you want to call it. It's getting to some interesting levels. Like obviously 107 on the daily, but more importantly, the 200 period sits there really close to 110. I think that gives you, because it's got enough room to resistance, that gives opportunities if we dip to 105 for a dip buy there. There's one name that I'm looking at Neo as well, but I really wanted the dip into 2060. I'm not really, at this point, I'm not compromising on it, which I suppose at some point I should. I just feel like I look at what's been happening on the big run-up days, 2 days in a row. Neo, massive dip and run, massive dip and then running. So I usually tend to think that when it's positive, Neo gets sold at the open. So I'm going to still go with that. It could end up being the wrong approach. And then Pinduoduo, which has this habit of while it's up more than the group at 7%, when you're getting the others playing catch-up right now, or catch-up. I had ketchup chips yesterday, and I got them on the mind. Americans don't know about ketchup chips. They're fantastic. But Pinduoduo has been going only sideways. You saw the Neo chart continuing to break higher. Alibaba continuing to make some fresh highs. PDD is simply going sideways after being up more percentage-wise than any of the group that I was able to see. So this one is giving you the chance. Like if you start going parabolic, again in Alibaba, and it does breach that 110. It's like, oh, I want to join the move. Well, there's a 65 break on PDD, which is going to be sitting there potentially at the open. So if I have missed out on these going to the upside, there's PDD at 65. And if there's a rug pull at the open, well, there's shorts off 65 as well for Pinduoduo. It's done 1 million shares too. It's not like it's light on volume, but it is not wanting to break that next level. There are moves that can come strong enough that certainly will drag this to the upside. So if I miss BABA, and that doesn't want to dip, and it rips anyways, then I know exactly where I'm going to be headed toward that 65 break on Pinduoduo.
Let's go to Gap here. GPS, an interesting look here this morning, as we were saying. Move higher, the report better than expected, kind of out of nowhere here. We saw JWN this week. We saw Urban Barn this week come out with worse than expected earnings, all traded lower throughout the week. But here's randomly, guys, GPS higher this morning.
Yeah. Random or not, I don't know. They finally came out with a decent report. We've talked about them, going through. We talked about it a little bit earlier there, going through some of their firings and, management changes and things like that. Not much volume, which is pretty disappointing. Only 185,000 shares today. Like we were talking about earlier, no guidance. Can't be a good thing, can't be a bad thing. But at the same time, retail has been pretty weak heading into this quarter, so it's been nice to see that. We were talking about Nordstrom's before. We've seen the Target and the Walmart story, and I think it's just a bad inventory situation, right? We've heard the companies come out and say that they're stuck with some old inventory that they can't get rid of. So therefore, you're going to have to be looking at something like a fire sale on what they have. So being hard to keep the same profit margins and things like that, but. Again, a nice beat. They got 18 cents. I mean, good quarter, man. Plus 18 cents per share versus an expectation of -5. So that's why you get that nice move up. It's 15% short. So that's nice today, too. Like anybody that's betting on them to fail one more time doesn't win today. So maybe it pulls back. I could see the Bears putting some pressure on this name. If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, nothing really here at these levels. I mean, I think you can... Look, I mean, if you get to $12, different story. There goes Amazon, by the way, now 50 cents in the money. That's going to be working out pretty good. But, I was just looking at these bottoms. I wanted to start it at 10.20. I might actually pull that back, to be honest with you. Like, maybe it does come back in here. I mean, if this market wants to fade out, we had that personal spending number lower. That's obviously not good for retail, but we'll wait to see. I'm already short Amazon here, so I don't necessarily want to be... You know what? I'm going to cancel this bid. I was just going to say I didn't necessarily want to be sitting in this unless we get down a little bit lower. So let's see if it does come back in. I was looking at 10 as my out, but, we've dipped to 980. There's been 980s resisting before down here. So let's take a shot if it gets into the problem is if I go long 1020, I'm looking at 1060 to get out, which is only 60 cents. But at the same time, I'd rather not lose that. So maybe a buy down here about 980. That's where I'm going to stick it in. We just got a nice little take there, too, on Amazon. So that's going to be a good one. We'll start it off with, hey, what's up, Henry Z? This will be for you. It's a bang, but it's not on Palantir. Look at Amazon there. We got a little scared. I told you we got out of a third there for a whopping 10-cent hit or 15 cents. And then now we just took some more out here on the downside. So there goes Amazon back in. I think I'm going to hold this one. I've already wanted to short up here at 138. It just came a little bit earlier than I thought. So let's wait for a 136.50 or so print here. Let's let it break through 136 and then get going. But a little talk on Gap, and then obviously we're short Amazon.
Yeah, I still like this potential, this 1040 to 1050. We had those highs before as potential support, but the volume it's still non-existent. It's actually done. Since we talked about it last, it's done maybe another 20,000 shares, which is nothing. So I need to see it open up and hold that level. It doesn't matter that it's holding out in front of it now. I needed to hold that at the open. Otherwise, it might be a bit of a no-go. It's disappointing when you have a highly shorted name or one with short interest that has an earnings play and gaps up. I'd expect to see some follow-through in volume. Affirm's done 1.3 million to 200,000 here. So very likely I'll trade Affirm and not Gap.
There's a couple other things worth noting, guys. DoorDash, there was a security breach that came out yesterday. It's not really doing anything this morning, but a heads up on DoorDash on that. Peloton, we obviously talked about the past couple of days. First the Amazon news, then earnings yesterday, right back down. Multiple negative analyst moves on Peloton once again this morning, looking a little bit weak here.
I haven't really looked at Peloton today, but
the thing for Peloton is I'm not gonna this little bottom channel that it's been in. I don't know if we can throw the chart up here just very quickly because it went higher on the Amazon news and came back on the earnings, and then made this bottom right at about. It got to about 1065. The previous days was like a 1080, but either way, like that area just held like an absolute champ. And then you look at the bottom channel before all this mess happened, it was about 1125 to that like 1080. So inside of that range, not interesting. Outside of that range, interesting. That's the easy way to think about it. It breaks a low, let's get excited about it. Excited in the sense that it's going to give you a trade. No one wants the stock to go down. People own it. I understand that. But then if it gets above to 1125, then you have a potential for another breakout. It's sitting right in the middle, and I feel like there's a few other things that are going to be more interesting here today. But if it does break that bottom, it is also the 50 period, and you could see momentum to the downside. If we do get a break of that 1065, then yes, I do like Peloton beneath that price. Just doesn't feel like we're getting there just yet.
All right. Like I said, I haven't really looked too much at Amazon at all, or at Peloton today, but they did have that deal with Amazon yesterday, or 2 days ago. I think that was an interesting move there right now. Okay, with only 5 minutes to go, the NASDAQ imbalances just came out, so let's have a quick look to see if there's anything exciting on there. That's funny, I was just going to talk about NEO, and it wasn't even on the imbalance locator, but it is now. Buys for NEO, buys for BABA there, buy for NU. That's a name that we've been looking at again. Yeah, now sub 5, but greater than 5. This could be a good trade today too. NU, yeah, look, this is what I was talking about. So there's the imbalance locator, drug on there. I know that's a name. PDT was actually a sell, XPEV a buy. So yeah, there's going to be lots of interest in the Chinese names. But there is NU right now making some moves back up. It's not as exciting as I thought. I thought there would be some bigger levels here, but we've already cracked open there on that earnings back up to 590. But yeah, maybe a 530. I don't know. Let's let this one go. 230,000 shares. Kind of reminds me, obviously, of SoFi because there's similar companies there. SoFi did make that move back to $7 right now, so you got to watch out for that one on a 20-minute. You're breaking out on SoFi as well today, so a few decent trade opportunities here coming your way very, very soon. Look at the NASDAQ pull back, going to go red right now. So obviously our Amazon is cruising to the downside. And I think right now you just want us to kind of be flat. What I was going to talk about quickly before we go to Brendan, and if there's any other ideas, NIO is the name that I'm in right now on the Chinese side of things. I am bidding 76s. I don't know, we didn't get that. That only went down to 86. So just looking for some help here around $20.70. And then a drop down into 20 is pretty nice for that name, for NIO. So I know Neil was on that yesterday. I was on Alibaba. I think it's one of the same right now. One's a little lesser price. They'll probably move the same on this deal. So we'll wait to see here what happens with NIO. Did you hear California's banning 2035, no more sales of
the electric vehicles.
The other way, obviously electric vehicles.
No more
gas combusted engines there. No more sales as of 2035. So another thing here for NIO and some of the EV names.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Ford and GM should be doing pretty well off of something like that. But look, I know you're looking at one that's pretty strong there, Brendo, breaking out the high, and I feel like every time I take a break on the stock, I lose. So I'm waiting for it to consolidate.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of missing this trade already. Remember what happened yesterday. This was super strong out of the gate. This looks almost exactly the same this morning. We gap up a little bit, pull into prior resistance, ends up being support. And there we go. Yeah, taking out the highs for drugs. So the strength continues. Even the pullback after that initial move yesterday ends up holding higher, 250 support, and then above that, even 275. So drug off to the races again today.
Almost like it's on drug. Yeah, I used that pun yesterday. But worth mentioning, like now at this point, like look how tight we got to that 298.50. If Tesla doesn't fall from here when the market's pulling back, then you know it's relatively strong. So if we do make this breakout I think we can expect 300 on Tesla. And if it pulls back and holds 296 at the open, or even 95 at the open, I think you could still favor some longs here. NVIDIA, with 2 minutes to go here, we did talk about the chips, but NVIDIA, for now, is picking south of 180 at that point. That's that line in the sand. So it's setting up for me that the initial trade on NVIDIA is likely going to be the short in front of the high, and then pretty clean if it breaks out of that top. And then Marvell, sometimes it's the one you don't pick. MRVL, Neil. The one you don't pick, Tesla came in pretty quickly. Marvell went right to $55 and is now coming back in. But it's still really light volume, 270,000 shares. It's just not a name I would trade in the pre-market, whether that level works or not. It's not that liquid, so you want to wait till it gets closer to the open, if not actually at the open.
So far, so good here on Amazon as I write this down here on the sticky note from the sticky note 138 level. Yeah, it's still making the move down, right? So we just took some out, yeah, it's printing right now. We did get out of a third. We told you that for 15 cents. We just took $1. That was 136.60. So we're short at 70, so we just took $1.10 on that one. So yeah, we are printing a little bit here on Amazon. So good move to the downside as the NASDAQ just pulled back. I mean, we said that early today. We got Tony on the bell, I hope. I just looked back and was hoping that he was going to be there as I hadn't double checked. We only now have 20 seconds until the casinos open. So get your chips ready. I don't think you need to go to a hot table yet. I think there's going to be a lot of those coming through today. Watch out for Amazon down here to 135.80 is where my next bid is. We'll see if we can take a smooth $2 to start the day. With only 10 seconds, here we go, man. Yeah, watch that drug stock. It's moving around.
Tony, he's in the blue. I'm assuming he's working tonight at the game. I'll see you there. 2 and 1. Oh, Roblox broke it.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I hope you can see Tony there. I saw him last time we were there. It was fun times. Shout out to Tony at the Jays game. Nice little win there, 6-1 on the road trip.
They're killing it. They're killing it. But Tesla did give me a bid in front of 297, still holding up some strength. Roblox immediately took out that top. Affirm is running higher because obviously, and Bed Bath & Beyond, which I'm looking for a buy the dip, does look like it's going to make the attempt there. I still have my 15-minute up. I'll flip to the 3. Looks like it's going to make the attempt to give me that dip buy initially.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see as well. We just did buy, we bought some NEO down here a little bit lower, obviously. That was that 70 take we're talking about. We took 76 on that play, so a little bit of an upside move would be nice for NIO. We'll wait to see on this one. I want to be as patient as I can. If it's going to work, it's going to work. If not, we'll let it fall back into $20. We have like not even half a position on it yet. We want to try to be as patient as possible with these names. I'm going to re-put an order back up here in case Amazon does rip back up to 137.50 or so. We could get, you never know, like I was saying before, man, like you don't get filled unless you put the order out. Like sometimes these names will rip and tank and it's like, what? And here comes Amazon again on a NASDAQ move to the downside. I'm going to try to get something short here. Powell's coming in 30 minutes, baby. So I'm happy holding Amazon short, but I'd like to get reloaded just in case.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sort of thing. Have a plan of action. I'm not going to jump out of the pocket on anything that I wasn't watching before. I want to stick to what we were looking at to make sure that we don't get out of hand at the open. I did get Bed Bath & Beyond on that dip buy there. I said I'd buy it in front of those pre-market lows because, quite frankly, I don't think we see that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see those 990s here today. I think that long is pretty much come and gone. I did get the dip buy in NEO, but guess what also just went on me? And with downside, Affirm, it just failed in a big way. Broke the high by like 20 cents and is now dropping like a rock. So the first pop I get into that high, I'm going to have to take it to the short side and Affirm. It looks like we're not going to see that $30 level that obviously I would have liked to have that short. Tesla's starting to come back in here. Right now, NEO's falling, but Roblox also attempting to fail that breakout as well. Need to find another couple of shorts here. One of them has got to be, if I can, even get into NVIDIA in front of that 180.
We reloaded Amazon right there. As we said, man, Amazon went up to 30 there, so we took that fill. Now it's down to 70 again, so another 75-cent winner as we bang these out on Amazon for you here, guys. So nice little trading. I'm just trying to be as specific. Okay, I see you there, NIO. A nice little move back up to the upside here for NEO. Can we get it? Yes, we can. I said we'd leave this one. Oh, baby. As Amazon's starting to go back up to the upside, we're pretty happy with this, and NIO. A big move for NIO, man. We're long at 2076. 136. Let's just cash some out, baby. Why not? There it is. Yes, sir. We hit our one-time daily goal already there. And it's only 3 minutes in, but we'll wait to see what happens there. A nice little move. Look what I said. We'd wait for that high. There it comes, rate coming straight through there on NIO. Not only that, another name, 2 for 2 on the sticky note. Let's see what else we have. We have GPS and AMD. So we'll just keep on respecting our notes and going from there. But Amazon, a nice little dip buy. I'm sitting down here at 136.20 just to see if we catch that. But so far, so good here. And yeah, couldn't be happier with the start of today.
Yeah, I got some NEO out when it broke 21 as well. But Drug just took 4 even. I just got into a firm, finally got in some firm in there. But Drug breaking out at that $4 mark. Looks like, yeah, the dip buy might not be coming in here. It is the breakout that works. Obviously, that's going to be how it goes. I just got into a firm. It could squeeze. There's no question it could put the squeeze on still, but I'm always going to take a shot at it. This is your high up at 28.50. It's already put in 1 wick down. I'm looking to see if it can start curling here and then roll into this short to hopefully get some more. I just went back to Tesla for what might be the last time. So we got some more shares in front of that 28 or 298.5 area. It looks like this still wants to hold this 97 higher low, even with the market coming back in. So Tesla threatening to break out a little bit here. For now, it keeps on giving you the short in front and then the ability to sort of jump out of it as it falls back down and then try to hold the position. But it is still trending to that upside. Pinduoduo, the other Chinese name I was looking for. Well, remember how it was relatively weak? It couldn't break out. It dipped in a big way. So if we like any of these to the upside, this came all the way back to 61. If it holds this, that could be a great spot for a long. It was up 7% earlier. Brendan?
Big mover yesterday, Avaya, AVYA, just popping up on volume here, back to almost yesterday's high here, 4.5% already for this one. There was a note about cash flow. Investors sending a note to the company itself saying, make sure we have some cash flow, please, and cash on hand going forward. That was after the close yesterday, but here we go. About to test this high for Avaya.
I remember that's AVYA. Oh,
yes, AVYA right there. Okay, so it's a good thing, man. Look at these outs on NEO. So right now, basically nothing left for me here on NIO, but it does pull back. This is another reload spot here. I'd rather wait for lower, man. We've already taken our money on this name. Let's wait to see for a little bit of a lower take on that. Amazon did, again, like, you know, it came back in. We got out there at VWAP. Not really specific to a certain price. It didn't really matter to me where we got out, but it just came back in. We got out at 90. Now we're trying to average into that short again. I'm still looking at this 138.10 area as a stop spot on that one, so we will wait. But there's Amazon 138. So we've already, this is what we're looking at. So, you know, if it breaks back above here, fine, we'll get out and then we'll relook at this short. But for right now, we're going to go short against it on 138 for Amazon. Here it comes, man. We're going to get more shares, but it's coming up pretty quick here, up to that 138 level on Amazon. So watch out, but this is a short that for now, I like.
Yeah, this has been wild this morning. It's like stay in pocket with the names that you're sure about and don't trade anything else. Because NVIDIA, it did make that fail at 180. It curled right here at 79. We got it. It's already 177.50 just printed. So it looks like we just took a buck there. Firm's kind of barcoding off of that high, now trying to come back to the downside. So that looks like it's going to end up working out. But here's the one that's, I don't know, it's fighting it a little bit here. Our Roblox, it did just, it's a New York stock, Neil, for crying out loud. I always get that one wrong. So it makes the break, tries to dip back in, holds well above that pre-market low, and then gets right back up toward the high. So it's kind of right where it started. My first offer is at this high here, 43.50, and then I want to look at 44 to 45, but not necessarily the follow-through that I would have liked to see over there in Roblox. Tesla, somehow, I mean, Tesla's staying inside of the, it's not split adjusted. I can't use a 15-minute chart. Still holding inside of the pocket. It needs to break 297 before you can actually see some real downside action on Tesla. It has been in this $1.50 range, and it's just been a couple of scalps. And I'm trying to hold a short in Tesla through that level. Looks like it has a chance to go finally here on TSLA. And I won't even look at Marvell. I didn't want to trade it till the open, so it's going to fall without me, Brendo.
We were talking about that note on FSLR, an upgrade today for First Solar. Here's Jinko as well, off earnings in the pre-market, better than expected, just taking out day highs, 7.5% for JKS.
I'm going to try to push a little short here on AMD. If it breaks, there it goes. So we are short AMD now. So we're going to go short AMD into this print here. Just see where it goes. I mean, this is tanking in. I haven't even looked at Marvell, but I mean, I did look at it. I know it was going down. Here we go. Nice. Yeah. Nice little trade here on AMD as we push this to the downside right now. We did take a long, I mean, we're long on a firm at 28.27. This name just continues to fall down. So we're going to have to watch out for, now it just bounces back. I talked about it a little bit, it bounces, but this is a very, very volatile name today, obviously a firm, so watch out for that. But right now, all my eyes really focused on AMD as this is downside move. We did take a decent position here, so scalping a little bit out there in the 80s. We actually got a little bit of a lower print there on that name, so we'll see if it can come back in. Our best fill is 84, so that's the best fill that we have right now on AMD. Let's see if it can respect that downside move of a break right there. Just broke 96. I was waiting for 92, 93 as some kind of support, but for right now, it just broke 96 to the downside. So that's what I'm doing right now on AMD.
I could do that one for Marvell went 55 to 52, but like I said, it was so thinly traded and the volume was so low. Who knows if you can even do something with that? But Bed Bath & Beyond broke $11 I just got out in front of 11 and now went to 11.10. But I still hold on to a piece of this one. It is absolutely churning to the upside. There's room next outs. I think we're looking for that $12 level potentially. When you pop to 15-minute, when it gets through here, that 1060, which it did, you're looking up to that $12 range. This one has a chance to really get going. A firm starting to fall a little bit further now. It's back down to these pre-market lows. If it gets down to 27.25, I should be taking another leg out if it gets down there again. I already have a bit out there. So if it gets down there again, I think we're going to be good to go. Tesla still inside of that pocket, but some of the Chinese names, NIO just got back up to 21, so that's a good rinse and repeat. Don't want to ignore Alibaba. Baba got turned around at 106 and just bounced off 101 heavily there. So big $2 bounce in Alibaba. I think that bodes well for the NIO trade. It's bounced a couple times off that 60 area where I like to dip by. It's taken out the high once. Now it seems like it's failing shy of that 21 area. It needs to get back above 21. Otherwise, you've got a wick off. You got a wick top there through 21 even, and then falling downside. I've been told that I should not say wick off top for that, even though I like saying it. It's a wick top.
Yes.
I get it, but wick off just sounds cooler.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
They're two different things.
Wyckoff, remember we were talking about Professor Wyckoff. Okay.
Fun to say.
All right, yeah, no, it's a good one. So again, because we're short on AMD here, basically, and Amazon, that's kind of like shorting the NASDAQ, obviously, one chip name, one retail. So I'm getting lighter here on Amazon in case the market does want to rip up. I mean, now we're 20 minutes away, and I said I didn't want to get into anything too spicy here, but we do have some spiciness with AMD right now. That's going to be, I mean, I haven't been able to get anything out. I was sort of bidding, I got some out lower, but I'm bidding in the teens here. I'm not going to give this too much higher than like this 80 mark. If it takes that out, then fine. There's an average, and here we go. So this is really starting to get going to the upside right now for a firm, for AMD. So watch out. We are going to get stopped out here above 80. So we're getting really close to that stop out point now on AMD. As we took a short there, breaking through 96. We're only able to take about 10-cent profit, and now you're seeing it tick right back up to the day's high. So there it is. We're going to get out of that one and misstep on that. But like I said, no more, like, shouldn't have probably taken that. I just was thinking, hey, if the floor is in here or is not in and breaks, then that was a trade that I liked. So in and out there of AMD, small piece still on that name, and we'll just hold it to see where it goes now.
Yeah, and speaking of taking a potential hit, look at NIO now. Look at the 2050 area on NIO. It's just continuously like sideways here. If it breaks this floor at 2050, I'm just getting out. I'm not even going to reload this one again. I feel like if that shelf breaks, we're likely headed into that $20 area where 20 even's been a good buy spot for NIO in the past. So I'd rather play off of that if we get a chance there, Brendo.
All right, Fed's Bostic back on the mic here, guys, before we get Powell coming up here in 15 minutes or so. Just saying this, I would be willing to see unemployment numbers moderate to get us back to target. This as well. Would like to get another 100 to 125 basis points higher than we are now and sooner than later. So trying to say all the right things here, heading towards 10.
Like,
yes, keep saying them.
as if this happens again. We reloaded AMD up there, but like as if, man, it just touches our pressure point and then gets us out. So, now we start to tank. So we'll drop some booms down now. But unfortunately, we did get out of the majority of the position and then just re-engaged it as soon as we got out because we did have that Wyckoff top right there, Wyckoff top, up to 97 and then stopped. And now you're getting faded. Come on, AMD, as if, man. Okay, that's fine. Look, be happy because we made the money back. Well, not all of it back, but we made some money back on this move. Like, but if this happens, like, if this just happens 2 minutes earlier, then we're really laughing at this. But a nice move downside there. We did get stopped out of the majority of our trades, so this is not going to be a positive move for me on AMD. But why not give that to 97, man? That's okay. Oh no, he's just going lower and lower. Oh man, this is life here, and that's why I love it so much. Yeah, heart attack coming at some point.
I was going to say triple bottom on NVIDIA right here. Now AMD is coming down, but triple bottom on AMD or NVIDIA at 176. If we take that out, 175, a reasonable target. At this point, it looks like it's just a Roblox breakout that's not going to work out for me. Everything else looks pretty solid. Bed Bath & Beyond just got up to $11.50. Remember I said I liked $12 for it here? Well, it gets to $11.50 and says, yeah, let's just slow our horses a little bit, pulling back into 11. It still looks pretty solid. I like this upward trend. I want to hang on to this. I'm not going to give up the ghost just yet on Bed Bath & Beyond, Brendo.
Not seeing anything on this yet, but the latest effort from Chamath doing things today, guys. This AKLI up 30% on heavy volume here as well, trying to take out yesterday's high.
It halted to the upside.
Hard sell.
Paying for shorts right now.
Hard sell. Don't worry, Polkaroo. He ain't going to have no damn heart attack. Okay, so just looking at NIO, I mean, it came right back in. Not that this means anything, but that's the 200 period. I'm just using this as support. It went down to 2040. If it breaks it, we're gone. And we're not going to do any rocket science on this one. If this breaks that bottom there on NIO, then we're just going to get out. Be well worth the hit for me now. This is 58 cents we're long at, right? So right now, pretty much a flat trade for us on NIO here. Losing 6 cents, no big deal. But if it does take down that bottom, we're going to get out. I wish I was sitting there. Was not. We are looking at other things. But NIO has the potential to get back up, especially if this market goes. AMD, again, what a good cash out down here as this name's starting to rip back up to the north side. Chop Fest. If you guys have heard us say that before, that's what I feel like we're doing right now. This market's pretty choppy, not really giving any kind of a direction. I mean, how much more chop can you get than this? So right now, we are now 15 minutes away from Fred Speak. So that's going to be really important to the market. We've talked about that all show. So let's get ready to see some fireworks possibly in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I expected. We know we're going to see it. And Tesla, got to go back to it. It did finally break 297. Got down to 96, now it's right back up toward those highs. So the chop fest here continues. You're just essentially right in the same range for the entirety of the open. It is this nice range. We've been able to take advantage of it,
possible?
but not necessarily enough.
Oh, that's
a firm now $1.25 in the money. NVIDIA looks like the relatively weak one. It just broke that 176, but it's down 2%. Marvell just bounced higher. So there's actually a chance that maybe if Marvell holds its strength, we could see that 55 again. It fell 55 to 52, but it's nowhere near those lows when I see NVIDIA breaking those lows. So NVIDIA is definitely the dog currently. I'm going to go back to Bed Bath & Beyond in a quick second, but I don't want to ignore DRUG. Drug, really? Drug breaks $4, fails at $4.20 because obviously, and now wants to bounce off VWAP potentially here. So I hate to say it, but there is a potential 420 break looming on Drug. It is what it is, man. And then you go back in the 15-minute, 475 is that high, back from last week, Thursday, I believe it was.
Okay, all right, I'm just looking around here off Amazon, just gonna make sure I have the right levels set out here. That really sucks, man. AMD, that's, no friend of mine there on AMD. As that comes all the way back down, we had that level, man, but unfortunately we didn't give it enough room and we got out and now it comes right back down in. So I don't even really want to reload any of this stuff. Oh, by the way, Neo broke that 40 level, so we got out just like we said. So an 18-cent hit on Neo after taking it for a ride to the upside. So Neo's going to be a relatively flat stock for us today. Why am I not You know, I keep putting the wrong prices for a firm. That's the problem. Okay, so a breakdown through 27. There goes this name. You know, it just keeps on cranking lower. Good call on the short on this one as, yeah, there it is, man, 27 bucks. It's going to hit this and take it all out. That's not really any significant amount of shares, but there's a firm down to 27. Watch this get taken out, and then we're gone. It'll be a hit, not huge, but it'll be a hit. There it is. Bye-bye on that one. There goes a firm with a nice move down to 27 and starting to take out these levels now. So 2680, I guess, is sort of your next breaking point here.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at that. If it bounces off that, I'm going to slap a trail on it because I do have a rule about these. It's like if it doesn't break the low in that support level, then it can still squeeze, even though it did make an attempt already. It should be open up in a matter of seconds on AKLI. That's why I have the chart up here. So it opens higher. I'm looking for a fade on this, but just keep in mind how ridiculous it was the last couple of sessions. The levels to watch are about 750 and then go back to about 6.25. So those are the two ones to the upside I'd look to fade. Clearly, you can see what's happened to this the last couple of days since that SPAC conversion. Brendo?
Another decent earnings report, guys. Farfetch, FTCH, luxury goods retailer, up big time here after a Q2 revenue beat. Just tested highs there. 12, though, seems to be a bit of a problem here, up 25%.
All right. We went back in to a firm on that move back through 27. So we're just going to give it to that 2680 now. Sometimes, you know, you get that. I mean, it went 11 cents. They're back up to the upside, so that's obviously not going to enough to get me out. We'll take a first bid out if we can get like 20 or 30 cents on this name. But it looks like because our stop, again, remember, is going to be 15 cents, so that 26.80 level is going to be the stop on that. So let's just see if it can run it a little bit higher. The Bears are winning on a firm today again, so as they always seem to do on this stock. So let's just give it a little bit of room. If it wants to go, it can go fine. But, you know, the shorts that we should have just stuck with, obviously there's AMD and there's Amazon. Amazon's not really doing anything right now, so this is maybe a level where I'm going to look to make a play on Amazon. I mean, 137.50 maybe. That bottom of 136.50 has been pretty sweet. So let's just, again, you know, we're now 10 minutes away. We're not going to try to do anything too crazy here in this market, but I'm just excited for this to come through, and let's just hold on to some of these shorts. There goes a firm at, again, the short is just what's in now. So no more trying longs until we get some sort of a news out on this. Google down 1.6% right now, actually.
Google was weak in the pre-market. It was one of the only names that was down. Like, it was down like 1% before any of this happened. When the market made that move up, it was weird. But I'm out of NVIDIA now. I took the 175. That was that level we talked about. If it broke higher on NVIDIA, I think there was room to 190. 180 was that pivot zone. It held that in terms of weakness. So right into that 175. And keep in mind, like we keep saying, 10 minutes until Powell comes. So anything that I think is going to have a really high propensity to follow any market directional move that we have, take the profit and kind of run here. It's not impossible he could rally the not the chip names, but specifically the risk names and the momentum names and the tech names. That could easily happen. So I want to make sure we're grabbing this out on NVIDIA. I do still have a firm that could be a bit of a different story, but I have to think about Tesla as well. And it's still, like, it just broke this 296, or attempted to break 296. I'm trying to look for this to get down to 295 here. It still won't take this level out that we broke out from at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock hit, and Tesla started running, and now it's holding 96 support. If that does not break in the next, I guess 8 minutes, then I got to get out of this one and just sort of take the profit and run, because it is trending up and it's holding green. 296 is where we closed yesterday. Now it seems like it wants to test it, and even as I say that, it's back below, gets to 95s, and then just comes right back above. So it feels like this is a little bit strong at this 96 level. A lot of people positioning in front of that Fed. Bed Bath & Beyond has come not all the way back, but most of the way back down here at 1060. I want to reload off the lows. Otherwise, it needs to hold this breakout here. Like, this is at 1075. We talked about momentum, right? On the dips, you want to see it hold previous resistance levels on the way back in. It's attempting to do so, but not very well at this point.
No, I just got into some NEO here. We're going to do that against $20. I mean, if you break through 20, then we'll get out. We've already got out of half of this one because actually we don't really want to be in any longs. So let's see if NEO can hold some of this bid a little bit anyways down here at 20. That's something to look at. Amazon, again, like just stay true to like what you're looking at, man. So we'll hit the bang trade there on Amazon, as this was, again, the #1 name on the sticky note there. Not even because of EA. I mean, EA looked like that's a dead story. I don't think there's anything happening with that now. But a nice little take there as it comes right back in 2 days low there on Amazon again. So we'll take a piece out there. That's about 70 cents in the money. And then right there sorry, that's still Amazon. As AMD was what I wanted to look at. That came right back down as well. So a couple good outs here, right back into the same level again, 95.90 for AMD. So we're short 73, so that was about an 80-cent win on that one. The only thing that I wish we hadn't done was affirm because we did go long on that one. And then, of course, we did get stopped out upside there on AMD, which really sucked. But that's okay because we did make some money back on that name. So far, so good here. And a new position, although I did not get my full position, Google with the short. So we're short now at 56 here on Google. Just look at this, 115.10, 115.20, something like that. Let's see if this market wants to go. If it does, fine. We'll short a little bit more on this. Here we go. We're going to get in the 70s. Hopefully, that's where we want a little bit of a better position here on Google heading into this number. So with only, into these comments, with only a couple minutes left to go, let's reload some short here. I am waiting in the 70s, but we might not get there.
Yeah, man, Tesla, that 296, someone loves that stock at 296. I'm going to slap the trail on a firm here, and I'm actually thinking I don't want a trailing offer. I'm actually going to cancel the trail and start thinking about joining this or adding to this a little bit lower as it continues to go down. There's still that $25 level from last night that I think can be a bit of a target there. And as I said, Tesla, it's got to make a decision. Still have that wick. Got to make a decision off this 296. It does not want to break this level. So I did get out of, like I said, I got out of NVIDIA, and I'm really thinking about just taking the profit in front of 296 on Tesla and just being happy, as strong as it is, to be able to get that out. This looks like it wants to make a run higher, and I want to respect that. Marvell, which I have not made a trade on, it's still relatively thin. Like, it's got a bit of a spread going on here, but it's putting in a solid lower high around 53.5 to 54. So might have to lower the expectations to get into this. And I don't mean to ignore Gap, but we've been ignoring Gap. Volume came in. It did not support that 1040 level, but it did support $10. So 10 even on Gap looks like a bit of a low, and we can start to work into. I'll look at that maybe after 10 o'clock.
Did that actually support that 10 low? That's what
it did. The volume's
That's where we were waiting. Well, we'll look at that again. I didn't even look at it. Did it? What did it do?
10.
Oh, 10. So 10 did hold. Darn it. That was a level.
Even.
Yeah, that's what we had written on here. I would have gone long 10-20 on here, but we did pull that out. So, all right. Just quickly here. Nice trade on NIO, man. I mean, we were able to we're positive on the stock now by a lot. So, a good trade down there. That's that level that we written down early. We talked about it. It's actually right here, 2020 as a level there that we talked about earlier on. So, a nice little take here for NIO. That was that 2020. I just wish I had a little more faith in it there because, wow, that's a banger to the upside. Amazon coming back in. Google, we got a reload on that one. So, yeah, lots of stuff happening here, including throwing to Brendan with only 4 left.
SEC Chair Gensler making some comments still, guys, about this this audit deal between China and the U.S. So a bit of a pop there back on NIO. Alibaba just popping back to the upside as well. They're saying audits will start as soon as September, and they'll know by December of this year whether or not these companies are actually complying with this new agreement.
I think a timeline is obviously going to be a good look for them. Look at Baba. Baba got to 100 on a dime and now put in a wick bottom through 101, bounced off 100, and is now turning to the upside. I'll pull back closer to 101 here. I just feel like the long on this thing in front of $100 is going to be relatively low-hanging fruit, so I'll get in. Maybe Pinduoduo, another one that we're looking at. I know that pulled back really heavily. Look at PDD. I'm going to kick myself because when the others were breaking the highs, Pinduoduo was just going sideways. Yeah. So sometimes you just if it does that, then you take that break to the downside. I was looking for it off of 65 instead of just taking the break of consolidation lower. You know, hindsight's 2020. It's also got a wick bottom here at about 58.5. That could be worth it. Whichever one maybe comes first and tests that low could be worth risk reward. 58.50 to a 58 stop on PDD, and then over in Alibaba, like starting at 101 and then playing back down into that 100 level. Tesla is absolutely bouncing off of that 296 area, continues to do so. And NVIDIA is, with 3 minutes to go here, I'm going to hold off on NVIDIA. It's holding the trend, but my gut told me just get out of it. Wait until 10 o'clock. If you still like the short, you can always hopefully jump back into it. I shouldn't say we'll be able to. Hopefully jump back into it somewhere along this trend. Ideally, get it on VWAP or get it back at 179. It could just be breaking 175, depending on what happens at 10 o'clock.
All right, we're gonna get some more out on NEO there with Brendan reporting. Some more talk about that deal there for the audit. So we'll take a little bit more out there as we really took advantage of that dip buy. So pretty pleased with that one. Wasn't focused again looking at that, but AMD came right back up to that 90, close enough. It came to 96.70 there. We should have been short this. We weren't. It came right up to the 50 period sort of. Sorry, that should have been taken there at 96.50. But like Neil just mentioned, man, I think that we're on the cusp here of 10 o'clock. And then obviously all eyes. I mean, that's all I've been hearing about podcasts, this and that, yada, yada. All about what's going to be coming through right now. So very excited to see this. But here we go, getting ready for that move. We will short a little bit more AMD. If it takes down 97, we're out. But we're going to try to be specific with this play. So a little bit of a move up, and we'll get some more shares short into AMD. Our Google short, I mean, we don't have big positions on these names yet, so just kind of waiting out to see what happens. Powell's saved this market and said like some really good things every time he sort of took the podium in the last little while. So like I said, everyone thought that he pivoted. He could come out and just say similar things that gets this market going again to the upside. So just be careful with some of these shorts and these longs as we're just a couple minutes away.
Yeah, one option, of course, is to set some trailing stops. Should have just followed the gut and covered Tesla. You know, I didn't end up covering Tesla at that 296. Now it's coming right back up toward that high. So if we take it out, it's probably a horrible decision not to just take the profit, but Tesla wants to take this high, and I'm not going to hold it through. I've got my stop set just above 298.50. You can probably guess what number that's going to be. It's right at that 60 level. Even Bed Bath & Beyond starting to come back in here. I just got the reload off that consolidation. I won't let this break the lower high, 1060. 1060 was the reason for this break. Where I liked it, once it got above 1060, I thought we were going to 12, but it's because it's been resistance for the last couple of days, that 1060 level. We get back below it, and I no longer like this name. So we'll see. We got about 30 seconds to go here. I have a trail on Affirm. I have my stop set on Tesla as well. And then, of course, NVIDIA is going to be the one I'm watching in the chip space because I want to roll back into the shorts if we head downside.
Yeah, okay. So some of the downsides are now printing, but again, I think this is just like in anticipation, obviously. AMD, I mean, good moves to the downside right now. So here we go. What's up, Brendo?
All right, Fed Chair Powell on the microphone as we speak right now. We're also going to get a University of Michigan sentiment number, the final for August, coming out here in a matter of seconds. This can also move the market. So 58.2 there versus 55.2 expected. 58.2 versus 55.2 expected.
That I don't know, but the market right now just dancing around a little bit now. So yeah, not great. Here we go. Stuff starting to print now. Google printing downside. Nice little move there. We just got a 40 or a 50 print there. Pretty violent though. Let's put another bid down here in case that does go. Oh, okay, now the market wants to go down. So nice little take there on Google. Does not print us though, as that's starting to come down. Amazon now 65 cents in the. Yeah, here we go. Yes, sir. Bang. As some of the shorts now coming in. We wanted to be net short heading into this number. So we are, I keep saying number into this talk, so we are net short and just starting to pay off because again, like we don't know where this is going or anything like that. Take advantage of the volatility right now in here and start to take some profits. We don't know what he's going to say, but here's Amazon just touched the bottom again. So I'm going to put another bid down here, get something out, and then if it wants to take continuously, then we'll be here for that as well.
Yeah, market looks like it does want to go to this downside. Tesla just ramped right back down into that 96 area. Now, if I get 96, I'll take the shot. And here comes NVIDIA screaming. Oh, my goodness. Like, forget about trying to catch this. Look at the turn.
Yep.
Yeah, look at the turn. Thankfully, I had a couple of shorts on, but I just tried to grab NVIDIA when it turned below VWAP. It was $1 gone within about, I don't know, 1.5 seconds. Yep. That's how violent it is. If it pulls back up, then I'll try to get some in. Affirm is at 26 even. That could break that to that downside. Looks like it's getting rather hairy. I did get Alibaba in front of that 100 level, but I think that's going to be an easy stop out if it breaks 100, as everything heading to that downside. Bed Bath & Beyond came out, not going to give up the ghost. We're not going to get too crazy trying to go long in anything after that flush to the downside.
Big time move. Yeah, we took a lot of money on that, so that's a little bit of a banger right there. Good move there in the market. Give it to us, Brandon.
All right, guys, July's lower inflation readings are welcome, but still fall short of what is required. He's also saying or looking for a prolonged slowing in employment and economic growth in order to get the inflation problem under control. So pretty hawkish so far.
Yeah, so a lot of spicy meatballs happening right now.
I just covered Tesla.
Yeah, there goes Google. Come on, break yourself, fool. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll go, oh my God, as the market is definitely falling in right now. Some big time movement to the downside here. Pretty happy with this, man. $1 in the money on Google right now. $1 in the money on Google on the short on JPOW. $2 in the money on Amazon short. $2 in the money on this one. This one's ripping the other way. And there goes AMD, $1.50 now in the money on AMD. Look at all these shorts, man. We waited for this moment. We talked about it all day, all night. Bye-bye Amazon. See ya. Bye-bye baby to the downside as Google, Amazon, AMD, everything cranking here. Let's go. JPOW not coming in and saving the day today.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought he was going to save the day, you definitely thought wrong here. Expectations were he's going to be hawkish. He definitely is hawkish. We're breaking lows here all over the board. The only thing, it's crazy, I just got into NVIDIA. NVIDIA broke 175. We were talking about 180 on this. I covered Tesla because it's still holding these lows and showing signs of relative strength. But NVIDIA, we're talking about this thing below 180. You're now taking out a 175 level to the downside. Affirm has just put a wick bottom at 26 even. So I've moved my trail. I'm continuously moving my trail. I'm going to tighten it up. I don't want to get caught at the lows, but guess what just bounced? If you're going to find some strength, it might have to be in the Chinese names. Alibaba bouncing off this 100 level. This might have a chance to go. I think it has it. They have their own news. I'll check some of those in case there's relative strength across the board. I've been out of NEO for a while. I'm seeing it hold the bottom at 20 even. I'm watching Pinduoduo as well. If you're looking for anything to the long side, at least these guys have given you a bottom and have a positive catalyst. PDD off 58, that's also bouncing. So some strength in the Chinese names. I don't really see it anywhere else right now.
Yeah, no. I mean, look at this trade here on Google, man. Short, bang. I mean, this is $1.50 right there on Google. So a big time movement to the downside on that name. Definitely cashed in there. We didn't really take any Amazon out down here. Maybe we should. This is a big move to the downside, guys. What's up, Brendo?
All right, so he's saying, guys, with rates at their current 2.25 to 2.5, it's not a place to stop and pause. There are unfortunate costs of reducing inflations, but failing to restore price stability would mean far greater pain still to come. So it continues.
The pain.
And it hardcore to the brain.
That's right.
Let's go inside my astral plane. I had to finish it. There's another line after that, so I have to say it. NVIDIA, the next target, if we chop through once or chew through 174, I'm looking 172 to this downside. It was support initially. We can see if it can hold up there again. Everything is just, it's just absolutely across the board falling off. With one exception, holding lows, and every time I go to the Tesla chart on my 15, I'm just killing myself there. Tesla continues to at least hold its pre-market bottom. So in addition to, I guess, some of the Chinese ADRs, I guess this is going to be one that might catch a bit of a bid here. I'm waiting for it to level off. It looks like maybe 95 is going to be it. I'm not just going to jump into a long on Tesla, but it is relatively strong. It's flat on the session. BABA's now headed to the upside off 101. That 100 level has held. Brendo, what else do you got?
All right, just one note on the market itself, guys. They have now, you'll see on the Fed's website, release the entire speech, which means algos have a hold of all of this right now. So this is the speech he's reading currently. Q&A to follow, apparently, but we'll see. So at least it's out there at this point.
It's out in the ether.
Yeah, when it is, you never know. 2060. So we did get out of. I was looking to go long here, especially if this, isn't. We're basically out of everything right now. So all has been done well so far here, trading wise. But I was looking at NIO now as far as that move upside. We banked out a lot of that cash, man. We're still in some of this, but very, very little considering what we did have. So I was looking at NEO breaking this 2060. So that's a level for me to look at. And I think we'll do that on NEO break through that 2060, guys. It's a level that I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm going to start playing inside the range in Alibaba. If the higher low now is set at 150, 50 cents. And then 102 is resistance. I'm going to start buying the dips in front of that 100 level and then playing it to VWAP and continuing to hold, as it looks like this is going to be churning back to that upside. The Chinese names look like they're going to hold up for some strength there. But you know what's strong? We bounced off 13,000 and I didn't pull the trigger off 295 on Tesla. It just feels like this stock wants to hold that level. So 295, I'm out of this. Looks like it could be that long off 295, maybe even 96 if it consolidates there. And then even watch out for a break of that high. It was not nearly as good of a short as I would have anticipated there. And Affirm now solidly holding that 26 level. Now, I don't want to give up the notion that it can go to 25, but we just had a huge flush in the market, and Affirm, which is down 17%, essentially just held 26s. So good short so far, but yeah, I felt like it should have gone that extra dollar just now. Brendo?
Not a huge move for the market here. This brought the bounce, guys. As policy tightens further, it will be fitting to halt the pace of rate rises at some time. Not very specific, but I think what more people want to hear.
At some time. That's awfully vague.
Yeah, I was just wondering because they have, you were talking about them having access now to the speech. So, just wondering what's going to come from that. Okay, so, we've got, like I just keep talking about the same stuff here, but I like Roblox, possibly. We like that to the long side earlier on, that obviously they're going to get hit on some of that talk. So let's see about that wick is 41.40. So we'll see if it can take that out. We have the bottom side of 41 that it's sort of respected right there. So, hey, if the market turns around, and gets back up to the upside, we know that there can be some juice here with Roblox. So on a little bit of a dump down, I think we'll average into that price if we have to. NEO's not going up, so right now my focus is going to be on Roblox. Very little shares on AMD, Amazon, and Google left. So trying to look for some longs, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm still looking for Tesla. I think Tesla's going to be the long that I can add. If you got a Chinese name, you still have NEO, that's probably the one to go back to, because all of these are showing signs of strength. Like here's Alibaba is now breaking VWAP. I'm not even going to bother looking at Pinduoduo. That's where some strength is. But Tesla, this is the one. I was shorting Tesla earlier. I feel like I want to give up that ghost. If we're going to bounce off 95 or 96, I'll try to make that play on one of those two. And I got to watch NVIDIA, because the entry to NVIDIA, after the initial one was good, but the last entry was off of this 75, right? So it did play down to 74, but now it wants to break back out here. So I don't need this going all the way to VWAP against me. As a matter of fact, it just took out 175.50. I'll walk away from the NVIDIA trade for the last of this and then take the small hit on the last of that trade. And if I still like the short, when it gets to 177, I can roll back into it. But that's a heck of a bounce that we just had in the market. No need to be greedy. It's one thing to firm a couple bucks in the money. You don't want to have NVIDIA at the bottoms. Was that Brennan?
If we needed any more excitement today, guys, there's another one of those crazy little IPOs just opened and is up 100% right now from its listing price. This is a Chinese IPO, a little low float name, so heads up on JZ. Also, the speech has come to an end, and it would appear that there actually is not going to be a Q&A. No one was very clear on that, but the speech is over, guys.
I don't even... Tesla broke 298.50, and it was at 300 by the time I looked at it. Unbelievable.
We just destroyed it. Roblox long, we just talked about that. Look at this, man. This is 50 cents now in the money on the Roblox long. So where's my man Sharif in the background? He always wants this, so let's play it for him. We'll play that money on that spike back up to the upside. Look at Roblox, 30 cents of the money. Look at NEO on that break. We talked about breaking 60, man. That ripped to 80 there for NEO. So yeah, man, these names are running right here. Big time volume spike there with Powell wrapping up and no Q&A. So let's wait to see where this market wants to go. Everything just retraced all the way back up, man. AMD took down 97. This has just been insane, to be honest with you. I don't even know where these prices are right now. I feel like our quotes are a little bit everywhere.
Yep.
AMD is not a spread of 50 cents, whatever the heck that was there. So little bit quote issues here, so we're going to deal with those.
Yeah, it'll happen. When you're getting... You have to remember what the market really is, right? There's so many orders going through in any given moment. You pull it to the nanosecond, and it wouldn't look at level 2 like what we see here. So it's a heck of a lot less liquid. But Tesla, it broke that 300 level. Obviously, I would have liked to have the breakout of this, but like I said, it happened really quickly. And unless you cross a lot, I don't use market orders. Market order probably would have got me that fill. BABA did revert. BOVESPA did hold off a little bit, and I want to go back over to NVIDIA because that came right up to 179, wick top, and then reversing. So NVIDIA is still beneath that magic zone that we like to the short side. I think I can still work that one, but it has to be a tight stop. That was a huge reversal in the market. And really, when you get that kind of momentum, I want to at least respect the fact that was a big turn. So I'm only going to short this if I get a great price. I like Tesla for its relative strength. I want to get at least one other Chinese name to the long side. Pinduoduo just broke 60 even. BABA is now well above that 101. We're probably not going to see that again. But PDD breaking VWAP and holding above 60.50 could certainly be it. And then this could give me an opportunity to get into Marvell. Marvell just failed at 54. I haven't traded Marvell once today. Now I want to get into it, but off of that lower high, not the 55 short. I'm looking for 54 as my out on Marvell.
Okay, so yeah, a lot, like we were just saying, there are a lot of stuff there to unpack what just happened. So, wow, that was exciting to say the least, man. A lot of these stocks started to blow up, came back, so on and so forth. Yeah, wow, that was crazy. I mean, look at what AMD did. AMD went all the way to basically that pre-market high of 97.60 again, and then just fell off that about $1 straight to the downside. So I mean, to try to pick like what exactly this market wants to do right now seems a little bit nuts. But hey, I'm glad you guys are here. Hit the like button, man. I mean, if this is the kind of market that you like, I feel like, I mean, I'm in 5 names right now: AMD, Amazon, Google, Neo, and Roblox. Like, it's crazy. What's up, Brendo?
Right after all of that, we're back to basically a coin flip for the September number. Here's the Fed funds tool rate, or rate tool. 0.75, 50 and a half, 50 basis points, 49 and a half. So remember, this got up to about 60 yesterday versus 40. So back to a coin flip here, guys.
Corn
Yay,
flip,
I
eh?
like coin
Okay.
flips.
Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of what I led
Back
that
to
with.
Dodge.
Remember what I was like,
Square one.
okay, you know, this is actually more monumental. I mean, that was huge. Big move down, stop, big move up, but not dissimilar to what happens on interest rate days as well, where you get a huge move one way and then a huge move the other. So I guess Powell just didn't throw really too much cold water on anything. He just sort of kept things as is. I wouldn't mind getting like a little bit more of a breakdown on that. So, we will obviously be ears to Brendan there as more and more people come out with opinions on what just happened there. Yeah, we'll just sit here, man, and just keep on trading. I was thinking that Google, I like the short there. Now the shorts don't seem to be too scary anymore as it's faded back in a little bit. So unfortunately, we didn't reload any of the shorts, which would have been cool, but we did take advantage of some of these longs, right? I mean, Neo was a nice little break spot. Neil and Brendan were both talking about Chinese strength there, so we knew we had to go right back into Neo, and that really printed off that break. So far, so good on that one. As we've made back all the money that we've lost today, the only thing that's still eking me is that first take on AMD there, because we hit it pretty well today, but misstepped on our first trade for AMD going short initially. So all is well. Roblox fading in again, so is Neo a little bit. So this market is just pretty choppy right now. Am I allowed to say that? I mean, it was big moves down, big move up, and right now we're just going to settle down. Like, as I look at my positions, that's sort of how I judge. My net is like just back and forth a little bit here every minute. It doesn't seem to be dramatically moving here.
Well, Tesla's starting to go.
Upside?
So I mean, obviously, Tesla made a ridiculous move. Like, the biggest mistake I'll have made today was certainly not getting that long. When it reclaimed 296, that support level, that was your chance to get in, because once it broke that high, it was gonzo. Now the 300 break has stalled at 302, so I am going to take some out there in front of 302. It could be a 302 break to the upside. Hey, that's that 906 level that on the 900 break was actually pretty big. It stalled out there before going to 911. So I think that's the next stop into that upside. Breaking 302, I think you can get to like 303 and a half. Just looking at the old levels on Tesla. MRVL, Marvell, that's the other chip name. They're the one that reported today, but that's the other chip name I'm trying to look to trade. It just got through VWAP. I want to make sure I'm getting some out at that previous pre-market low. I did not get the reload on NVIDIA, but I got into Marvell as it failed at 54 even. So I want to make sure I'm taking some profit on the way down, because if we end up with an inside day, like we don't break the lows, you want to be paying yourself out. At least that's what I'd like to be able to do here. And then Affirm. I mean, whatever. If it just wants to do nothing here, I'm just going to hold on to it. I got a trailing stop if it breaks out of these highs, and otherwise I'm holding for 25 even. Trend's still pretty securely to the downside on Affirm. Checking back in on Alibaba, which is still holding up pretty well above that 101. It hit VWAP. I thought we were just going to start screaming to the upside, and I felt like if we're on an up day and Baba's breaking VWAP, we can go back to 105. Tempering expectations now, feels like it has resistance at 103, obviously. I'm still going to buy it in front of 100. That found a nice bottom right at 100 even. I'll buy it in front of 150 with a stop at $100, and otherwise try to be playing this to the long side for the rest of the session here. But the market now reversing, and the only short I was able to pick up there was Marvell.
Yeah, man, I like that short. That should be the good short there for sure. I mean, if you're going to go over to anything, man, maybe it is these kind of high-flying names, which is why I'm in the Roblox, like not making money. Some of these companies, and I'm going to talk down my position right now because I think the shorts are better right now. Not making any money. Some of these companies into this environment, if they're going to continue to hike, increasing rates is not good for these growth companies that can't make cash. So Affirm, again, maybe not Affirm because earnings, so I don't want to loop that into the same group, but Palantir, things like that. The one thing that I wanted to know was, did you see the strength? And we didn't talk about this today yet, but Snowflake, holy shoot! Glad I rolled the dice.
200?
200, yeah, 205 right now.
I was going to put the breakout in there. But
yeah, this was a name that we should have had the breakout trade on for sure. Not even just 200, man. I mean, even just yesterday's high. Like when you come out with a good report, we should have watched that again. So yesterday it slowed down here at 197, and then I almost put this on the sticky note, which is kind of the problem for me. We have some bad wicks, but look at that high right there. 197 yesterday we couldn't break, and then all pre-market we were bouncing off 197 again. If you took that break, you would have had to hold it about $2 or $3 against you, which would have been no problem. And then look what happened. Boom, upside Snowflake. So it's not raining. It is snowing out there for Snowflake right now. So a good trade on that. And there goes Roblox. So yes, I thought I had an out up here. Did I get that, Phil? No, I did not. So I got to find out where. Thought I had one in the 70s, but no. So let's get some out on Roblox as that's ripping to the north side.
Yeah, and here goes, look, Tesla, I want to buy the dip if I can get it at 300, but it looks like 302 break is going to come first. So that's coming back in. I took some Marvell out at 53, so we'll ring up some registers. You got to pay yourself inside of these ranges if you can, but I'm looking for the Tesla break. Really should have had Snowflake, but you got to move on to the next. Hopefully Tesla 302 gives it to us. Brendo, what do you got for us, bud?
All right, a bit of a summary, as you guys were talking about. I mean, there's a bunch of significant comments that came out of this speech. Here's one of them. At some point, as policy stance tightens further, it will be appropriate to slow the pace of rate increases. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive policy stance for some time. So that explains a bit of the down move we saw this morning.
For some time.
The next time I take away my daughter's tablet for like her, doing something bad, I'd be like, yeah. I'm going to take it away for some time, sweetheart, and see how that goes over. Like, you don't get away with that. It's like, how long? 1 day? 1 week?
I don't get away with anything. I could say I'm taking it away, and then I have to battle these guys. I lose on that every time. Although the wife's a little more strict on that. So
my wife, sorry, Erin keeps on saying it's like Daddy doesn't say no very much.
Right.
And it's like you ask her, and it's like Mommy says no too much. Daddy doesn't say no.
Yeah. But then you get into like that good cop, bad cop thing. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm always a good cop.
We're trying to stay on the same page there. But yeah, it's tough with kids. But okay, so Roblox, we were able to get something out there. I mean, like I said, I had an offer at 75, so pretty lucky that got canceled by me, I guess. And then we went and we got an 80 fill there, so a little bit better there on Roblox to that upside. So I like this name, but again, I'm wondering about this stance. I just don't see that as being great news for a lot of these companies that can't make money. I feel like we got a nice little bounce off of the last report there, the last interest rate, where people thought that Powell went a little hawkish dovish, like the pivot, so went dovish from hawkish. But right there, that kind of talk right there doesn't sound great. So we'll wait to see. Here comes the market pulling back down a little bit more. NEO, I'm happy about this. Well, not now, because it's coming back in, but we definitely, there we go, take out another piece. We'll hold a very, very small piece now of NIO because we just went right back to where we're in. Why I said I was happy is because it ripped all the way back up to the upside. We did take too much profit out by scalping, but again, if we hold it all the way, then it comes right back in and no profit for you, just like Elaine. No soup for you. Like, why would you ever want to test? Like Jerry, Kramer, George, they all told her that the soup Nazi, am I allowed to say that word? Maybe not. Was not, I think so, was not going to be kind. And she goes right into the soup kitchen, puts her elbows up, starts doing this on the table, and then banned, no soup for you. So Neo, maybe no longs for you. I don't know if they're done yet, but it is coming back down.
I shorted Peloton because you're like, companies that don't make money. I'm like, what's the stock I was looking at that doesn't make money?
Yes, that was a great one.
Peloton, and it broke that floor. And sometimes you get a second chance, and Peloton just gave me a second chance. We only get one chance. Well, we get lots of chances to listen to Brendan, but only once for the small cap recap, which is right now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Casino. Check them out, free-to-play slot games, guys, on Roku and Amazon Fire TV. We were talking about this drug. I was saying I feel like I was missing this trade, and I think I did. 320 to 420 in a straight line for drug today, and then turns on a dime. I tried the bounce real quick, but there was too much selling going on and too many other things to do, quite frankly, so got away from it. BBBY, on the other hand, came into this high from aftermarket, held 1050 nicely, ramped back to the upside. That gave you a nice trade back to 1150. It's a busy morning. That was all I did, guys. Back to you.
So that was quick. Tesla just bought the dip in front of 300 and then stopped out below 300. So that was really fast.
Wah, wah.
I was in there for like 3 seconds, maybe like 5 seconds actually. So I don't know if I'll be adding the longs in this move. Like even Alibaba that I was just looking at that 100 level, I'll probably wait till like literally 100. It's still holding strength, so that's fine. I don't mind holding on to the long, but adding to it seems a little bit reckless. Like Peloton, I just took Peloton on that little reversal, and of course it was sort of below that pre-market low. It gives you a second chance, and it's already back into VWAP here, so that's starting to fall. I'll take some out on the south side of VWAP and then work those lows of the day. You just got to find things that are relatively weak, or just find things that are still setting up for the short and just jump back over to them. Like Marvell, it's already back at the low of the day. I don't want to take it out at the low of the day. I want to actually hold this through. Someone in the chat just mentioned, and they're right, it was SGL in the chat saying, hey, the market was remembering, sort of interpreting that for some time as a long-ass time. I added the ass part, but a long time. And yeah, that's what the market seems to be doing here, and that's why you're seeing some weakness heading to the downside here across the board. Feels like a hold on to your shorts or find some new ones type of morning.
Yeah, and I think both that moment and morning, because right now, we were short. Like, basically, all that's, look, I've made decent money. I thought I heard somebody over there. I did not. I made decent money on the longs today and on the shorts. Really, it was the AMD trade that was really the disaster spot. I'm going to put on a new position right now as the market tanks. This is going to be a little spicy here. I don't know if we want this trade for sure or not, but Meta is just tanked in. So we're going to get out very, very soon if this fails here on Meta. So not a lot of shares. Trying to play some of these dip buys off Meta. So let's just see if it does want to hold out hope here on this name. But not too much longer here on Meta. We also did take a Roblox. No, we did not get that Roblox fill. Roblox fill coming close, but I got to worry a little bit about Meta here. Let's take a piece out at 90. Okay, just to get flat, as not too sure. We're long at 168 right now on Meta. Let's see. I was waiting at 12. I thought I got, it goes down to, okay, there it is. So now I'm not lying at least. I said I was waiting at 12, comes down, hits us. Now we're long Roblox at 12. So we're actually long at 20, but that was just a re-engage right there. Let's see if these longs can hold off some of these bottoms. I'm not convinced on what Powell said there was overly negative, but the market don't lie. So we just got to trade what we see in front of us. Let's take out some profit on Roblox if we can in the 30s or up to high 20s on some momentum moves to the upside right now. So that was a good little reload down there, but I don't want to rest on these longs, that's for sure. So there it is. Roblox goes in the money 20 cents and then comes right back down to flat again. So yeah, there's a little bit of a slippery slope here as Meta coming back down to that 167.50 where we're going to get out.
Yeah, and look, I want to go back to NVIDIA, sort of go back to the well of where things started. It just made another break of 175. I can cancel that offer. I'm not going to get it. But a double bottom here at 174 after that last break of 175. So what I'm looking at now is, does it hold this level here? Because 13,000 is holding on the NASDAQ. And if 13,000 holds, I think it'll be a little bit of a scalp long potential into VWAP. I am holding Marvell short. I think the overall trend of the market right now is to that downside. But I have to respect the fact that if you find a support level, that can be what's next. I don't want to tighten things up on a firm just yet, but it's getting to that point where if the market wants to continue to go down, and a firm doesn't want,
it's coming down.
It's just, but it's not breaking. Like the market's coming down. A firm is still at the same level it was, and it can't seem to break any lower. This is it. If we take 13,000 and the firm doesn't go, I got to get out of this trade. It doesn't want to do anything. And then Alibaba is maybe stronger than I thought. It's now turning into 100. It's been holding out. If there's a bounce, maybe it's Baba off 100. But I'm not getting into it until I see it test a low and hopefully bounce off it. Brendan?
Low float land active today. OLB up 50% here. 10 million shares on this one. 45% to the upside. Huge volume coming into that. A few people still mentioning this. JZ. This thing was priced at $5. It's at 152. It's 5 million shares as well. Little Chinese IPO.
You say JZ or Z? Because JZ,
Jock and
all I
Jay-Z.
heard was Young Hove there. But another Chinese name there on
Even
watch.
Hove couldn't afford this.
Hove, what's up, Hove? There was that marijuana
ridiculous,
stock
man. What is going on with
that he was apparently backing. I don't remember what it was. That thing went right to hell as well. So
You said $5?
who knows? Okay, there's Roblox. We're about to get out of Roblox here as it takes down that low as well. It's so funny because I was like, I don't think Roblox will work in this environment. Meanwhile, it goes long. Yeah, there goes Roblox to the downside. There, should have took my own advice on that. So yeah, definitely starting to take out some lows here. Meta also, man. Meta just right to the downside. That bottom of 166.50 right now coming into play. Maybe a bounce at 166, but 166.50, watch out for that. Possible long into it, but I don't know, man. These longs don't seem to be too accurate here today.
Yeah, my head's gonna explode. I don't want to look at that stock. My head's gonna explode just thinking about the shorts if I even load that thing up. But Baba just bounced off 150. A size buyer showed up at 50, so I bought at 57. And then I want to get it back to this 101.5 and then up to VWAP there. At this point, if you're trying to take a long, 13,000's gone, man. So if you're trying to take a long, or you're holding on to shorts that are in the money, but you're trying to take a long, it's got to be off something like magical 100 level, bounce off this, and let's be good, because it's psychological and it's got a bit of a catalyst. And even as I say that, size pops in at 101.25, and I'll take a leg out. These are just scalp plays off of a support at 100 because it's 100. That's all I got left for that long. But I'll throw that stock up. But that's literally insane. Like there's no rationality when you open an issue at 5 and it goes to 190. That's just like Meagle or Megal or HKD all over again. It's going to end poorly for people that hold the bag at the tops. But I guess you ride the wave until it's over. Peloton, for whatever reason, is trying to hold at VWAP. I don't think it will if this market continues further. My next bids will be at that low of the day. Obviously, Marvell is going to end up working out here. Tesla rolled back to the downside. The only good thing about Tesla is it's still relatively strong. Like this market is down 1.2.
Yes, it's positive.
ES is down 1. Tesla's still up on the session, man. Like I'm still thinking I want to be playing the long side on Tesla. You know, ever since it broke back above 296, it's felt like it's a bit of a long. But I need the market to stabilize somewhere, and I'm just not seeing that yet.
All right, so just a new position alert quickly here is going to be Meta, and then we're going to discuss some important things. A nice little move there for Meta off that 166 bottom, 166.50 bottom there today. If you can guess my out, you win nothing because it's pretty obvious it's about to happen right now as we crack lower. But all right, I was going to, again, I guess I'll have to do this as part of our little routine here. So today we actually have, join us back as there goes Meta down to the downside right now. Today we're going to have spicy trades. So join Neil, myself, Brendan, Trader Prad coming through. Hopefully Sharif, everybody hopefully going to join us a little bit here as we talk about trading, and it's kind of like a little homage to Hot Ones there. So we're going to be trading that there tonight. So join us at 2 o'clock.
I'd love to do that show, man.
You know, yeah, that should be really fun. We're going to see how that goes. We're going to get the cartons of milk. We're going to be chugging it down. Do we have the bumper there? I'd like to play that if you have that.
No milk for me.
Well, we're saving it. He's saving it. Fahad's like, nah, we save saving that.
Fahad's all about the
right now.
He's
So
always secretive,
yeah, that
man.
should be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing that at 2 o'clock today to match these spicy trades with some spicy wings.
And it's getting spicy to the downside, obviously. Like the market is not slowing down. So Baba, I reloaded in front of 100. That's the only long. Everything else is holding the short and then looking to see where it could bounce. Marvell, on that earnings, it bottomed out at 51.50. So I am anticipating you're going to catch a bit of a bid here.
Oh,
so
that
I will.
meta short.
Yeah, I
though.
feel like taking this one out if we get to that 51.50 level. That does feel pretty solid. At worst, I'll probably slap a little bit of a trail on that bad boy as that's continuing to work. Not as much of a move in Peloton, which is a bit disappointing, to be honest with you. And Tesla, I'm looking for it to hold something. Right now it's testing 96, maybe it's 97, but at this point, I'm not willing to jump in the long until I see something pretty significant. Like I said, got the reload in Bala each time closer to 100 even, and each time getting out a little bit lower. This time I'll try to get out in front of 101.
No.
It's 10:30 already. Wow. Time is flying because the market is going crazy. And we're going to Berendo for our crypto segment.
Hey, quick update, guys, on crypto land. Wild action, it's worth mentioning, during this Powell ordeal this morning in Bitcoin as well. We got as low as 21,090 and a high of about 21,800. So back and forth. We're actually heading back to lows right now, as same with stocks. Obviously, a couple of headlines of note here in crypto land as well. 16 exchanges getting shut down in Afghanistan today, Bitcoin exchanges. The only sure bet, obviously, coming from Powell is that it's going to be volatile, essentially, is what that note said. So as we see right now, stocks heading back to the downside. Bitcoin at 21,388 currently, down about 1.2%. ETH about 3%. It got to 3.5 at 1.16. 50 essentially. Ripple's actually positive. What do you know? Ripple's positive. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, Ripple's positive.
Right
You don't need too many catalysts for that. The cryptocurrencies kind of have their own little plans of action there. All right, 40. We got back in, and again, all I'm trying to do here is really just try to catch that big time move back up to the upside. Unfortunately, Meta did make that bottom. That's going to be an interesting one. I'm going to play off that Roblox bottom of 40.70, but it sucks to have lost on Meta because these longs, they've just been little cuts. We're not really using anything too serious, but this should have been a short. This break right there of that bottom of the day, that should have been a short. That's the trade that I'm upset with because we didn't need to lose that last 30 or 40 cents there. We should not have defended that the last time. We tried it one time and made money on the first defense and then lost on the second. So this one, catching this was fine. I'm okay with that. But it's really that second time, went long there, made it back, went long and lost. It was that break right there that we should have gone short into. So that one's a problem, but still pretty happy with it. Negative stock. I think we want to be long Meta at some point. It definitely has come back pretty strong there. But the best long might actually just be Tesla. I mean, if it's still going to be up on the day,
It's the only
I know
one.
it's coming down now, but it's still up 0.4. So that's kind of interesting.
All I'm going to say is this, and this is actually true. I'm not making this one up. This is the first time I've actually shorted a firm post earnings and was convinced it should go down and not gotten squozed and gotten crushed on it. So it took a little bit of patience with it, but I'm now out of the trade. It got to that 25 level and made a little bit of a bottom. What I found, when it's got a short interest, you can't just sort of just get in and be like, it's going to the downside. It has to fall. Bit of an assist by the market here, but the key was waiting for it to make its move and then jumping in. Sometimes if you like the short and it's squeezing to the upside, allow it to come to you. That's about all I can say for a firm here. It's down 18%. Maybe it breaks 25. That's going to be a separate trade, but the quarter wasn't very good. That short interest does mean sometimes you do head to the upside before eventually falling apart, which is exactly what it just did here. Speaking of falling apart, the only long I got, and I keep going back to this it's worked a couple of times, but this is the kind of thing that, look, it works until it doesn't.
Right.
And it doesn't when it breaks 100. And it's right at 100 even. I'm not even buying one more time. It just feels like it's going to chew through this in one shot. My stop is there. Once it's through, there it is. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to say it. I'm already out of it. Yeah, it broke. And even if it makes a wick bottom and holds here, I don't know that I want to jump back into this one. I'll wait. If it holds 100, I'll wait till it gets back to 150 or 101 to show me some real strength. The shorts have been printing all morning long. You just want to work with those until we find a level, man. Like I look over at my 15-minute on the NASDAQ. Like, where are we trying to bounce? Wait a minute. I actually drew this line. Well, give me a break, Neil. You suck. I'm only saying I suck because I drew this line here a couple of days ago, and I'm trying to zoom out. It's my black chart. I apologize. It's the one I actually use. Right here at this like 12.92, and then we are bottoming right here. So I don't know. Maybe I should have liked some longs down at that level. I always found that if you draw a line on a chart like for support and resistance, like that week or like the week before, just leave that bad boy in there because you never know. You absolutely never know. Anyways, if I jump back into BABA, I'd be losing. But just worth noting that this is a pretty significant level. At least I thought so. At some point this week, I thought it was significant. And now we're chewing through it. So I'm going to hang on to the one short I got left. Why? Because Marvell just hit rock bottom. Which, well, it's not rock bottom. It's 51.60. So we're out of Marvell. We didn't get the 55 short because, quite frankly, the stock doesn't do volume in the pre-market. And at the open, I was a little bit too slow to get over to this one. We got it at 54, in front of 54, played it down to 51.6. Now it's just Peloton left to make a move, which it's not doing. So we got Peloton on a bit of a pop. Not getting anything else out till it hits the low of the day. And then after that, 10 even would be the obvious target for Peloton, which, last I checked, had been under some pressure, but it's trying to make a bit of a bottom as we speak.
So still holding the shorts there. Yo, DJ Prad. This guy won't stop singing over there, and it's not the greatest.
He's having fun.
Okay, so there it is. So Google right now, $2.25 in the money right now, and that's still going. We just have small pieces on it. AMD still going as well, and then Amazon, $3. Amazon's the call that we made early, so this is going to be my best stock today. Amazon, followed by Google, followed by NEO. So some nice little trades there to the downside. I mean, look at Amazon just continuing to bleed. We're still short that name, and I hope you guys are too. That's straight off here. I mean, I built the case for everybody right here at 138, and then you're seeing where it is now, so that's going to be a good one. A new trade. Let's go into Snowflake here. Snowflake pulls all the way back down. Here it comes, man. The market is still pulling down. The only long we have is Snowflake. So as all these other names continue to fall down, I mean, you know, we're making a little bit of money on the other name. We're making a lot of money on the other names, but we're going to have to wait to see what happens down here with Snowflake at 97. So that's where we're trying to let this name sort of float down to. We'll take a better price near that 197. This was the level that we talked about. We were sort of banging our heads that we missed that trade to the upside on a second day move for Snowflake. So here it comes, pulling back down. The spread is pretty juicy, man. It opens up to like 20, 30 pennies. So just be careful with Snowflake. If it's a name that you like, it can get pretty dangerous right now. So all the shorts, man, definitely paid off and got pretty juicy today. So far, so good. Look at NEO right back in to the spot that we loaded up last time. We're positive on NEO today. Good trading. I think we're going to go back in.
Yeah, the only mistake is like giving up at target some of these. Like I like Peloton because like I think it's like one of the worst stocks there. But Nvidia is going to get to 170 here, which to me is a bit of a support level. Tesla, the last thing to hold green out of the big tech, at least from what I could find. There could have been, maybe there's something else that I'm not seeing. Just went red and is now testing that low. So that failure at 300. Wow, in hindsight, it's always 2020, right? Like that failure at 300 was just as good a punch today short as it was yesterday. But it still has a chance to hold this bottom. It's about the only thing left that can hold a significant low is going to be Tesla that I can see. And I'm not going to be shorting anything at these lows of the day. If anything, I'll take pot shots for those longs. I still can work Peloton because it's inside of the pocket there. And then don't forget, there's some of these, like that drug stock. It just made a bounce off its pre-market breakout, pre-market, I guess, consolidation level, this 320 level. And then you had this 350, which was previous resistance, inside this pocket for a small cap. That's one of those you can sit in it at lunch, give it to the low, and then play it into VWAP. So now things have calmed down. I really haven't been looking at the small caps. I think I can go back to at least this one because it's bounced at a level that I like. Speaking of, let's go to, well, not speaking of, let's go to Brendan right now because I think he's at the big screen, locked and loaded, ready to go. Shoot.
I'll update S&P 500 here. I want to show you this quickly, guys. This is the yield curve. This is the 2-year up here, and this is the 10-year over here. So it's now 36 basis points inverted, which is multi-year highs again as far as the separation is concerned on the inversion here for the yield curve. We'll go back and have a look at this as well. Very red board right across the entire thing once again. 1.5% here to the downside. MOH was an earnings name in the healthcare group. Here's EA, Take-Two, and then Warner Brothers in the communication services group, all positive following this Amazon story this morning. Everything else there to the downside, including Google, 2.5% in the red. I'll flip over this side. It's the tech group that's leading the entire thing to the downside. Consumer discretionary outside of Ulta Beauty, the entire thing in negative territory. Travel stocks, very, very weak today, including the cruise lines here, all 3% plus. The casinos, the hotels, all here, 1.5% to 2% to the downside. Banks notably weak as well. In fact, all at day lows right now. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, so on and so forth. But all of the major banks, there's Citigroup, 2.5%. Already to the downside as well. Here's all the airlines up here. So industrials, tech, consumer discretionary, and financials lead, guys. But yeah, pretty red right across this board. Back to you.
Yeah, red board, huh? All right, so Palantir, Snowflake, same company, different profit targets, I guess. Palantir and Snowflake. Snowflake comes down and tests that 197. We did get out and right back in. I mean, this keeps happening to me, man, where I'm not giving myself enough of a stop situation, but we're going to see if we can get something out back near. I mean, I want to make at least $1 on this, like 198.50, something like that, if it does rip up. We've just seen a little bit of a bottom test right there down to 196.60, so that got us out. We got back in. It could break again, and then it's gone. So we'll test it one more time for Snowflake. Here it comes, just coming right back. It just ripped up there on a little bit of a green tick, so we'll try to give this one a little bit of room. But again, look at the spread on Snowflake. It's actually not that bad right now, only about, I mean, when it opens, it gets about, there it goes, about 20 cents. So watch out for that. Make sure that your profit targets and whatnot respect kind of the spread, because you could get hit just trying to punch out. Like if you think you're going to get out at 40 when it breaks 50, you got to go a little bit lower to calculate that. But here it goes, right back up to the upside for Snowflake. A nice little battle back here.
Yeah, and I just got finally Peloton got to toward that low of the day. So I just got that second fill, first VWAP, and then down at like 1050. But the key was, look, it was finding some new things, and like Sean said, one thing that was like, if you want to short, look for a company that's not making any money. Peloton just reported and got crushed. I knew I liked it breaking and holding below the 50 period. So when it broke that level, I didn't get the trade, but it gave it to you again, and now I can hold to hopefully $10. If the market continues down and Peloton breaks low, we can see that $10 level. We'll see if that can get going. Thank you so much, Beat Fanatics, for the super chat there. Another great week of trading, y'all. Thanks for all you do, and great job moderating the charts. Bears versus Bulls. As always, we never thank you enough for doing a great job in there, because it's been a wild one. There's been a heck of a lot happening here today. And speaking of which, hit the like.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons you should is because we're about to have the hottest show that we've ever had. Not just the morning show, this afternoon. We will be torturing ourselves. Probably not the first couple of wings, because they sound absolutely delicious. The sauces that we're going to be putting on those. Shout out to Mr. Labard there, who sent these to us. They look tasty. But after that, it's going to get hot, and we're going to be doing that for you live in the afternoon show. While trading and hosting, we're going to be torturing ourselves with some, they're high in the Scoville units. I won't spoil it because we're saving some of the hotter ones for you guys, but it should be a fantastic rest of the show. I can tell you the midday show is going to be wild, because Prad was just, like, he's having fun when he's trading earbuds on and just jamming. That's when you're in that zone. So I know he's in the zone right now. And he's like, here we go. He's ready, locked and loaded to go. Tesla did break its low of the day, so even Tesla can't seem to hold on to that support that it had. Although it's trying to bounce here at 293. If it gets up there, he's like Jay Powell's his homie. He ain't the market's homie today, I'll tell you that much. But if you like the shorts, I guess he didn't come to save the market. He came to be hawkish, and the market's certainly feeling like he is.
Yeah, I mean, I love Jay Powell. I mean, he's really saved the market a lot, but we'll see if he can do it one more time here today. As the market's not really doing a whole hell of a lot here, except for going down. I mean, the NASDAQ's down 2% with a straight fire move to the downside. I mean, this was him stepping off of the podium, and then it was like, okay, no comments, no questions, straight to the downside there. So the market definitely disrespecting. And I said this yesterday, Completely. This is why, like, I'm upset that I don't have more just holding on to these longs, because yesterday I said we're going to get an up day Thursday and a down day today, and that's exactly what wound up happening. We're giving everything back that we made yesterday and then putting some more on top of that. So, yeah, definitely the move to the downside. Here's Snowflake. We're in the money $1 now on this name. Again, like, I'm looking at 199. I have an offer up near 199 to get out. So that's 199.25 for Snowflake. So I'd like to see it at least. It's got to get back this 80 spot right there, so that could be something to look at. 199.85. That's pretty much where I'm waiting. So, sorry, 198.85. But the market's just still pushing down. I mean, the market's at lows right now. So to think that this move is over with, it doesn't seem like it. Tried to get back going. We've already took down 13,000. That was the stop initially. Moved back up, took 13,000, and this is the short that we don't have that we should. Right there, we should be short like all these tech names. Once we took 13,000 again to the downside. But again, it's hard to look at everything, but that was something that I should have looked at. So a nice move to the downside there. Should have been shorted at 13,000 as everything's really collapsing. I mean, Google, Amazon, we're $3 in the money on three names, AMD, Amazon, and Google. So those names really printing out for us. Averaged into NIO. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but we're using that off 1210, which is the bottom of the day. 2010, yeah.
2010, great movie. Jay-Z, great artist. Not the trade action you're looking for. We always talk about this, and it's not to say this is not like this. It's not about I told you so or anything like that. Every time we say these are going to end poorly, it's because factually they just do. So it did get to $190 or $187, oddly enough. Halted down at 153, opened up at 112. From 153 to 112, and is now halted down again. So this is what happens to these. Like it can't even stay open for more than a minute before it has another halt. The stock has traded 80,000 shares and halted 4 times. 80,000 shares. If you think that you can structure a trade here, risk to reward, you can't. Like, I don't care the amount of shares you're using. There is no reasonable risk to reward for something like this that makes any sense. I'll go on a limb. Not a single person in day trade the world would touch this stock today. Not a chance, man. It's tapping $80 right now. Maybe it settles down when it goes to like $20 or something. And then at that point, if it holds trading for a little bit, doesn't halt every 5 minutes or whatever it is, then there'll be a trade that you can actually make here. But there is nothing to see. Maybe you got one trade in and out. I wouldn't touch this until it starts going sideways somewhere, and probably not till it got to like $20, because it was a $5 IPO ultimately. Nvidia here, back to a name that's actually maybe worth trading. Didn't get to that 170. So what was that?
$3.
It was $2.92. My bad. I said $5, $2.92. Anyways, yeah. So Nvidia bouncing off 170
to shorts.
Oh, $2.92 to short.
Yeah, per share. Yeah.
So it costs $3 to short the stock per share. That's
yes,
actually,
sir.
I would have expected more. HKD got way more expensive than that. But Nvidia is bouncing off of 170. It could be catching a bit of a bid here. Got to 170. It looks like 170.40 is the low. I might not like this one. Certainly in terms of the trend, but bouncing off a level like that makes some sense. But I much prefer, if I have to pick something to buy lows, I think it's going to be Tesla. Wick off bottom at 293. If we can hold this 293 level, I much prefer Tesla, which is only down 0.7% and held positive for a heck of a lot longer than anything else. If I'm bottom picking, I prefer Tesla to Nvidia a bit here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some levels to get out, because right now we are well in the money. We're $1.80 in the money on Snowflake right now, so making some money back on this name for sure. There it is, man. We took some out, like we said, 198.60 there. I mean, the move was 199. Now we'll wait for 200 and see if we can blow upside a little bit more on Snowflake here, and just buy the best names is what I'm trying to do on that dip. And that's why I went right back to NEO. Take a name that's been working for us. We're long at 17 on this, and let's just see if it can work back up. We'll take another 25. Maybe we'll take a 29, and then see if it wants to float its way back up. Would be pretty nice to get it back to 40, and I'll take that, man, on a down day. If we can get 40s on this name, we'll do that. So there it is, a nice little move back up for NIO. I was waiting at 29. Let's just wait at 27 instead and get that fill, and then let the rest settle out. Hopefully up to 35. That bid is 39, or that offer is 39 there at the 50 period. Not just that, it's coinciding with support and resistance. So that's the way I trade, of course. So we'll look at that again. And if I'm going to say that's how I trade, I mean, Snowflake is making a move back upside now, and we are in the money $2 on this name. We have, look at the trades we have, man. We're in the money $2 on AMD, $3 on Amazon, $2.50 on Google, $1.80 on Snowflake. So, and then Neo's 9 cents in the money. But Snowflake, we're out of 40% of it. We're now positive on the name, and we probably should take advantage of this again here. So let's see if it takes down 200. Let's get something out in front of 200, which is basically right now. So this is going to be a good trade for me here on Snowflake, right at the 50 period. Let's take a piece out and let the rest ride.
So every time I try to clean up this Tesla chart, there's a crazy wick at 900 for yesterday. And I want to show yesterday's trade action because post-split, it's right there again. I'm trying to show you guys support and resistance from yesterday. I just can't do it on Tesla, unfortunately, because of this crazy old print at the old price. So I did get into Tesla off of this low. I want to give it down to that bottom. If it bounces on a higher low at 93, I think it can be a bit of an add. At this point, I'm not thinking VWAP, right? Like, I think that's pie in the sky. It could happen. I'm more thinking consolidate off of this area here, get some out in front of 95, maybe work back toward that 96, which was support, and then it was resistance. I think it's going to go back to resistance. So I'm going to play inside this dollar channel to try and get it to 95, 96. Not even thinking VWAP. The market's been too weak for that. Brendan, let's see what's up in the world of crypto or also currencies, I guess. What's that US dollar saying, buddy?
Yeah, not liking Powell's comments either. The dollar tanking this morning off this hawkish stance, or more hawkish comments coming from Fed Chair Powell about how they're going to fight inflation. Recent low made down there, 107.5 before the bounce, but we're only down now about 0.25%. Back to 108.1 there for the US dollar. The euro here benefiting up 0.5%, back above parity once again, just back above parity, but it is. Both the Canadian dollar, British pound lower, Japanese yen as well. And Swiss franc was actually lower, but has since gone positive. Australia and New Zealand to the downside on this also, 0.85, 0.5. But all eyes on the Fed, guys. This was quite the move. 108.75 all the way down to 107.5 for the DXY on that initial move. Back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, the dollar, what a good mover that was. If anyone's trading Forex, you might have had yourself a day already. So a nice little move on that as the dollar finally giving up some of that strength. So just quickly, man, NIO here, good trades, 25s. I mean, got it out. We were hoping, so I only have a third of the position right now. Was obviously hoping for a lot more of a move on that. Didn't come in. Doesn't mean we're giving up on it. We're actually doing the opposite. We're going to now hold the rest all the way back up to the upside. So I have one more piece out. I'm not going to lie now. Well, not that I'm not going to lie. Obviously, we're not going to do that. But I do have an offer at 25. I just put it back in there to get out of one piece. There it is there. So now we're officially holding the rest. We have a third now left of this position. It's already been taken out, but hey, we're here to trade. So let's see if it can take down 40. That's my target there. We are now, as a Snowflake, trying to touch two bills right now. So Snowflake does touch it or come close enough to doing that. 199.79. We're now 250 in the money on Snowflake. The biggest trade on the sticky note today, right at the top, was Amazon 138. We talked about that. We tweeted it out. Follow me at TraderTV, Sean. Here's all the shorts for Amazon, and those just printed out pretty nicely. Really, I don't want to get out until we take 135 again. That's all this could happen, man. I mean, and if the market rips, we got Snowflake, and I'll make so much more money on Snowflake and Neo than I will giving back small pieces. I only have 10% of all of these trades, other than Neo and Snowflake. We have 10% left on AMD, which is 250 in the money. These shorts, again, all morning paid off until we got ticked out a little bit there on the news when Jay Powell left, getting out at 96.80, but then we held the rest of that all the way back down to the downside. We already talked about Amazon. Google was weak to begin with, man, and that just should have been reshorted there, missed that, and Google still turning out to be weak. And then here we go. We'll just let Neo, we got our 25, so that was good. And then we'll let this go back up, hopefully to 2040 is my next offer. So my next offer is at, I'm going to put it at like 2035, just to take a piece out if it does go back up that high.
Yeah, the market feels like it wants to make another leg to the downside. I just got to Peloton. We entered into Tesla off of these lows to look for the bounce. It's been relatively strong, Tesla, and we want to see if it can hold a bottom. But understand that when you're bottom picking, you have to have a firm stop out. And there might have been a better play, and we'll leave you. Well, we got 5 minutes left here. There might be a better play to the long side now that I'm kind of looking at it here, but it hasn't really. I want to see Alibaba hold above 100. It's going back to the Chinese names, which are still green because of how strong a move they made. But you broke 100, you have a bit of a failed breakout look. We got a wick bottom, and if you can hold 100 here the second time through, you got yourself a higher low in a name that has a little bit of strength. But I want to make sure that we're letting it level off, and because you're getting a big sell action here right now. So I want to see this level off a bit before I would have jumped into this. We'll see what can happen. I don't want to be not chasing, but I don't want to be too aggressive finding long trades here because I'm not going to be shorting bottoms at this point. NVIDIA at 170. That's the other one that does come into play here. I feel like that trade, and there goes Tesla through the low of the day. So I'm out of Tesla,
this
not going to hold through. NVIDIA is about the only thing left holding a support level that looks interesting. Peloton just broke its low, so I'm going to hang on to that probably for the rest of the day. And I have to look at a firm 25 at some point. But yeah, NVIDIA 170 or BABA, those are the only two things that could hold a potential long. Everything else looking like they're just falling like an absolute rock. If there was a mistake today, it was getting rid of some of these shorts. Like Peloton has now broken the low once again. 25 even is pretty much on the dime on earnings. The last level that it held, it bounced off that. Can it bounce 25 even here? Market's saying no. To be determined, though. I'm likely going to have this play on a breakdown, just see if we can get it, but it is SSR. I mean, down 19% is double the 10% needed almost to be a short sell restricted. So needless to say, this is going to be SSR on that 25 level.
We are TBD there, to be determined. But what is not to be determined is joining us back at 2 o'clock when we go crazy for spicy wings. So that should be real fun. At that time, we're getting ready to do our little take on hot ones. We have the list of all of the sauces here. Thank you so much to Henry again. Henry Labard, one of our viewers, sent this in on our request to come through and talk about some hot wings. The fourth hottest one is Phuket Fire. So right here, no pandering to soft palates here. A full spectrum of Thai hot sauce with lemongrass, Thai chilies, garlic, ginger, white pepper, basil, fennel flavor, plus some lime zest. So it looks like we're just going to have to deal with Thai chilies. Shouldn't be that bad. But it's not even the last one, and it's 100,000.
Yeah, that's 100,000 is no joke, man. 100,000 Scoville units is not messing around.
No.
That's so, like, we're not sleeping on that one. I feel like, here's what I'm going to say. Not everybody that starts this challenge in the afternoon show is going to make it past that win.
Will Brendan make it past to the third level?
Well, no, third level, yes. Fourth level, no. Third level, he'll make it to.
So third level is 12,000 Scovilles.
He'll make it to the third level.
And that's...
You don't think so? It's 12,000, Brendan.
Yeah, the 8 ball is saying
you don't think so?
No.
The sources say no, on the 8 ball.
I think he can.
I mean, I could have told you that. Just quickly, guys, before we go, there's another one of these tiny IPOs just opened. PXMD. 1.5 million shares on this. Just took out $9. So the price is actually not bad, but halted anyways for Pax Medica.
Good. Well, at least they're coming with decent floats again. All right.
Not even calling that.
Yeah. Okay, 1 minute left. Just so you guys are aware, we did take more Neo there, but we're going to be out, and now we're out of it there. So we took more literally right here at 12, got some out at 18 and 19 when it ripped up, and then just got taken out there at 9. But that was not a strong break of 9 there. So let's go back in. We'll just punch into 10s there as you see some little back and forth there as we try to take that out. But now we'll go back up here to 20. I mean, it could still fall in. Let's give this a couple more pennies down. But yeah, we'll take a shot here, breaking through $20.05 or so. Maybe we can even hold this all the way to $20. But we tried it there again on Neo. It doesn't look like it wants to go. But we'll try to test this as Chinese names continue to be pretty strong.
Okay, I said I wasn't going to add that pack whatever stock to my list. I'll look at it at some point, but I did grab the long. NVIDIA bounced off 170 just now. I think it got to like 12s or 15s. I didn't really catch how close it came. And then I got it when it bounced back above 50s. I took some out in front of 171, and the next time I take a bid, it will actually be right in front of 170. So I want to get like 10s, 12s, something along those lines. So that when it inevitably breaks, I'm not saying inevitably, but likely breaks, it's a little bit closer to the vest here, and I'm risking like 20 to 30 cents, maybe even 40 plus slippage. And then that way the risk reward's better. I want to give it back. Like you were taking bigger moves on the shorts and not big enough. But this long is more about scalping the range and playing off an even dollar level, not thinking the market necessarily has to bounce from here. But if the 170 can hold, which it's probably not going to, then we'll try to take like 50 cents and $1 and then $1.50. It's already 11 o'clock.
Yep.
I kind of feel like Prad's locked and loaded and ready to go. Sharif is going to Wimbledon, apparently. So let's go right on over. We got the midday movers here, locked and loaded and ready to go. Go kill them, boys. But he's
Wimbledon.
Hey.
Looking good though, Sharif. Looking good as always. And we're here to get the game going. It is absolutely the best Friday you could ask for. J Powell, the homie, coming clutch, giving me the free fall Friday that I've been begging for like 2-3 weeks now. With the power of his words, right? I wish I had that power to move the market with just my words. But the person who does did it for us, and we can thank him for the short opportunities today. Wonderful, wonderful opportunities in the market. Let's start off with a couple trades that I tried to put some damage on, but got hurt instead. That would be the futures. So MNQ U22, I'm actually shut down on the futures because I gave the stock way too much leverage. I got too much size in, and then I just it hit my loss limit for the market, and I wasn't able to capitalize on the down move, which eventually came in. So instead of crying about it, I instantly walked over to QQQs and the SPYs, punched the short on those markets, and made back whatever I lost on the futures on QQQs alone.
Hey.
So whatever I made on the SPYs is just on the positive side.
That's
so
all right.
I used the QQQ alone to make my profits back that I lost on the futures. But look at this, QQQ is taking out the low a day. We're heading for another move down. I thought the move was done for the day. We're gonna probably whipsaw back and forth, but that's not true. J Powell triggering free fall Friday. We're gonna continue heading to the downside. We're up on the day today, even after starting the day negative. I was talking about my SPY trade too, so here's my SPY trade. Pretty much the same thing, punching short, a kind of a revenge trade, but I knew the market was coming off, so I got in when the market was coming off instead of what I was doing with the futures over there, which was, I wasn't participating, I was anticipating on that side. But lots of markets, lots of stocks for us to trade, lots of stocks that we're in already. Maybe I could go actually cover some profits on a trade for you guys. Well, I can't really, you know what, we can cover some on BBY. Which
Best Buy?
So yeah, Best Buy, which actually I just got a profit cover coming in. Until I cover into a position or get into a position, the position board will not update over there for me. So maybe give me some time for stocks to move around for me to take profits in.
What's up, guys? It is good to be back, and it is good that it's Friday. We're looking at the futures, because that's all the hype right now. And to be honest with you, I don't really even know what Papa Powell said. I listened to the interview. He just kind of reiterated what he's been saying the entire time. Oh, we're not going to take our foot off the gas. Compared the current economic climate to the late 1970s, early 1980s. Obviously, he had to name drop. He name dropped, what's his name? The dude from the 80s. I'm drawing a blank right now. Paul Volcker. He's been compared to what Paul Volcker had to do in the 1980s. I don't really get it. I don't really know what the market's reacting to, but there's obviously a lot smarter people than me that heard something. Looking at the chart, I love this particular breakdown. So we're going to give ourselves a short right on the futures right now. I do like this circular. I don't know what this pattern is called, but essentially I would call it a flat bottom breakdown. And so we're going to go ahead. I identified an earlier level on my chart. Give me 1 second to identify it. I had it on my other computer, and it doesn't transfer for some reason on this one okay, so here it is. Yes, I'm definitely looking at the 4111 level, so 411. or 41.10. Let's just say 41.10. I'm looking at that as a key level to take profits into that area. That's the low of day going back to August the 8th and August. So hold on, no. Yeah, August the 9th. August the 9th. That's the lows that were created August the 9th, as well as on the 24th, we hit that 41.10 area. So I'm definitely looking for profits in and around that area for the futures. I also traded drug today, guys. It's not going to show up on this chart because it's on the other computer, but that was a really good long off the open. Took a couple of longs on there. Looked for the short later, but you actually had to buy shorts. I looked at the price and they were a little too pricey given the amount of range that I want to trade. So I said, forget it. And then I basically started focusing on the futures in and around that. And so that's been my day. It's been a very interesting day. I love when the market decides what direction it wants to go in, and it just it follows it. So now we're already 5 points in. We're 5 points in already on our futures trade here. We took the short at 41.25. It's 41.21. We should have taken more than one contract. I like this breakdown here, but we're gonna average in because it's a free fall Friday, Bradley.
Yeah, baby. Yes, it is. I'm looking at a couple stocks that I actually lost on today, but the idea was, I'm just trying to learn from them, right? I'm trying to learn from my losses over here. Looks like the direction of my move was still in the right spot, but I just wasn't able to give the stocks the enough wiggle room that they deserved in it. But right now, apparently Roblox is getting elevated or pushed down even more as the market took out a low a day. So let's go check out what Roblox is doing. Roblox recently took out the $40 level, pushing down to the 100 period EMA and the 50 period EMA on the daily chart right here at the bottom that you see. If we get an extended move to the downside on Roblox over here, we could possibly see some more move to previous supports around $32, $35. Pretty surprised though that Roblox is doing this type of move when we have a positive catalyst for the sector. The gaming sector, EA Sports, possible buyout news from what's his name, Amazon, to come out today. We know that Activision was getting bought out by Microsoft. We're still waiting to see how the DOJ deals with that decision over there. So EA Sports coming in with the positive catalyst, getting bought out. A rumor, we don't know if Amazon has said that yet, but a rumor from some Swedish reports saying that Amazon will announce it today. Took Take-Two to the north side, took even a bunch of other game dev sports to like Unity to the upside, if I believe. Let's go quickly check on Unity. But I guess the overall market move that brought in with the power of Powell, POP, Papa Powell, POP, power of Powell. But yeah, with the power of his words over there, market coming down, looks like Roblox and a couple other stocks over there getting beat up. Let's quickly go check out what EA Sports is doing. EA Sports at the moment still positive on the day, 6% after that rumor/catalyst, but has given up a little bit off that move, heading back to VWAP 136 right now. I'm expecting VWAP rejection because of the negative move in the market, and it's the fact that it's just a rumor. We also have good resistances right here on the daily chart around 135.50, 135.60. That makes me actually want to punch into a short on EA, but I'm going to be hands off on it. The reason why is because any second, if that rumor is going to be actually true, then that catalyst will come out and we'll see EA just pop up and halt to the north side. I do not want to be trapped short in that pop-up halt. That might go $3, $4, $5,
Easy.
multiple dollars to the upside,
Absolutely.
which is not even worth for me to try with 10 shares.
Yeah, I don't really get the kind of I don't know what's Amazon trying to do. Are they trying to get into online gaming? Is that the idea? What do you think that this whole thing is about? Because that's kind of like Amazon's becoming the jack of all trades. I mean, obviously they may know something that I don't, but when I saw it this morning on my news feed, it kind of confused me a little bit. So going to our futures trade here, we scalped a little bit. We got that 425 break and we scalped at 418. So we got 7 points on the futures there. Nice little trade. Wish I had gone in with a little bit more with more size on that one. Probably one contract. That's typically what I trade just on the futures. Sometimes when I trade on the SQs or the TQs, I'll take a couple of hundred shares on that. But Yeah, so basically that's what we're looking at today. Not much other than that. We were trading another buyout, which MFGP, that was earlier in the day, scalped some pennies with size on that. What else we got? We got OLB and AKLI, and those ones are some of the leading gappers that we have on the day, up 25 and 43% respectively. Even NERV is popping up, NERV, back on my scanner, as well as AKLI. Sorry, I mentioned that one. AKLI and FTCH. FTCH, I was going to take a long on through the break of 12 there, but now it's pulling back below VWAP. So we'll leave those ones to kind of simmer, and we'll see what they do later into the afternoon. But yeah, big day, especially on the futures. That's what my main focus is today, Brad. What's PXMD doing?
I think it's an IPO, recent IPO, also coming out with an offering. I believe this is what Brendo sent me in the chat. PXMD, Pax Media Inc. announces pricing of its initial public offering. I just saw offering in that sentence, so I thought it was like a whatever offering, right? But the initial public offering of 1.5 million shares of the common stock at a public price of $5.25. So it opened up slightly higher than 525, obviously. Opened up around 635, 640. Where's the opening? I opened at 650, dropped down 10 cents to 640, and then started popping up to the north side. PMXD now going crazy. Not sure if this is a Chinese stock, but probably worth looking into. It says Pax Media Inc. though, so you know what? You're better off just Googling it instead of guessing, Pratt. So let's do that. Pax Medica Inc. MEDICA, not media. Pax Medica Inc. What are you? Where are you from? New Jersey, United States. Pax Medica. I'm guessing it's some sort of a biopharma. Yeah, biopharma stock. So it looks like it is trying to do HKD type of movements as it opened up, halts to the north side. The float is 1.5 mil, and we already have 3.1 mil traded. So let's just see where this one goes. I would like to wait until the nonsensical moves up and down stop finishing, and then I can form levels off of it to trade. But I'm sure a lot of you are loving that IPO strategy, which is take the opening print. If it goes back below the opening print, you get out for a loss.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't go back below the opening print, which is $6.50, you're holding it, and you had now a $4 move to $10.50. Real quick update about a couple of my positions. Dash is getting ready to most likely be done for me. So we're going to take profits on Dash, even Dell on NY. Nope, we're going to hold on to Dell. That looks like it has a little bit more move left into it.
Nice.
What is Docu looking like? Docu is also pushing down. We're $1.30 in the money. The market might be done with its move for the downside, honestly. So that's why I want to protect my capital here, take some of these profits. Let's head over real quick to Micron, take some profits on this bad boy too, and we'll hold the rest for the end of the day type of move.
One thing I want to speak about were these Chinese ADRs. This morning when I opened up my my watch list here, and let me just pull it down so you guys can follow along. So this, you recall, guys, on the left side here, this is some of the watch lists that I've kind of put together over the years for things that I follow, and every single Chinese ADR was green, and that was prior to the bell. And before the market even started going down, after Papa Powell's statement, all these Chinese ADRs had gone red. So on the left column here, there's change percentage, and then the right column is change percentage since open. So this is the move after the bell, essentially. And the whole thing about that was that a new news item had come out that the SEC and these Chinese ADRs, perhaps with the Chinese government, had come some sort of new compromise about the delisting concerns. You know, you'll recall that essentially the Americans want the Chinese to open up their books in a way that the Chinese don't want to. And so, you know, they kind of want to keep a level of independence. Each side doesn't trust the other. So this has been an ongoing saga back and forth between American regulators and these Chinese ADRs. So yeah, that was a really interesting move, and I actually had my eye on FUTU, F-U-T-U. That was up like way over 10% prior to the open, and it had made a move, I believe, from like 45 to 51. It was quite aggressive. So I had my eye on that one. I didn't actually pull the trigger because I was trying to keep my eye on the buyout and the futures. So didn't take any trades on that, but that was a nice little tidbit that you can follow along with. Let's have a look at what big tech is doing, because I think it might be that kind of day. These small caps are kind of crappy today, and they're not providing us much in the way of anything to trade. So looking at Microsoft, trading at that 272 level, Apple's at 167, Amazon back down to 133. That's been a big fall day for Amazon. Meta trading at 164, and Tesla now looking to break that 290 level. It actually touched 290.11. So perhaps that's an interesting level. If Tesla should get back down there, maybe we'll initiate a short through that 290. Maybe we'll even front run it. Who knows? Got to keep you guessing. What's AEM doing, Brad?
Crashing like the whole market, baby. Coming to the downside. Everything obviously pushing to the downside. S&P 500 today down 1.95. Beautiful percentage. NQ also down 2.5%. Man, I wanted to take a UVXY long on the high day breakout of 940, I believe, and I chickened out. I don't know why I chickened out. I should have just taken the high day breakout on UVXY. Now up 6.7% on this one. Jeez. So missed out a little bit of a move over there. Some super chats coming in, Friday super chats. Kevin Miles with a $10 super chat. Thank you for that, my friend. No message in there, though. Maybe that was just a new member super chat. It says new member, $10, so I'm not sure if maybe there is a message that you wanted to put in there that we missed out. So if you did, if you have a message in there that is you wanted us to take a look at, tag Bears versus Bull or myself, and we'll be able to take a look at that. Thank you for the super chat. Heriberto. Timas news with SpaceX, the Elon Musk train. What? Okay. I did not hear about any Elon Musk, T-Mobile, SpaceX news. But let's go take a look at the stock today. It's actually down 1.5%. Guessing that's just because of the overall market mechanics, market being down today, taking almost every other stock with it. Later on in the day, we'll actually see the screen that Brendo has up, which will tell you how many stocks are actually up on the day or down on the day. And I'm guessing, a good 70% of the stocks are actually heading face down today. My scanners that look for stocks that are moving up only have 3 stocks, and they look for 10 stocks at a time. So they are failing to find stocks that are moving up north side and actually holding those moves to the north side. Waifu is apparently moving up, so let's go check out what Waifu is doing. Currently breaking levels to the downside. Looks like we are going to push into support areas around 250. That's a good 20-cent move for anyone interested in WAFU. Maybe give it that 5 cents risk to the high side over here. To $2.80, the high of this candle. Maybe you get filled all the way to the downside near the support areas of 250, 260. But the risk to reward is 1:1 for me. Not really interested in that type of trade.
All right. While Prad was analyzing WAFU, we initiated a Tesla short, guys, and our entry is at 290.90. So we're currently 10 cents or so, 15 cents or so in the money. We are looking for a profit target of around 290, and we might even hold a little piece if it goes our way through that 290 break. It tends to be quite violent, especially when you break these whole dollar levels at 290, 300, 280, what have you, in and around those areas. So, by the way, they tend to bounce right back up. So, it may break 290, and then boom, it'll go shoot right back above 290 again. It's all going to be quite dependent on how the ES and the NQ continue to trade later into the afternoon. If we continue to make lower lows, chances are the big caps will follow the ES down into that direction. So we initiated a short here. We're not too heavy in it because Tesla does tend to be quite volatile and quite unpredictable. So we don't want it to go too much against us. Now, our plan, we talked about our profit-taking plan. We're looking at taking profit in that around 290, maybe that 290.10, 290.15 area. Our plan is perhaps if it goes against us, depending on the patterns that we see on the ES, we may average in once, but our plan for being wrong is at 292 level. Since we are basically close to 291 at 290.90, we'll give ourselves, $1 or so room to the upside. But if the pattern on the charts and the tape starts moving in a particular way, we'll definitely be out of that trade. Looking back at the ES, we're continuing to make newer lows, pushing into that 41.10 level that we spoke about earlier. We actually wanted to hold into 41.10, but patience is not one of my virtues. So I scalped about 7 points instead of holding on for that 15-point move down into that 41.10 level. 41.10 is a recent low back, I believe, from the 23rd of April and the 23rd of August and the 9th of August. So definitely a key level there. Perhaps keep an eye on it for a bounce even at that level. So Tesla's continuing now, breaking below 29.50 into that low 29.40s area. So you know what? Here we're going to take off a little piece because that's just kind of what we do. It's kind of what we do. There we go. So, oh, how come it's not covering? What's going on? There we go. We took off a little piece right into that 29.32 area. We're looking for that 29 break. We're in that 29.15 now. We may cover at that 29.10 level. That'll be a good little trade for us here. Let's go. Oh, they're making bounce back up into that 29.30 level. Let's go ahead and put the order so that we don't have to use our flatten key. We're going to say 290.15, and we'll take a little bit of shares at that level and see what it does. Prad.
Super chat time again. D Queen, $5 super chat. XTSE, EXE, Extended Care Inc. I'm trying to find that stock. I actually can't find it. But thank you for the super chat. Looks like it's a Munich stock or a German stock. Clearly, I can't pull that up. But thank you for the super chat, D. Jose coming in with another one. Morning, guys. Drug keeps crazy. Can y'all look at it? Yeah, for sure. We can take a look at DRUG. That stock has been on the radar for multiple days in a row now. So let's go quickly over to DRUG. What is DRUG doing today? Expecting it's down. Expecting it's down. Yeah, sir, it's actually up 21% to the upside. Still taking out levels to the north side. Looks like it wants to go crazy one more time. On a down day, though, I don't think we're gonna see too many buyers coming into DRUG on a down day like today. But it's up on the day, man. It's holding these levels, and it does not want to go down. Your stock DRUG has been wild for the past week or so now. SGD super chat coming from EY. SGD. Oh, that's a 5 SGD. Not sure what that is, but thank you for the 5 SGDs. Singapore dollars. Okay. What's the moving average you guys are using? And what do you think about PATH, daily reversal? Pat, I guess that's UiPath. Let's head over to pat.ny. I believe this is UiPath. Let me just quickly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, UiPath. Not too long of IP, if I remember correctly. IPO'd pretty recently. Now it's at $16. Was trading around 90s to 80s, if I remember correctly. Breaking previous supports and now heading to the downside. I think it has a move towards $16 on PATH. So based off of that, we're gonna punch into a short over here and give it that wiggle room to the high side a little bit. Let's see what happens with this trade. I think if this support breaks around 682, then we have that room to $16. And as the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market continue to make new lows, that's a little depressing for me because I took a $5 move on both of them. I could have gotten 7, 8.
That looks like a really good entry. Good for you. Prad always giving you those winners, guys. It's what he does. Prad dub. So we're going to celebrate a little bit of our dub right now because we took almost $1 on Tesla with a decent size. We took that 291.90 break short. We covered an initial position at 29.35. We covered another piece at that 29.10, and then right at that 290.01. I keep saying 29. 290.01. And like as prescribed, breaks below that 290 level into that 289.62, and then pops right back up now, floating in and around 290.35, 290.50. Kind of always expect that. Sometimes we like to take these breaks, but you got to be super quick with how you scalp out profits because they basically tend to find a lot of profit taking or buyers around that area, and they tend to bounce right back up. Tesla making now a move, breaking through that 290.50 area, following, I believe, the ES that's bouncing back off below that 41.10, now around 41.15. So finding a little bit of support there. But, if we were to draw a channel, and, I hope you guys don't get annoyed with this, but if we were to draw a channel down like this, we're going to have to look and compare that channel to the ES. So let's draw this one here and see how it looks. Oh, why did I turn that off? There we go. Okay, so in and around that area, if it breaks one of these channels, whether on this one or on the ES, we'll have to, consider whether the trend is changing. But I wouldn't say that the trend is changing on the ES until it breaks at 41.25 or so and makes a new high.
Yeah, market clearly trying to pop back up over here, but we've been making lower lows and lower highs. So that's the trend that we want to see for the overall market if you're on the short side in general. So as long as the market is doing that, Sharif, I like that idea that we're not going to change our mentality about the market trend changing. Shout out to the new host, Stash Trader, coming in with the $1.99 super chat from CDM. So shout out to you, Sharif. And obviously, it's been a while. It's been a great time with Sharif on the show ever since he's been on here. Going back to the market over here, not sure what I want to do with my trades really. I think it's time to punch out of the ones that I have been holding for the most part. Yeah, I'm just gonna flatten all three of them. Take my money over there. Has been a profitable day for me on the equity side, and we'll look for more opportunities later on as the day now pushes closer to lunchtime. It's going to be lower volume periods. Markets have already lost a good amount of momentum from last week and so on. Today, off of that Free Fall Friday initiation, I think you can expect traders to leave their tables earlier, as the people who were short have made way more money than they thought they would today. They're leaving, right? Yeah. And the people who were long know that they have no possible chance of, maybe there is a possibility, but no real chance of them recouping their money back, at least not until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. So they also are looking to go out of their tables and go get some food and so on. Based on that variables, obviously this is just a theory, but based on those variables, you can expect people to, volume to die out in general on the markets over here way quicker than early. That's just the nature of psychology, right? If you understand psychology, not saying that I understand it or anything, but if you can learn to read people a little bit, you can see that the faster they run up to something, the faster they crash and they don't want to take that break and so on.
No question about it. We're continuing to look at the MES here, which is the micro ES contract. We're looking for, we're not gonna definitely get into any longs here because I'm not gonna go against the trend. But I'm definitely looking for an interesting move above that 41.25 area. If we can make a new long, see, this is exactly where I went short, right at that 41.25, 41.26 area, and I saw kind of a flat bottom breakdown on that particular level. So I kind of drew a trend line there. So if we can break above that trend line, that'll be interesting to see if we can start shifting momentum. We might have to start looking at big tech for longs at that particular moment. But, it's breaking out of the channel that we drew, but, it's still not very confirmatory, if that's even a word. Yeah, so I'm going to continue to watch that, see what that does. Let's have a look at our scanner to see what the small cappies are doing. We got OLB at the top of the list here, trading at $1.72. It's up 42% on the day, 33% since the open. It just takes a little bit for the chart to open here, but what I don't like about it, and let me just pop it up so you guys can follow along. Let me pop it up on this one here, OLB, and I believe it's an NQ stock. Yeah, it is. What I don't like about this is it's currently trading below VWAP, especially with these small cappers. You kind of want them to be above VWAP. But it's good that it's holding in and around VWAP. Trading at $1.73, VWAP's at $1.74, give or take a couple of pennies. What I may be interested in this stock for is an afternoon bounce, going into that 2:30, 2 o'clock time hour, perhaps pushing into power hour, and for it to break the high a day, currently at $1.97. But what we'll do is we'll send you up to the big board with Brendo.
Hey guys, an update on what's being discussed on social media. Much more red on this board. If you joined us in the pre-market, we actually saw a pretty mixed board to start off the day, but back to the downside, not only for the market, not only for sentiment in general, but a lot of these individual names, Tesla among the biggest right now, to the downside, back towards day lows. AMC as well. The overall market, the SPY, has been in that position all day. Interesting to note here, APE and Bed Bath & Beyond, big day higher, obviously, for BBY, but very positive for both. This drug continues to be very active this morning. Gave you all kinds of opportunities out of the gate. NVIDIA, Mullen, MEGL, big mover early on this morning as well. GCT back on this board, but you can see very, very negative to wrap up the week following these comments from Fed Chair Powell this morning. Sentiment, guys, off a cliff here, it would appear. Back to you.
Yeah, off the cliff. Sounds about right, baby. This market is trying to most likely go back for another leg down. I think we can see 4,100 actually being tested. Has it tested yet? No, we went up to 4,104, so I guess, yeah, 4,100's tested. But if 4,100 breaks today, that would be absolutely insanity on this market. A couple positions that I just got into. You guys saw Path NY not too long ago, but Activision and TCOM. TCOM popping up on the scanner a little bit for the long side. Obviously, we know the markets are weak. Why is a stock coming up on the scanner to the long side? So I want to go check it out. When the market did drop, this stock pretty much did nothing. A nice little base around 22.72. So I can give it that risk of 22.70 to the downside. Maybe if the market actually starts reversing back a little bit, we could have a nice little pop up to VWAP and even more on TCOM. So we got into TCOM over here, giving it that risk to reward play. And Activision, someone in chat said, why is Activision so strong? Well, I already told you this earlier. That was the idea that if Amazon is going to perhaps buy EA Sports, then Activision, which is already getting bought out by Microsoft, it's only pending the news catalyst for it at this point, is also going to be positive. It's in the same realm, it's the same sector, and the same idea at the end of the day. Two major companies, two absolute big tech giants are planning to increase their catalog of companies and sectors that they already are involved in by buying out, I wouldn't say good companies, but the AAA, they're AAA companies.
Yeah.
They're AAA game dev companies. So buying out Activision for Microsoft or buying out EA Sports for Amazon, that EA Sports catalyst from Amazon is moving Activision.
Yeah, EA Sports kind of grew up with that. Every sport game possible, they always had a hand in. So definitely know a lot more about EA Sports than I know about Activision Blizzard. But I did play StarCraft back in the day, and that was like one of my favorite. What are those games called?
I've been playing StarCraft recently.
Have you?
StarCraft 2.
1 or 2? 2. Okay.
I've been playing it, dude.
I play 1 for nostalgia.
I've never played it.
No?
Never played it.
It's
But I
really
like
good.
RTS. I used
What
to
is
play
that kind of game
real-time
called?
strategy.
Okay, that's it.
I like RTS
Yeah.
games, real-time strategy games. I used to be a big Age of Empires guy.
Okay.
Right? So my experience on StarCraft 2, like no experience, obviously.
Okay.
I've only had 1 week from this whole week.
That's it?
This whole week I've been playing it.
That's awesome.
But I've been smoking people in
Yeah.
silver.
So do they still have BattleNet? What is that called?
BattleNet.
It's called BattleNet. Yeah, jeez,
Dude,
man, the
and
memory
it's a free
doesn't
game
fade.
if you want
eh?
to play. It's a free game.
Yeah, I love it. It's awesome.
It's a free game if you want to play. But yo, Silver 2 already, or no, Silver 1 already, and I only have 1 week of gameplay.
Who do you use? Terran?
Terran.
Zerg?
I only
Yeah,
know
Terran.
Terran.
I know.
I don't know how to play the other
Yeah.
two. They're hard.
Protoss is really good because
Dude, they're
Protoss,
so hard.
they have like high shields, right?
Yeah.
So you got to get through the shields to get through them. And they're like main guy. What is the small guy called? Like the first guy.
Zergs?
What are they called? Zealot. Yeah. They're
Look at
pretty
this
hard to
nerd
kill.
over
I know
here.
this guy. We got a lot of nerds in this firm, I'll tell you that, but that's a good thing. Yeah, so one of my favorite games going back, like way back, played that a lot. Yeah, and Warcraft, I think, too, was Activision Blizzard, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, Warcraft, StarCraft, and it seems like many different types of craft. Okay, guys, while we were discussing that, I entered a position on OLB. Reason I took this trade on OLB is because I felt it broke these two peaks at 177 and 176 respectively, and it made a new high. Sadly, I got topped wicked here at 182. I've got another dip buy around VWAP because it is holding above VWAP now at that 174 level. I'm looking for it to break the high day. Now, sometimes I wait usually till 232, 3, whatever, in and around that area to break these high days, but I looked at the volume chart here, and the volume definitely picked up over the last, I want to say 15, 20 minutes or so. So we were looking to get long here. Now, my plan on this one is I'm going to take this dip trade. If this dip trade goes against me, I'm going to get out at 164, $1.64 or $1.63. I might give it one more penny lower. That'll be the low of these three peaks here. So that way it will confirm to me that I'm wrong or wrong for the time being. So that's my plan going on in OLB. Currently, I'm also watching the futures. Now we're making a bit of a consolidation move here sideways in between that 420 and that 4120 and 4115 level. I am looking for that break of that 4125 to maybe indicate a shift in the trend, but you're going to have to see that supported by volume, and especially keep your eye on the big tech stocks because they tend to move in confluence with the ES, Brad.
Yes, sir. Super chat time again. Crewy coming with the $2 super chat. LU and ET are holding strong. Any thoughts? Let's go check out what these are. LU and ET. Did I just get stopped out of SMMT already? That sucks. All right. LU. Yeah, it's not bad at all. What is LU? Lufax holding 1.65 relative volume, which is also not bad. 3 million shares traded on the day today. Representing it's a Chinese stock of some sort. It looks like. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's holding. But never traded it. Not really idea. No real catalyst that I see right off the bat for this position. So I'm gonna hold off on this one for myself. And ET, let's go check out what ET is doing. ET on New York currently.
ET go home.
Yeah, ET phone home. Let's pull it up. It's pushing down, so not as strong as you said it was, but it's pushing to the downside like the rest of the market, which is understandable. TCOM actually making moves to the north side. 8 cents in the money on TCOM off that long that we got in not too long ago. Let's see if TCOM can now take out 29 to the upside and continue going north for us.
Guys, while Prad was telling you about TCOM and the other one, ET, we were looking at our scanner and we picked up on NERV, NERV, it's an NQ, it's a NASDAQ stock, making really powerful moves. Let's just delete this line quickly and turn off our drawing tools here. Very interesting levels here. We seem to have a nice area of support at that $7.40 level, as well as perhaps at $7.75 level. These are based off this peak right here and this trough right here. And they seem to be, one in the same. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that. Very strong on the day, up 20%, up $1.34. Second leading gapper on my scanner. So I'm not going to chase this one like I did with OLB, especially it's a bit more higher priced, and it looks to be doing more aggressive parabolic moves. So I don't want to get caught on the wrong side of this one. I'm definitely going to be looking to take a dip trade. My first dip trade, I'm trying to decide here, is going to be that 770 level, and then I may average down again into that 740 level, and then if it comes below VWAP here at that $7.30 level, that will be my out. That will be that I know I'm wrong. Another way to do this is to allow it to consolidate on the 5-minute chart. If I was to pull the 5-minute chart right here, there you go. So you would wait to make a new high off this 5-minute candle, but since this 5-minute candle is top wick at $8.17, you may need another red candle to play off of. So we're gonna wait for that. We're gonna monitor both strategies with the dip and a new 5-minute candle to make a new high on NERV. Let's go back and look at our OLB trade. I'm gonna have to, you know what? I'm gonna flip it on this one because I don't want to remove the futures. OLB, yeah, still holding. We're break even on that. It's $1.81. We're at $1.82. We have that dip trade set up at the $1.74 level, which is, holding with the VWAP at the moment. It's showing me that it's continuing to make newer highs. It's definitely not making newer lows, so I like where this is going. It's above these two peaks right here, so definitely showing its intention to go up. And just as we say that, it went up to 183. So we're going to continue to watch OLB. I wish perhaps I had gotten to a little bit more of it, since it is kind of a dollar. It's a dollar stock, so any profits are going to have to come from some good size on that one. Let's just review the ES quickly before we send it back to Prad. We were looking for that 41.25 break of the ES. Now it's basically flat topping and looks like it's going to be heading back down. I'm not interested in taking any sort of longs on the ES unless it breaks that 41.25 and sustains its upward movement. But this may be an interesting level if you're short bias here to initiate a new short, so essentially shorting the pops. Our low of day currently is 41.06. So you got 10 points. We're at 41.16. So 10 points is pretty good on the ES, but we'll continue to watch that. Pratt.
Yeah, I'm just watching my position that I just now punched into. GOLD getting pushed down to the downside. So let's go GOLD. I think this is Barrick Gold, the Toronto company, right? Gold?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Toronto company. Maybe I should have just punched it on TSX side. Actually, no. The fees on TSX are a little bit yucky, so I'm better off doing it over here. And OLB, I know you were talking about OLB, so I punched into an OLB long.
We're gonna take some
taking
profit.
up the high day.
Yeah.
Where are you in at?
I'm at 40. I'm at 182. We're about to take
What?
out some profit. We just took some profit.
How is your
188.
price, my price the same?
I don't know because
That's
it was
crazy.
flirting with that area. We just took some at 188, guys. We just took a little bit out, a quarter out at 188. We're looking for that high day break, 194. Sorry to interrupt you, Brad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
We're watching the stock over here, getting ready to push to the north side, and Pat.NY hitting my stop. So we're gonna take that stop and forget about that position. Come back later on. But OLB is where the fun is right now to the north side as the market is continuing to hold off the bottoms. The market does not want to break that 4,100 level on the S&P 500, and then the NASDAQ looks like we're at 12770. That's the low a day if I was to guess just from a quick glance at my second screen. So OLB going, Odell Beckham, no, it's not. But OLB is going over here. TCOM also pushing the north side, finally breaking that 29 level. So let's take off some size on TCOM for ourselves, capitalize on some of those profits that we're getting on that position. And Activision, you might be wondering, Brad, why are you shorting Activision when you didn't want to short EA? And EA is way more liquid today. EA actually did what you were talking about earlier about that short playing out, and they gave you a $2, $3 move, Brad. Why are you not doing that? Well, once again, I have very good track record with Activision. You've seen me trade it in the past. And you guys were asking me, Brad, what's your setup on Activision? It's very simple. You look for the resistances and supports, you load up at either of those levels, and you just trade them. With EA, though, the catalyst behind EA is still very fresh. That stock can move around way more than Activision can. My money in a range trade strategy is safer in Activision than it is in EA because of the volatility that stock has in it based off of the catalyst.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, we just took off another little piece. The first piece we took
You're taking off size?
Off OLB.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I took off a little bit.
The engines are just getting ready to get launched.
Yeah, you got more guts than I do. I'll tell you the truth because once I see those dollar signs, I start scalping. First out for us guys was $1.88. Second out was $1.93. We're waiting for that. I think we actually broke high of day, or we're just actually exactly at high of day.
Yeah.
So we're at 193. That's high of day. We're out 50%. We're definitely looking for that that $2 position to take out perhaps another 25%. It seems to be strong. It's getting everybody's attention because it is the leading gapper on the day. So anybody using the scanner is definitely looking at this one. Let's have a look here. Oops. At Nerve, yes. So we wanted to take a dip trade off Nerve. Sadly, we put our order in at $7.70. It may be going without us here, making a new, well, we'll see. It's still consolidating sideways at that $7.80 level, give or take a few pennies. So we're going to keep our order there at $7.70 for now. If it starts moving without us, we may look to take up the break of 8. With perhaps a profit target at that 817, 816 level, which is top wick a day. So those are that's our plan on that one. And recall, guys, we may average down. If this goes against us here at Nerve, we may take another dip trade at that 740 level. I see key area of support at that particular level. What's Square doing, Brad?
Who needs hot sauce when these trades are so fire, baby? We're about to break $2 on OLB. You want to see hot ones right here? This is hot ones right here. It's called Trader TV Live. Every single day is a hot one show. We're taking fire trades. We're taking fire positions. And only thing burning is the market at the moment, not us, not our profits. What's going on with Nerve?
Nerve, it's broke that 8. I didn't get it at 8, sadly. I was looking at the ES. Let's see if I can pick up a little share. You know what? I don't like chasing this. It's making me a little bit nervous, but since I have my order at 770 anyway, I'm going to go ahead and take that long. Let's see if we get filled here at 803. No, it's breaking down. Okay, so why don't we get filled there? No, we still didn't get filled. What's going on? Do we get partially filled? Let's go look over here. Yeah, we got a partial fill, and now we should have the full fill right at that 803 level, higher than I wanted. Now it's breaking down below us. We're gonna allow that $7.70 order to trigger. I do like that as a support level, and definitely didn't break it down. Sorry to go ahead with Brad. You were saying.
No, you're good, man. Just looking at the couple positions coming up over here. Dell apparently pushing down more. So if it's telling me that, it is telling me that I covered too early. Yikes. All good, all good. Still making profits, though. Still adding to the PNL over here, up on the day and not looking to give back any of those profits. OLB might just be something that'd be special right now. If we could get a $2 break on OLB, I think that's getting ready for some fun on that side. SMMT stopped me out and is now running. Are you kidding me? I gave it a good 5-cent risk to the low of that candle. As soon as they saw the EdgeX order, they stopped me out. 100% bet you on that. And now they are running to the high of day. Let's see, obviously, if the stock can take out the yesterday's high around $1.30, at which point we might be seeing some more trades. WSM popping up right now. What is WSM? Williams-Sonoma. Okay, Williams-Sonoma's popping up on the scanner. Looks like it's trying to take out this daily support level at 158. A little bit of a spread on it. The volume is up 400,000 shares, which is a relative volume of 1. 1 is not bad, but we would like to see a lot more than 1 on the relative volume side. But, 1 is decent enough. Here comes Williams-Sonoma to the downside, breaking 158, which was, previous support, and now should break and go to the downside and turn into resistance. We could expect a move down to 150 on the stock. So I would like to get some size on this position. Let's see if we can do so, but I don't think we'll catch a fill here. Yep, I don't think we'll catch a fill because this stock's just going to run away from us. I should have just punched the 90s. I was being too hesitant. And too scared in case it would pop back up above 158. But Williams-Sonoma clearly pushing to the downside right now. After breaking said support, we can see maybe the low of yesterday at 153 coming into play at some point, maybe next week actually. Google knows no bounds today. Google knows no bounds. Yeah, odd enough, those large cap stocks don't actually show up as winners on the scanner over here. But when they do, that's something significant. Apple and Google never really have won these scanners competitions before, but today Google has apparently won 7 times already. I'm guessing part of that was in pre-market, and I tried to get short. Here's my order still sitting there waiting at 113.50. Looks like we're not gonna get that fill, so I'm actually going to remove that order. No point in having that order sitting there anymore because the stock is for sure not going up there anymore for giving me that fill.
Yeah, so while Brad was analyzing Google, we took a little piece off on Nerve. Recall we got in at that 802 level. We took off a little piece at that 817 level, and we got another piece ready to be taken out at that 825 level. So we're definitely watching that. It's quite volatile, and for an $8 stock, the spread opens up a little bit. That might have something to do with the time period's liquidity being that it is lunchtime and all, or almost lunchtime. So we're definitely keeping our eye on Nerve. Accidentally, we got out of all our position on OLB, thinking that I had more shares than I actually took. I scalped out, and then I'm basically out 100%. But now it's pulling back a little bit. Nice little win there, not too great.
Real quick, sorry.
Go for it.
25.84 on Upstart has to 269 lots on there, and if you look up on the chart, it seems to be having some issues to burst through that level. So for anyone who has upstart shorts, I'm not gonna pay for it. But for anyone who has upstart shorts, there's a good, okay, never mind. Oh, they're still there. There's a good risk to reward trade popping up at the moment. If you want to front run this order to the downside, let's see if they take out this level. This is actually pretty interesting. Do you clean out this level, or does it still hold as a barrier on this 5-minute candle? I know you see that level twice, but it's not actually twice, it's only once. That gateway is just duplicated 2 times for me on my order book. It's just somehow my order book set up. I could remove it, too much work. But here comes that retest of 84. They are taking some size off that 84, but notice how the tape dries out. Every time we go up to 84, the tape dries out, and now people actually took out that level. Look at that, 24,000 shares coming in on T gateway. What gateway is that? That's the NASDAQ Regional 552 gateway. Not even sure why they put these gateway, like, this makes it looks like a road, bro. Peel Regional Road number 2 or something. Like, what is this? It literally says NASDAQ Regional 552.
That's funny.
Never seen that before. I've never seen that one before. That one just reminds me of me driving in Brampton and listening to Google tell me my directions. Google's like, turn left on Airport, Peel Regional 52, Road 5, Road 7. Like, shut up, Google. Let me just drive.
Google talks a little too much sometimes. You notice that? Like,
That's
I
very
mean, I don't
true.
want that much talking.
I hit that
right?
mute on her every
There
time.
should be an option where you can put like more talking and less talking. Like, you know, there's some stuff that's pretty basic you don't really need guidance on. Guys, we're out of 75% of our nerve trade. We're in at 802. We scalped at first position 816, second position 822, third 829, and we're gonna take out our last position here, hopefully at that 839 level. So very profitable trade in with us. We actually have that dip trade that we need to remove off that 770 level. And I will not allow this to go even 1 penny below my buy order. So we're gonna enter a stop order here for $8.03 for the remaining portion. 80, and then we'll give this one 803, and then we'll give this one 802. That way, if it wicks quickly, we will still get triggered. So there, we got a stop in for our break-even point, and we have our profit taker at that 839 level. So really like this trade on nerve. We sized in nicely on this one. It is the second leading gapper behind OLB. OLB, by the way, pulling back into that 188 level. Still would have been above our buy at 182. But yeah, keep an eye on OLB. You got to size in heavily on this one to make money because it is a dollar stock. And, you know, well, they don't move all that much. So what do you got, Brad?
Man, that Williams-Sonoma trade is now actually pushed into 157. Looks like it worked out for anyone who took it. Congratulations. I wish I just punched that trade instead of being a little hesitant on it. Could have gotten $1 per share for risking about, 20 cents, but I was too hesitant to even risk 20 cents. So that's a little stupid of me to miss out on that trade. But OLB looks like it wants to push back towards $2. So let's see if we can break that $2 over here on OLB. Come on, OLB, break that 2. Give me that break of 2. Launch to the north side and start halting. That would be insane. That would be so much fun to be a part of right now. Already we had lots of fun today to begin the day without fail. And there is no real size on the $2 level, right? Yeah, I don't really see size on the $2 level. Do you see size on your platform over there?
Let me pull it up 1 second.
Yeah, so we're expecting this $2 level to break. What is the float for OLB? Float for OLB, 7 million shares.
Wow.
Short float 2. There we go, 2 breaking. And we have liftoff. Oh, Houston, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem.
It dipped below, yeah. Well, that's normal, man. I mean, that's funny.
We lifted off for a second and it's problems already.
You took some out, though. That was pretty good. You got top wick there.
I had an order out there.
Are
you have a problem over here, Houston.
Yeah.
I need to cover this trade sooner. I'm going to give it off to you for a second.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. We're looking at the futures again here. It's been making a consolidation in between that, I want to say, 410 and 420 level for the better part of the hour since basically 10:30. We're starting to break above that 50 EMA. You know, we'll see where it goes. We were looking at that 41.25 level for a possible reversal, but you know, I'm definitely no expert in the futures, and I'm just going to keep an eye on this one to see whether it does break that. Looks like we're closing in on that 425 or at 41.2475. So interesting level here on the future. Let's go back to our nerve trade. Yeah, we've got that profit taker at $8.39, currently trading at $8.27. So we're definitely waiting for a few more pennies before we're all out of the last quarter of our trade. Popped up to $8.34 there. Come on, let's go $8.39. Let's go, baby. Nope, still 10 cents away. We'll let that one work. It could pop up and trigger any second. Let's check OLB. What was Brad tripping about?
Okay, yeah, I'm out of that trade. That
trade
one rugged you after two.
So it clearly rejected off two. You either had a lot of profit taking or a lot of people initiating shorts at that $2 level. So
we'll probably go back for a second run past two and break it.
Might be an interesting entry at that VWAP level, $1.78. Don't give it any more than that. There are these two peaks as well for possible support at that $1.78 level. Might be an interesting entry. Maybe give it to that $1.70, a few pennies there before you exit. No, you're wrong. Checking back with our nerve trade here. No, starting to break down into the teens at $8.15 level. Got rejected. I believe top wick here was $8.35. We've got that stop. We're not going to let it go anything against us. We got that stop at $8.03. And if we're wrong on that, we've taken 75% of the trade out and only 25% of the trade left.
USA apparently moving to the north side, but I just punched into a long on CHG. CHG popping up. Let's see if CHG can take out the high day over here. A little bit of a replication of OLB, but, you know, OLB, those rugs got pulled real quick. I guess not rug pull, but, you know, selling pressure came in hard in front of $2. The $2 breaking, no buying coming in, and just sell, bringing it all the way back to my average price. So I got out before that happened for a profitable trade. So thank you for that at the end of the day still. But we would have liked it to break $2, launch to the north side, start halting all the way up there, and you know, give us some entertainment, some excitement on that side. Affirm is now pushing back to the downside after being in that trade a little while. Activision also looks like it's going to start pushing back down over here. 9 cents, 10 cents in the money on Activision. Let's actually go check out what the stock is looking like. It is at VWAP. We'll probably cover this trade around the 100 period EMA or in this low of the day range in front of 79. I hear the lunch bell going off. So it looks like we have lunch coming. Obviously, our lunch is going to be at 2:30, I believe.
Oh, that's right. I gotta come back for that because I'm on till 1, and then I'm gonna try to
work out.
No, I probably won't have time. Get my hair cut, and then I'll come back and get my mouth lit on fire. So very excited for that. Wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I actually have a doctor's appointment at 2:30, man. So I might be.
He's chickening out. The chat needs to light this guy up right now.
Listen, get 3,000 likes and I will cancel my doctor's appointment. How about that, right? Get 3,000 likes, I'll cancel my doctor's appointment.
That's funny.
But if you don't do that for me, then you know, then the doctor's calling me. Look, a doctor. You got to go to the doctor, right? You got to get your health checked up. So I got to go do that.
You may need to go to the doctor after this.
We all might need to go to the doctor after this. This guy said what? Fentanyl something? What was the hot sauce?
What was it called?
What was it?
One of them sounded like fentanyl.
Fentanyl, man. It might as well be because if we're eating hot sauce, we're about to end up in the hospital at this point.
That's funny.
That's exactly what it sounded like. What is the hot sauce?
Come on. Okay, so Nerve approaching that $8.39 level again. It keeps rejecting. I don't. Is there a hidden buyer here? What's going on? 8.35 is top wick there. We really want to get that 8.39 print, but we're gonna wait for. We're gonna be patient. I see the chat lighting up with FTCH. It's a New York stock, guys. FTCH. It's up 30% on the day. $2.85
Holy
since
moly!
open. What's up, Brad?
Bro, these Scoville units are nuts.
What?
The Scoville units?
I don't know what that is.
I think on the hot ones, the last one, the bomb is 1 million, right?
Neil is trying to make it sound like it's not that bad. Something tells me that it's going to be worse.
The hottest one on the show is 1 million. The one we're going to try is 500,000.
Are these like a standardized unit of measurement?
Yes, for spices.
2,500. What did
That's
he?
250,000.
What does that stand for?
Scoville units. It's basically.
How do you know that?
0 is how spicy sugar is,
Okay.
and then count it off of that.
And anything
I
off
think that's
that.
how it goes, right?
So this is a quarter milli?
Sir? 1,000 is sriracha, 0 is sugar.
Okay, I can handle sriracha, no problem, but this is 250,000
Yeah.
and sriracha's 1,000?
Yeah.
I'm not doing this,
Good-
man. This is
good
gonna kill me.
luck.
This is
Good
gonna kill
luck.
me. All right, guys, we're out of our nerve trade. It broke through, it hit. We got top wick there at $8.39. Very successful trade for us. Definitely didn't want to chase this one. Took it off that $8 level. It went against us a few pennies before it started rocketing to the upside, and it's continuing to make new highs right into that 841 level. Very happy with this trade. Took out 4 pieces, quarter
Everything will
each,
be
baby.
fine, he says. Yeah, right, bro.
The production team is telling us everything is going to be fine. Something tells me I'm not going to be fine by the end of today. And I'm supposed to have a drink after work today. Prad, what do you got? What's LDU doing?
My stomach's burning already just from reading that, man. Like, you guys are insane.
Yeah, Superman dude says 250K. Oh my God, you're all going to die. Yeah, that's how I feel right now, dude. I'm not going to lie to you. And, yes. Really? Neil
but like,
is
how
like
many days-
made of gold or something. Neil just said that he had half a dozen of 500,000 whatever Schofield units, and he handled it. So you know what? If I can't handle this, it's gonna make me feel like less of a man. Yeah, he said he survived. I don't know if he handled it. He survived. Yeah. How were they though? How long did the pain last for? I guess that's the question I want to know. The pain lasted for 24 hours.
I washed my hands 5 times. 4 hours later at another bar, I did this. I was happening. I washed my hands 5 times.
Wow. Oh man. Oh my God. Okay, I'm really worried now, guys. Guys, get that like count up. You know what we're doing for you here? We're gonna be burning for a while. This has got to be worth something to you. Come on, hit the like button. Let's get that like count up. Before we send it off to Prad, I just want to mention FTCH making a nice move. It's above VWAP into that $12.35 level where we got top wick. Oh, Brendan.
Yeah, that's what's happening later, obviously at 2:30. But let's go to happening now at big screen with Brendo.
I don't even know.
Hey guys, yeah, 12 o'clock. Let's have a look at where we are at heading into lunch hour here. It is the NASDAQ leading the way to the downside right now, 2.7, 2.61 there for the 100. And the composite, 2.3 meanwhile for the Russell 2000, under pressure once again today. Almost 2% here for the Russell 1000 as well. The S&P just right now getting down to about 2.10. The Dow 1.75. Yeah, one of those kind of days. It's very, very red. Couple of things from the watch list. If you joined us this morning in the pre-market, we were talking about Gap. Speaking of things getting to day lows here, Gap about to make a day low, trying to get through that support from the past couple of days. Anyways, this one as well. DoorDash on a security or potential security breach note on the watch list this morning. 65.5 was the top there. We're about to make a day low here as well. But hey, unfortunately, there's not much that isn't about to make a day low. Prad, back over to you.
Yep, can't wait for gold over here to make a new day's low and probably extend a little bit more. Give me some profits on that side. But you see the market, S&P 500 pushing back down, NASDAQ pushing back down, UVXY making a new high, market completely staying negative on the day. We know this was going to happen, right? The consumer spending went lower because the inflation stayed at a 4-decade high, and the Fed, the Fed are looking to do anything in their power to tame this beast called inflation, right? So they got to do everything in their power to do that, and now all we can do is just wait patiently for every single rate hike. I know there's one hike in September 13th, was it? 21st, September 21st is the next rate hike. They could hike it up anywhere between this to there from now to then, but generally we're expecting that to happen on the 21st of September. You know, if for anyone who's hung out over here enough, you know exactly how those moves are. We'll be watching those moves for you around 2 o'clock to see which way the stocks are going to and so on. I'm actually pretty surprised that my brain didn't click over to GOLD or TLT or something when that 10 o'clock move happened. That move was so free. And so, look, free money is very rare. It's almost non-existent in this market.
Oh God, yeah.
But then you have those certain days, certain events, certain catalysts that do offer you that free money. And I believe this 10 o'clock day was one of them.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one will be September 21st at 2 o'clock when FOMC happens. So events like those, you do not want to miss. It is very much possible that events like those will be an absolute nothing burger.
Yeah.
But it's better for you to sit there and watch that nothing burger play out than you not being there and watching moves like this play out and absolutely beating yourself up for the opportunity cost later on.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It was a really interesting day. What's that number that they use for
Consumer spending
Yeah,
number?
yeah. See, what
that
is-
went down.
so that went down month over month, which was good.
Look at OLB right now.
OLB. It's crashing. Well, it's touching VWAP. I mean, it's in and around that
Nah, the stock's
176. Okay. So yeah, that consumer spending number, I believe that's what the Fed likes to use for inflation. They kind of look at CPI as a bit, outdated, and that's kind of the figure that they like to use. So that was interesting. I remember right at 8:30 we saw a huge spike on the futures. Let's pull up the futures here and chat a little bit about this. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna have to switch this. Let me bring in my futures chart from over here because that'll make things a little bit quicker. So if we move back to that 8:30. Yeah, so it would be 9:30 on here, wouldn't it be? Hold on, let me figure this out. So Chicago time, yeah, here it is. So it's 7:30. Yeah, Sean, sorry about that. So this is the move right up at that release, pulled back a little bit, then you have a sustained move upward. And I guess the market, was kind of undecided at that point since Papa Powell was coming on the mic in an hour from that time, sold off, and then boom. As soon as he started speaking and, it sold off, went back up, sold off again. I don't even really know what he said that was that bad. But, we'll have to review that and see the details on that one. But going back to our FTCH, we're not in it at the moment, but we're looking to get in it. Seems strong, kind of the same kind of pattern as NERV, although NERV is continuing to make top high of day, while on FTCH, I believe, let me just double check my scanner, but I believe it is at 1290. How come it's not popping up? FTCH. High of day on FTCH, guys, is 12. What? Why isn't it showing me high of day? Bizarre. There we go. It is 1290, yes. So 1290 on high day on FTCH. Having a hard time reading levels on this one. It is probably best suited for a dip trade, perhaps off that 50 EMA. I see a little bit of support here at that $12.30 level. There's been a good run up for it, but I'm not really sure if this is a right time to enter. And I don't know if I want to take a breakout trade here either. Being that it is a lunchtime hour and probably not that much volume will support that break. Brad has his head on his keyboard. We'll send it to Brad, see what's up with SWM,
I'm
WSM.
just crying, dude. My trades, it was like, why am I so hesitant for some prices when I can just take the price that they're giving me with such a good price? I could have had 158. Instead, I was like, no, I don't want to give it 20 cents of risk.
You haven't taken anything out there?
I didn't even punch in.
You didn't even
I didn't
punch
even
in?
punch
I was
in. Now I'm just watching it move and I'm crying. So obviously Williams-Sonoma moving a little bit more. Looks like that 153 might just come into play. I could still punch in over here if I wanted to. But what is stopping me? Let's actually look for some variables over here. What is?
NERV.
Go for it.
You got to cover that. No, go for it. It's
You got
flying.
to
It's
take profits, you mean.
breaking through 9, man. Oh my God. Okay, guys. NERV is literally flying. We just wicked above 9, right through to that 902. We made top wick. That was a big boy move right from that 825 level, and it didn't look back. That is monstrous. Look at that. That's becoming a halt candidate.
We're
here.
longing it.
Yeah. Prad's long. I'm going to stay out of this one. I made my money on it.
Come
I
on,
don't want to
baby.
get back. 920, guys. We're moving into 920. Cover it.
Come on, baby, let's send this. The OLB didn't send it for us, but this one will. We're looking for this opportunity over here. I'm like into my screen at the moment. This is my gaming stance. This is how close I get into my monitor when I'm playing Valorant or Tarkov. And that was actually a super chat about Tarkov, a $2 super chat from Champ. What happened to Tarkov? He said, look, that game got a little boring and stale, so I moved on from it. Now I'm back to my boring game phase where I have a movie running on the side and I watch and I play Hearthstone or StarCraft. Not that StarCraft's boring, but look at NERV, baby. NERV, come on. Don't make me nervous. Keep sending to the north side. Where am I long? I'm long at $8.99. So I can wait until the stock really breaks back below $9 for me to be complaining about the stock sucking too. But here we are, currently 15 cents in the money. A little bit of a barriers coming in. I mean, look at the daily, right? Look at this day's high. This day's high was on August 24th. The high was $8.50. So if we're going to clear 840 like that, I wish you told me this earlier, right? The stock was at this day's high, because then I could have taken that breakout of 840, 850, and now we would have already been taking profits at $9, which is what people are doing. This is what people long from here are expecting for that breakout of that level and are now taking. Look at the profit taking coming in. You might even see some shorts loading up over here. But the fact that we're still above $9 is a very good thing for the longs. Let's see how much longer we're staying at 9, and look at all those yellows coming in. Yellows means that people are being aggressive on their fills. They are not happy with where they're getting their fills at the moment, so they're just being aggressive about it, and they're punching above the ask and sending the price higher. That's what you want to see when you're long. Look at this, baby. Greens and yellows. Ooh. Let me see them greens and yellows. Come on. No blues and reds, please.
A lot of size at 9, guys. Looks like a lot of people are interested in that dip trade right at 9. Here. So yeah, keep an eye out for that 9 level if you're looking for how to get in. If you don't want to chase it, perhaps maybe take a bounce off 9, 901, in case it doesn't touch 9. I'm going to stay out of this one for now. I may enter it if it pulls back a little bit. Boom! Now we're closing in on that 940 level. We made top wick at 936 there. So a lot of strength left in this one. And this is probably going to be the leading gapper. It is now the leading gapper on the day, up 43%. And looking for more, So we're definitely keep an eye on that one. I don't know personally. I'm not going to enter it here. I don't like chasing stocks like this. I'd like to have a dip, perhaps off 9. And we'll continue to watch that one. FTCH doing nothing, guys. It's probably all the people they got their eyes on NERV at the moment, and OLB in and around VWAP. So I'm going to continue to look for some other plays while Prad nurses his gold and NERV trade.
Yeah, I'm just covering some profits, throwing out some stops, doing everything that needs to be done for the management side. So yeah, NERV now 24 cents in the money. Look, we didn't come to 9 to not break 9, right? So we broke 9 finally. And now we didn't break 9 to go back under 9 and look bad, right? We're not OLB. We're NERV. That's right. We're NERV. We're not OLB. We're not going to trap people like that. But look at some barriers are coming in for this position. So be ready. Looks like we did push up to $9.40. Let me go confirm that real quick if that happened. NERV. Yeah, we did push to $9.40. That's going to be a new level for the stock to play around it. I think we're going to see $10 coming in today, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that. I really believe we're going to see $10 coming into play today, especially with a move like this in the stock. The NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 pushed down to the lows of days, and they did crack the lower day slightly, but still managing to show us some green candles on the 5-minute charts for both of them. So let's see if the market moving back up north can help NERV to also push towards that area that I was talking about earlier with that $10 level.
So we're closing in at that $9 level, guys. The ask, the bid is touching 903 or so. So we're thinking maybe we'll take a really small long here. We'll take it right at that 903, 904 level, and we'll give it to like 898. Well, it looks like it's going to go without me. I've been talking too much.
I would give it to 850.
850?
Yeah.
I don't want to give it to
That's
850.
the August 24th high, so at least up to 850.
Well, you got support here at 840, definitely, because
Fair.
that's a breakout
Yeah,
point, right?
yeah.
But I don't know. I don't want to give back any of my
Yeah,
profits
I don't
on this.
like
but-
doing that either.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I wish I had taken that 903 break. Now we're in that mid 920s. I should probably just be more focusing on trading here. Let me add my order in case of bounce. Like, you know what? I don't like when it goes to that 903 level, pops back up, it gives you about 20 cents. You could have taken it out. Then it goes back to that $9 level. I feel like it's going to break at that point. You know, how many times is it going to touch 9 before it breaks? And so that's been my experience. Anytime that I've missed the first entry on the dip and I take it on the second attempt, it tends to break through that whole level and I end up in the negative. So I may not take this one. I'm going to continue to watch it. It's definitely the leading gapper, and it's definitely on my radar. Except maybe for Fitch and OLB, and continuing to watch the futures here as they move sideways. But yeah, let's put it in. Let's put it in. We're going to go with half the shares that we typically take, and we're going to put it in at 904. And you know what? We're not going to let this go more than 895. If it breaks through 895, we're going to hit our flatten key, and we're going to be out. What's SJ doing, Brad?
It's just popping up on the scanner. Not even sure what this is. Science Joy Holding Corporation. It has a China flag right next to the name, so I'm expecting it to be a Chinese stock, obviously. With a relative volume of 1.34 and a volume of only 400,000, so nothing really going on for SJ. But STBX, if you guys remember that IPO from not too long ago, I believe 2 days ago, is also popping up, but to the downside as we are breaking levels over here. I think if I remember correctly, the stock was supposed to IPO at a $4 or something. So we're not far from that $4 level now for STBX, with 4 million shares traded on the day, getting destroyed all the way to the back to the downside. Damn, who's the new hottie, says F. Colin. I'm guessing you're talking about almost called you Fahad over there, I don't know why. But I'm guessing you're talking about Sharif. Yeah, Sharif, I have a question.
Yo.
What is your background?
Oh, I'm Egyptian. I'm
Egyptian?
Egyptian Christian, though.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is like a bit of a cultural difference, and that's why I mentioned that.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. You're allowed to, be Christian and Egyptian.
Oh, no,
they're completely different things.
They are.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a different culture, but I just pointed out because a lot of people they think that if you're from the Middle East, you're one way, and it's kind of something I've been dealing with my entire life. But I just like to point that out. Yeah, Egyptian background, and wholeheartedly Egyptian.
Are you into like all those Egyptian mythology and everything,
Yeah.
like the symbols and all that?
Yeah.
There was a time period where I got deep into like the Eye of Horus and all that. I was like,
I love that kind of stuff.
those are some cool symbols over there in the Egyptian culture, man.
I watch a lot I kind of stuff on
The alien stuff.
It's not from aliens, man. We built those pyramids, okay?
Yeah.
I hate when people think aliens built the pyramids. There is documented evidence of workers. Hold on, what's Neil saying something?
Anunnaki, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I never really looked into it because I kind of never believed it. There is documented, like very well documented evidence about the workers.
About aliens doing it?
No, about the workers in the pyramids because they would have like fractures and then they would be nursed back to health.
By aliens?
No, by humans.
By aliens
If
in
it
their
was
UFOs.
aliens, it wouldn't be like nursing back to health. You just make more humans, right? Whatever.
That's too much work, man.
Here we go.
That takes 9
we're gonna
months.
we're gonna try to focus back on trading here. We're back right down to that $9 level. It touched it. We actually didn't get filled. Sadly, our order is at that 904, and bottom wick there at 905. I'm kind of a little worried here that we're gonna break through that 9 level, and then we're gonna lose some of our profits on this one. I'm not really 100% sure. I hate taking these like second and third dip trades. I'd like that initial dip trade and then go up for about 30, 40 cents.
Yeah.
But, this is definitely one that I'm a little nervous about. Brad, how are you seeing this?
The fact that we're still above 9 is a W in my book.
Okay.
Right? That's a dub in my book. But I like the fact that you're mentioning the point to people. The more times it tests a certain level and it starts taking out the size off that level, the more chance it has to break said level,
Absolutely.
right? So if it keeps on doing that, there's a chance it breaks 9. I have my stop already sent out there on the break of 9 to get out. Actually, my stop is a little too far out there. Let me actually remake the stop. Bang, bang, bang. And now it's on the break of 9 to the downside. If it breaks 9 even by 1 penny, I'm out out of that trade. I don't want to give back any of the money that I've already made. I scalped out the good 20-cent range on it already. The rest of it will just be bonus, right? Bonus. It's fun coupons. If they offer it to me, great. If not, that's fine. That's fine. Because we're making those fun coupons elsewhere right now, such as Activision and Gold. But Affirm is out of the money at the moment, sadly. Affirm slightly out of the money. Apparently, Coinbase is coming up on the scanner over here. I had that short right here on Coinbase, man. And look at that. It pulls back right to my entry and is looking to be weak again for Coinbase. Let's actually head over to cryptocurrencies. We haven't done that today. How are cryptocurrencies doing? Looks like they're looking to rob me from my money again. That's what cryptocurrencies are doing. So back under 21K for Bitcoin. Ethereum also struggling with the 6% move to the downside today. Apparently, Andrew Tate was banned from using Solana. I don't know if that was a meme or a real thing. He's been banned from like Facebook.
Yeah,
and
I knew
Instagram
that.
recently,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But apparently, I don't know if that's a meme, but apparently he's banned from using Solana. If that's true, that's hilarious.
Isn't it anonymous? Don't you use those
is.
things? So then how are they banning it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's just a meme floating around
Right,
on the
yeah,
internet over there. And the Cardano, Dogecoin, Shiba, all also in the red zones today. Cryptocurrencies bleeding, boy, bleeding sadly. And down goes with it is Coinbase.
Yeah, it's been tough for crypto lately, and it's been hovering around that same level. We broke down to 17, I believe, back in the crash in June, and now, you figure it would return to kind of like the NASDAQ levels. Now we almost touched highs on the big tech stocks like Apple and Microsoft and whatever. But, crypto has not made its move back, and there's probably a whole bunch of reasons for that. I mean, I think there definitely needs to be regulation. The SEC or whatever governing body in the States, they're going to have regulate crypto, because I feel like big money is going to continue to stay on the sidelines until they see some regulation in there so that they can justify it to their investors. They're saying a lot of these pension funds, these hedge funds, these sovereign wealth funds, they're not putting the same type of money that they are into the market as into crypto. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And I know that a lot of bills have been proposed both by the Democrats and the Republicans down south in the States. Nothing has panned out so far. So just definitely interesting. And I know that for a fact that once regulation comes in, you're going to see a huge pop. Whether it's sustained or not, that'll be the question. But the blockchain is not going anywhere. There's 21 million Bitcoin on the market. I don't think there'll be any more. Can there be any more than 21 billion? Cannot be any more than 21 million Bitcoin.
For now.
For now, okay. All right, well,
now.
for now.
The code can always be changed.
Yeah. Well, here it is, guys. So, do with what you want with that information. The idea is to have a finite amount, and definitely so it can act as an inflationary hedge, which it has not so far, sadly.
Yeah, that is true. We're still waiting to see how it will play out as an inflation hedge conversation. That's actually I haven't heard of that in a while.
Yeah, because it doesn't act like one. No.
Yeah, because it hasn't worked out. That's hilarious. Wayfair, I believe that's the ticker that's popping up over here. W. Yeah, W is Wayfair, right? Let me see.
Wayfair, you got just what I need.
Is that how the thing goes? I've never heard that before. Okay.
Sorry about that, but
no,
I just got it in my head, man.
I just never.
Oh.
Tesla broke apparently, so you want to check out Tesla?
No, go ahead.
I'm watching Wayfair over here heading to the downside, but let's head over to real quick. TSLA, Tesla apparently breaking. Let's go see what are you breaking. The lower day, that is. Ooh. The lower day break on TSLA. Now a $200 stock, but still doing stuff that it used to do, and it used to be a $1,000 stock. How low can we go over here for Tesla is the question. I've been known to throw out amazing levels like Google 100 and Amazon 100 that will never break. Never break. Maybe I'll throw a level out there for Tesla. I need to think about some random level that
200.
No, I think 200.
That's 100
200 might break, dude.
Yeah?
200 might break.
All right.
There's a lot of shorts over there. There's still a lot of long. There's so much going on in Tesla that I think 200 is a possible.
What do you feel?
test.
How do you feel about this split?
I have no opinions about it.
No,
I'm not invested in it. I don't care.
I know. I just feel like it's kind of not timed well, and I don't really see the point. I mean, you know, it ran up from, what was it split? What was it split last time?
$1,000 or something?
No, I was like 400, and then it ran up
the
to
pre-split.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah. So I mean, it just keeps continuing to run up, and it's such an overpriced. What's the PE on this now? 100? What is it? It's 100, right? On Tesla, it's like the most outrageous PE, and it just gets worse because the stock keeps getting cheaper. Hold on, TSLA, the PE, where are we at here? Sorry, guys. Give me
85.54.
Okay. That's probably not. No, that's yeah. Okay, so that's weird. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it's probably. Last time I checked, I remember it was around 100. So it's such a wild PE. And yet, yes, I do know that they're doing everything that everybody is not, and people are investing in Elon Musk as opposed to maybe the cars and SpaceX. But you know, SpaceX needs to be its own thing, right? And a lot of people they kind of invest in Tesla for that solar component, for the cars, etc. To me, it's just, you know, the haters keep getting blown out, but it still doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, Prad.
Yeah, Billy Goat's getting blown out, man, and I love it. Look, I'm gonna pick Elon every day over Billy Goats.
I agree with
all right?
you.
Period. Billy Goats might be a goat, but I'm gonna always pick Elon over Billy Goats.
Who's Billy Goat?
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. Oh,
Billy Goats.
I'm not boys with Bill Gates.
Yeah. I'm boys with. I'm not boys with Elon.
You know what I mean by that.
Yeah, but me and Billy Goats don't get along like that. You know, Elon and I get along, but me and Billy, not Billy. Super chat coming in from Nania Biz. Okay, cool name. Nania Biz. My account is up 0.25%, and then the market is getting killed. Been watching you guys for 2 weeks and have not had a down day yet. Thank you guys, rock. I appreciate that, man. Let's go. Like we say all the time. Like we always do. With this time. I rock for my. Anyways.
Love Kanye.
Hey, you know it. Like we always say it though, right? We appreciate all of these nice words over here. We're here to entertain and to educate, to show you how we trade, different methodologies, different setups, different ideas, and all of that maybe one day will help you create your own theory, your own setup. And a lot of people saying love the hoodie, appreciate it, appreciate it a lot. Lehman Brothers hoodie, so I do love it.
That's jokes. They're defunct now, right? I'm not crazy, right?
You want to read this message out real quick?
Sure,
read the last two messages real quick.
How are you? I am worried, G, about if you are eating well. In the telecast, you have lost a lot of weight. I'm coming in September 1st. Who do you think that is?
Yeah. Mom, I'm fine. I'm fine, okay? I'm working right now. Stop messaging me. I'm coming September 1st. Yeah, I already know that. I got to clean up the house now. I have
New
4
highs
days
on
to
nerve.
clean up the house. New highs on nerve after stopping me out. You're joking! You're joking! What? I guess I should have not had that stop at the break-even level. It stopped me out, and now we're pushing to the high side on NERV. 940 coming into play. I did say I'm expecting $10 today. Maybe we see that $10 coming in.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that 10.
Right?
It's powerful. If it's powerful now, I'm not saying it's going to continue to be powerful, but especially when the volume comes in. And there's plenty of volume, guys. Look at down here at the charts. Let me see if I can, I'll do it after. I want to thicken up these bars a little bit so you can see them better on the screen. But the volume is definitely higher than it was in the main hour. Yeah, we just touched 960 there, top wick. I believe 961 maybe. No, 960. We got top wick there. Kind of feel a little silly for canceling my 904 bid there. It was going, I just didn't want to give back any profits. I'll tell you the truth. So, that's kind of, that's an issue that I have. That doesn't mean it's right. Maybe we'll take a dip trade off that 920 level if it gets back there. I just don't want to chase it. I feel like chasing it at this point is, it's just an absolute gamble. I see a lot of size. I see huge size coming up on that 950 on the tape. We got over 12,000 shares. We're well over that. Maybe 15,000, 16,000 shares there. So the 950 is definitely a level. I know it wicked above that, but that could be new shorts initiating a new position at that point, Brad.
Yeah, CGC popping up for some reason on the weak side. I mean, it's already down 8% on the day. It tried to take out the lower day, didn't succeed doing so, and now let's see if it can maybe break the lower day later on. I see a little bit of a camera testing over there coming on the big screen. Lots of I guess they're getting prepared to burn my intestines later on, right? That's exactly what's going on over there. Sean, correct FTCH. Is fixing to $20. Hope so. Jose Mercado with the $20 super chat. Yeah, I actually had that long on that stock today. Was a lot of fun trading. I'll show you something that I did last night, and that's the type of prep that I do every night at 1 a.m. in the morning because I can't sleep. Right? I can't fall asleep at all. I don't know why, man. But so I was doing this review. I was posting it in our work chats too. This right here is the after hours move for FTCH, and if you pull up the daily chart, you'll see that the stock has already popped up to one of these highs from 12th of August in the after hours, and then find somewhat barriers around those levels of 1140. If we're going to open up above all of this sideways channeling that we did for about 2-3 weeks because of an earnings report and open up higher over here, clearly the right direction is to the long side. The catalyst is telling you it's the long side. So I took that breakout of 1140, 1145. I think the first time I did it, I actually paid the price for it. I took the $12 breakout. I paid the price for it because it breaks and it comes back in, and then it comes to that price I was talking about earlier, that 1140, 1150 area, which is where I got back in for my long, and then I took my profits around 1250, and then getting stopped out for my last few bits of shares, where my first original long was around $12. So pretty successful trade for me, but $20 is quite a bit away for this stock. I think we're gonna have to wait, a good 2-3 weeks for $20 to come into play. But I do think we have that move to $17, $18. This yellow line you're watching on my chart here is the 200 period EMA. So I think we have a good move to $17.75, $18, and then maybe later on to that $20 range. So we got a lot of time for this to play out.
Yeah, I like Fitch going into the afternoon because it did have a nice little bounce off VWAP there. You could let's bring in the chart so you guys can follow along. FTCH, it's a New York stock, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So here's FTCH. Since we had a little tiny dip below VWAP here going into the slow period between 11 and 11:30. Popped up above it, made top wick at 12:45, and then beautiful balance. If you had taken that VWAP buy right as a dip trade right at that 206, 205 level, maybe even 207, you're well 20 cents in the money now, even more. And perhaps if you wanted to take another long, you could either set up another dip trade in and around that level, or look for the break of this peak right here. I'd say about that 1245, and then look for top wick here at that 1290 level. So those are all a couple of options that how you could play this. I'm definitely going to maintain, definitely going to keep my eye out on this one going into the afternoon. It's definitely strong, and it's definitely one of the leading gappers on the day. It's getting a lot of people's attention. Let's look at Nerve. I finally decided that I need to get back into Nerve after the aggressive move it just made into that $9.60 level. I've got a dip trade set up here at $9.19. I think that might be a bad idea. Maybe $9.21 is better. A lot of people could have dip buys above that 920 level. It's a decent level to take it off. There is some consolidation around that level here, and I may average down at 9, and then if it breaks below that $8.84 level, I'll be out. So that'll make a new low from this trough right here, and so that will tell me, I'm wrong for the time being. So I'll continue to watch that. We're interested definitely in getting back into this. It's super strong, and I feel like it's only going to get stronger going into the power hour area when the volume starts coming in. What's Shop doing?
How does this happen? 3 days in a row, I've traded 21 stocks and only 9 negative.
Wow.
3 days in a row, the exact same number.
That's a high hit rate.
That's jokes. That's actually ridiculous.
Good for
not
you,
a single
man.
day has
Good
it gone like 22 stocks or 19 stocks. 21 stocks, 9 losses.
21
That's
savage.
crazy. It's like 21 savage.
No,
21 Pradage, baby. Let's go.
Prad traded the entire market yesterday, guys. If you guys saw his blotter, it was like, hey, thick, you know. So Prad's definitely on one. He's having a great week, and kudos to him. Let's send it up to Brendan at the big board.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, apologize
They're still playing with the things over there.
Okay, well,
but now
Nerve
I think
is
we're
continuing to make a new high. It's pushing into that 960 level. So and I don't want to take it for a breakout here. It's just, there we go, more new highs. 964 just touched. What are we gonna do with this one?
What do you do?
What are we gonna do with this one?
Yeah, you just gotta let it go, man. Just
Yeah,
let it
I really
go.
wish I got that
Let it
dip trade.
go.
You ready?
Yeah, let's send it to Brenda over here at the big screen.
I got you a quick update for you on a very red board this afternoon, 2.3 right now. Overall for the S&P 500, the entire thing in negative territory. There are a handful of positive movers right now in the healthcare group. MOH coming off an earnings report. That's EA down there. Still, it's worth noting, still holding on to a 4.3% gain on that Amazon news this morning, dragging Take-Two, TTWO along with it. That's about it. Everything else very much to the downside. Unfortunately, banks, industrial stocks, tech, and consumer discretionary stocks. The entire thing here in negative territory. Not a single positive stock. So getting uglier by the minute, all coming off of Fed Chair Powell's comments this morning, guys. So wish I had better news. Unfortunately, it's a 2% kind of day. Back over to you.
Won't be in there Wednesday either, so you're set up for a nice Prad print. What does that even mean, bro? But let's go, baby. Market clearly trying to push back lower. New low a day coming in for this market. Struggle across the board. Where does the bottom come in?
We're touching 4,100 now, guys. Yeah. 4,100. We're on that border. 4,100 now. Are we going to break 4,100? There's going to probably be a little bit of support. Let's bring up the ES here if we can. MES. I screwed up. Let me just, I can bring this here. There we go. This is the ES, guys. Let's zoom in a little bit so you can get a better picture. Here's that 4,100 level. We haven't been down to 4,100. Let's see in how long. Let's switch this to the hour chart so we can get a better picture. We're still holding 4,100. Load. It's going to take a minute, guys. I apologize about this. Yeah, it looks like we just broke 4,100 into 40.99.5. Yeah, so definitely. Look at this. Look at these candles, these hour candles. My goodness, if you're trading off the hour chart here, you are caking. You're about what? 120 points in the money. You multiply that by 5 and see where you get. So let's zoom out a little bit.
What kind of cake, though?
We don't even have this. We don't even have a low around this area on the hour chart. I'm gonna have to switch to the daily. All right, let's see what the daily chart gives us in terms of levels, because now we had that 41.10, I remember we identified on the ES. Okay, so here we go. Now we got some levels. Okay, so, let's see here. What do we got? We got the next level here is 40.80, and that was on August 2nd. And then you're looking at 39.95, and that was back on July 28th. So we're definitely making new lows on that. So we'll keep definitely an eye on the ES. And if you're trading any big cap names here, you're probably well in the money, especially if you're at the downside. Let's bring it back to some small cap stuff here. Nerve is closing in on that $10 level. Something tells me it's going to blow through 10 here. Well, we're going to size down because if it rejects, we don't want to take too much of a hit. I want to take it in and around somewhere in the 80s here. If it can dip down to the 80s, I'll hit the buy button, holding that 89, 90. There we go. There we get the dip trade. Now we're looking for a bump back to test that $10 level. Hopefully the volume can support us here. Don't really have a plan. Perhaps maybe getting out at that 960 level. We're long at, where are we long? We're long at, where's our average? 983. So we're a couple of cents in the money. Prad, what do you think about Nerve going into the $10 level?
I don't even want to look at it.
Come on, Prad. Come on.
It's gonna. The nerve of the stock to stop me out and then go to 10.
Where'd you put your stop?
At $9.
Oh yeah, it broke like $8.87, something like that.
The nerve of the stock to do that,
Yeah,
right?
that's
But
so funny. No pun intended.
It's fine. We made the money. We managed the risk, and It happens. Sometimes it happens.
That's
what
the
can
way
you
it
do,
is.
right? No complaints. I mean, no, all the complaints, but that's fine. You just got to live with the complaints at this point. Market clearly pushing the downside a little bit.
Let's go,
but
baby.
NERV about to break 10. Did
There
you
we
punch
go.
back in?
I punched a little bit. I took a little bit out. It's going to fail now. Of course, it's going to fail. That's normal. Here we go. Here we go. Are we going to punch out of the rest of it? Let's go. Break that $10 level, that 10 level. Come on, back up. Let's go, baby. Oh, it's still holding around that 10. We're not going to let it go even 1 penny below our 982 entry. We're going to flatten out it right away. We're looking for that break of 10.10. And there we go. We're out. Nice trade. Very nice trade on that one. You know, that $10 level is always going to give you either a parabolic move up and then sometimes right back down, and then it'll continue back up. Now I'm going to regret getting out. It's going to go that 10.50 level. Watch. Brad's shaking his head. It's all good. Hey, man, you made money on it. What are you shaking your head? You made money. You're positive at the end of the day.
Yeah, but now I can't tweet the stock.
Why not?
Because I look like an idiot tweeting it.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
You
gotta-
captured the whole moon, you captured 20 cents. Like,
Well, if you took 5,000 shares, that 20 cents is, you know, whatever. It depends on your size.
they don't care
right?
about that.
Oh, they
care
should
about how
care.
pretty the chart looks.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? The Twitter sphere, the FinTwit spaces only care about how pretty your chart looks. They want to see you have the bottom wick and the top wick, and if you don't have that, you suck.
You
You're a
suck,
garbage trader. The Twitter people are wild, man. But did
That's
you hear
all
about
good.
the Twitter subpoena? The judge ordering Twitter to go through
yeah.
9,000 accounts?
Nice segue. Love that.
9,000
Yeah.
accounts?
So Elon Musk, as you guys know, has been pushing for more disclosure with respect to bot accounts. And Twitter has been countering, saying that it's irrelevant, that it has nothing to do with the deal, and that he's just trying to add, amendments into the deal later to kind of stifle it or to back out of it. The court sided with him to an extent, not fully. They're not giving him all that he wanted, but he definitely, it's going to make the case interesting. I believe the case is ready to go in a month, right?
I don't know about
The
that.
case, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be heard in Delaware or something like that, or Boston
Like
or
live
Delaware.
casted?
Delaware, right? Yeah, so it is Delaware. The trial is going to go ahead in Delaware, and it's going to be, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's a month or two that it's going to start, which is a really quick turnaround, guys. I mean, I know in the legal system in Canada, to get a civil trial to court, you're looking at a year or two, unless it's small claims, of course, that's a whole different matter. So definitely interesting how that one's going to play out, Pratt.
Yes, sir. Can't wait to see if Elon gets forced to go through with that deal, or does Twitter crumble and go to $0, which is very much a possibility if you ask me. GSAT right now popping up on the scanner. I think someone in the chat mentioned that GSAT had something with Apple news or something, so I'm trying to find that for you. Maybe Brendo can get that for us on GSAT over here. Look at that big volume spike. Anytime a stock, I like how you're trying so hard. Anytime a stock is is taking out the volume levels like this, higher volume level than the opening volume itself, that's going to be a news catalyst coming into play. So a news catalyst for GSAT, allowing it to head to the north side. Beyond Meat apparently popping up on the scanners also. Let's go check out what Beyond Meat's doing. Taking out the lower days is what Beyond Meat's doing. A big volume spike. Look at that. 25.56. I wish I saw that earlier. I would have taken that short at 25.56, which is somewhere over here, and then turned that 25.56 area into a resistance. So clearly the stock wants to head a little bit more lower to the downside. I'm expecting $22 coming into play on Beyond very soon, sometime next week or sometime in next month at least, as we are pretty close to the end of this month, sadly. Apple and Global Star rumored to announce satellite connectivity feature for iPhone 14 at the September 7th event. So that's what the news is for GSAT. Possible partnership rumors coming out from Apple and GSAT, allowing the stock to find that volume to get elevated to the north side, taking out yesterday's high and the day before that's high. Clearly, people knew about this move before the news or even the rumor dropped. That happens all the time, right? The insider trading stuff. So we're watching the stock find a little bit more of a for that catalyst now.
Yeah, the chat's lighting up with tickers of BBBY. Okay, we're going to bring BBY down for you here. Here's the chart. I'm not going to get into this. It's made a high of day today at what do we got? 1141, 1142. Currently, it made a big wick here, right up to that $11 and what is that? 13, 12, and now it's right back down to that 1075. So BBBY, I know they got that cash injection of 330 million or 300 million or whatever it was, but I think ever since Ryan Cohen pulled his hat out of this company, it's definitely lost a lot of the people that were following him. Some people follow him just like stalkers. Anything he does, they want to be a part of. So I'm going to stay out of BBBY. Definitely made a move. It's up 7% on the day, 72 cents since the open. I see a big head and shoulders pattern here, and then it sold off a little bit into that $10.10 area. It's making a move back up. Definitely get interesting if it makes new highs, anything above 1140. We're definitely going to have to keep this one on watch. And I always have it on the top of my screen here on my second top screen because I have, how you guys can go like this. You can switch them. So yeah, I'll keep my eye on that one for you as well. Let's see what FTCH is doing. Not much. Yes, continuing to bounce off that VWAP area. I think this stock might be done for the day. I think all the hype might be around Nerve, and the traders are definitely going to leave this one alone. But it is holding VWAP going into the afternoon. That's good. If it makes new highs going into 2 o'clock area, anything above that 250 level will get me interested.
Are you on for the whole slot today?
No, Tony is coming in 50 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tony will be on in a bit, so obviously you guys are gonna have more fun with another host on the show today. So in the meantime, while Sharif is here, let's have some fun. Let's have some put some tickers in there.
Yeah, guys.
Let's smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, smash all the bells and notification stuff that you can for us. Every single time you do that, it helps out with the YouTube algorithm and helps us grow our community. Right? We love seeing new people. We love seeing old people too in the chat. And by old, I'm not saying Neil. I mean recurring members.
They're the big kahunas. You don't refer to them as old. They're the big kahunas, bro.
Look, it's the only joke I have. It's the only joke I have against Neil and Sean over there. I can't make fun of them on any other side. They're too good at trading. They're too good at trading for me to make fun of their trading.
Yeah, I know, right?
And Sean's over there coaching, looking like a serious all-star coach, getting cups and stuff. I can't make fun of winning. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna make fun of age, something that I have, and something that they're hitting the higher end of it.
You're just digging yourself a deeper. I would just switch the topic now. Let's talk about Nerve, guys. It's pulling back, eh? So I don't know, don't quote me on this, but I see nice support levels at that 946, maybe that 950 area, and then also back down into that 920 area. Two interesting support levels if you're looking to get into the stock, perhaps. A dip trade here would be interesting. Yeah, we made top wick, you'll recall, at that 1025 level. These are our trades we got in here. And we got in with half the size we usually take because I didn't want to give any of the profits back from this area right here, which is a very good one for us. But this one we got some good stuff on this one. About 35 cents or so. Pratt smashing the keyboard.
Why are all the good trades I have to pay shorts for? I forgot that Beyond Meats you have to pay shorts for it. Beyond Meats pushing the downside. I'm thinking if I punch short here, I can give it the high of that candle, but realistically, if you think about it, I could give it all the way up to $25, right? Because the higher that candle is at $24.96, so I could give it up to $25.10 and watch the stock ride back to the downside. I said I'm expecting this position to go to $23, $22 sometime next month. I think it's very much possible we see that happening. 23 coming into play today. We're only 70 cents away from that point. So it could go down there, giving you a good risk to reward trade. But I'm not gonna pay for shorts. I still appreciate the trade though.
Arun's playbook, eh? Yeah, he doesn't.
Nah, I just don't pay for shorts.
Yeah. I know
unless it's like Rivian or Peloton or something that I really dislike and I would love to short.
Yeah.
Then I will pay for it. But then if it's like, I do dislike Beyond too, though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Have you tried Beyond Meat?
I tried it once. I mean, because we have like these fasts during Lent and Christmas and stuff like that where we can't eat meat. So we're
As
restricted.
someone who works out, though, would you pick Beyond Meat as
I heard it's not even good.
No? Okay.
Like I heard like the stuff. Sean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the stuff that goes into the
Sodium.
burger, it's not healthy. And I remember you saying that. Yeah. So I remember, like it's just unless I'm restricted in my diet, then I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, lots of sodium is what I used to or read about it. Like I would never pick plant over actual meat if I got to pick actual meat.
No, I'm a meat eater.
That's just me.
bro.
I love my
meat
steaks
eater.
and my
I'm a meat
chickens,
eater.
bro. I love them.
Brad's throwing a barbecue on Sunday, and that's gonna be
Tomorrow,
fun.
not
Yeah.
Sunday.
Tomorrow? Oh,
Tomorrow, bro. You're about to show up on Sunday knocking on my door like, yo, where the barbecue at? Like, no,
Okay.
it's tomorrow.
Good thing we cleared that up on the air. That wasn't awkward at all, right?
Yeah, no, it's tomorrow.
Okay.
Apparently, Brendo is gonna bring some good marinated steaks. I'm gonna have some bomb Indian marinated chickens over there. Some Afghani, lemon, and tandoori. Obviously, you can't have an Indian. Brandon. Brankles might bring some salad. He said.
Brankles is stuffed up with like a whole thing.
Yeah,
I think
he's a
he
little
might
sick,
spread
so
COVID.
he
if
said on the
comes
last
in.
second decision making. But yeah, some tandoori chicken, or how people are gonna make fun of me for saying it in a whitewashed way. It's tandoori chicken.
There you go.
Right? And Afghani chicken, and also some bomb marinated chickens over there. We're gonna have a great time for
My stomach's
whoever
already hurting
shows up.
listening to this.
Honestly
guys.
though,
Like,
but after these wings today. How am I gonna even be standing making barbecue?
Neil said 24 hours. I heard him for. I don't know if I'm willing to be paid for 24 hours, but we're gonna do it for the show. Where's our like count? What are we at, Brad?
That's a very good question, my friend. Let's go check it out. Like counter is at 2.3K, and I didn't even hit
Guys,
the like
we need
count.
to get that to 2,500. We're about to light our mouths on fire for you
3K.
guys. Come on, we need more. Oh, well, Pratt says 3K. We'll do with 25. If we can get to 3, that'd be great. But we need you to hit that like button. We've been on air since 8:30 in the morning, and we're giving you winners. We got 3 out of 3. I'm 4 out of 4. Prad's God knows what Prad is. He's probably 6 or 10 out of 10.
12,
I'm 4 out of 4
for
here,
21.
guys. So let's go. Smash that like button. Help the algorithm. And that's it.
Heck yeah, baby. 12 for 21. Looking for some
12
stocks.
for 21.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dell Tech, we already talked about that. What is Dell doing right now? DELL on NY. It looks like it pushed down to 42 bucks and then stopped pushing down anymore from there, popping up a little bit with the rest of the market. NASDAQ, S&P 500 finding a bounce off of that 4,100 level. We're 8 points higher from that 4,100 area for the S&P 500, and so obviously the logical thing is even NASDAQ starts to bounce along with it. So now NASDAQ is pushing to the north side. That means UVXY is coming back down. Oh man, guess what? If I want to short UVXY now, I'm going to have to pay for it.
Oh, it's not your lucky day.
Yeah, you just have to pay for it. Why do we have to pay for shorts for UVXY?
I'm not
this
sure
is
what
crazy.
what this comment is. I think it's directed towards me. Christian Paz says, what a trade of Mo Salah on nerve, on fire. Just maybe because I'm Egyptian, Mo Salah.
No, it's because you always wear the Mo Salah jersey. They
Oh,
see you with that like
true.
every day in the back.
I don't wear it every day. I wear it
Well,
like once a month. Give me a break.
Once a week.
Not even close.
The Mo Salah one, once
Mo
a
Salah
week.
once a month. I rotate. Yeah, but
You
Mo
do have a lot
Salah.
of jerseys though, which I'm very envious about. I'm very envious about your jerseys.
Mo Salah, definitely my favorite player in the Prem. He's got like such good durability, and if you know anything about the Prem, you know you're prone to injury. It's the toughest, fastest league, I would say, in Europe by far. Maybe saving except for the MLS, but definitely the talent and the MLS level is definitely not what you get in Europe. But sadly, I'm an Arsenal fan. So, I can only cheer for Mo Salah on the side. I'll never cheer for Liverpool. I want Mo Salah to score, but I'm never going to want Liverpool to finish ahead of Arsenal. Arsenal since 2008, and I'm not going to budge.
Is he in Arsenal?
No, he's on Liverpool. That's
thought
what I
it
was
in-
saying.
But didn't I see him play in the Real Madrid game recently that you made me put money on?
Yeah, and that was against Liverpool.
That was against Liverpool?
Yeah.
I thought that was against Arsenal.
I didn't make you put money on
Well,
that. Don't put that on me.
I asked you who to put money on, and you gave me a pick. You get it.
Yeah.
But you gave me a pick. I
That's
don't even
Liverpool.
remember who won that game, I'll be honest.
Madrid.
Madrid won?
Madrid,
I
yeah,
don't know if
well,
I won no money or not.
Second favorite player, definitely Karim Benzema. Love
Oh,
that
Benzema,
guy,
okay.
man. He's having some of the best years of his life, which is funny because now he's in his mid-30s. You think that he'd flourish in his 20s, but he's been on fire lately, and he's been holding up Madrid because Madrid hasn't really made any major signings, right?
How are you on FIFA?
I suck.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't play. I haven't gamed. That's why I was telling you I play StarCraft 1.
StarCraft. Yeah.
StarCraft 1, guys, not even 2.
StarCraft, hey man. Yeah, we should play some FIFA. We have FIFA in the back. We should run some one day. BBBY going again, says Brendo. Yeah, we looked at that, I believe. Looking at NCPL Alta. Ooh, Alta Beauty. Why did I forget about that stock? I even mapped out levels for Alta Beauty last night while I was looking at all the movers, the after hours movers and so on. ULTA. So let's go check out what levels do I have mapped out over here and what the stock is doing. So this is the after hours move. Oh, wait, didn't Alta come out with good earnings report? They're struggling right now with the good earnings report for ULTA because actually down on the day now by 1%. Obviously the market being down probably hurt ULTA by bringing it all the way back to yesterday's ranges and a little bit more than yesterday's close. So that's a little bit of a fail on this one, but I think longs around this area for ULTA sounds pretty logical to me.
Awesome. Guys, we're only at 2,400 likes. Please get that like count up. We want it at 2,500. I've only got 7 more minutes left on the show. Do me a favor, get that like count up, please. And the chat is blowing up with stuff about soccer. Hala Madrid, Leicester City, and then people are talking about my most hated teams. Come on, you Spurs. As an Arsenal fan, I have to hate Tottenham Hotspur because they are a North London rival. They literally have a stadium 2 kilometers down from the Emirates, which is where Arsenal plays. If you know anything about London, I don't know if you've ever been, but everything is super condensed. Crumpets. Yeah. It's kind of like Liverpool and Everton. Their stadiums are so close together, you can see one stadium from the other stadium.
Yeah.
Like, how can you have 2 major teams that close? But it works in Europe.
Competition, baby.
Yeah, and there's got BLK Empress says, go Spurs. No, go Spurs. Spurs are definitely going to finish below Arsenal this year. Everyone's saying, boo, Arsenal. And then we have some Chelsea fans here. London is blue. What else?
What does that
Pyramid
mean?
Club from Egypt. Oh my God, Marlon Leon. Yes, Pyramids.
What does London is blue mean? What team is that?
Oh, Chelsea.
Chelsea? Okay.
Yeah, that's West London.
Okay.
Because London is so big. So you got
what team is for FIFA for you?
It's going to be Arsenal.
Arsenal?
Oh, yeah,
no, I'm
man.
not FIFA, sorry. The World Cup.
Oh, definitely Canada.
Canada?
Oh, yeah. No question.
Come
about
on,
that.
man. Let's
Egypt
pick a
didn't
real
make
team.
it.
Let's pick a real team. Come on.
Let's
pick a real team who's going to make it to the finals.
We
Come
won
on.
CONCACAF like
Okay,
handily.
Okay, buddy. Let's pick a real
Handily.
team that's going to make it to the finals. Okay?
You want the truth?
Like, yeah.
Okay,
Let's
so
pick a real team.
I think France is aging a little bit, Le Bleu. So Le Bleu might not be able to do like how they did it. I'm definitely going to have to side with Brazil on this one.
Okay,
I think.
hey, my
Argentina.
guy.
Argentina is also up there. I'd love to see Messi in another final. He got blown out. He didn't get blown out. Sorry, he lost that final to Germany back in 2014, and that's the only thing that's missing from his resume. He needs that FIFA so he can live up to Diego Maradona's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I can agree with that. I've been Brazil fan ever since Ronaldinho, so not gonna back out on that one. Now always gonna be a Brazil fan till the death of me, even if their team's been failing for the last few cups now.
Who do you got?
German for my brother. My brother loves Germany.
Okay.
And Brazil for myself. So I got Germany and Brazil.
Germany is always a sound pick. You can't really bet against Germany. I haven't seen them do badly. I think the last World Cup they did kind of badly though. No.
Yeah, they lost the last one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, they didn't even Did they? The chat should help us with this one. Did Germany get through the group stages of the last World Cup? Because I remember the previous World Cup they killed it, but I remember the last World Cup people were saying they got a little old and whatever. Let us know in the chat if I'm accurate on that one. My memory is going a little bit. Let's have a look at some actual stocks, guys. Okay, Nerve bouncing off that 50 EMA. It's at that $9.40 level. I'm not going to touch it here. It looks like it's made its move. And we'll look for a more sustained pullback. Looking at levels that I like on this, there is definitely a level at that $8.40 level. It also happens to be VWAP for the moment, but definite support there. You could also find support at that $9 level, give or take a few pennies. That's the top of this crest right here, and the trough would be at around $8, $8.75. So yeah, if you're looking for a dip trade off that one, let it consolidate, let it pull back. It's not, I wouldn't take a long here. Maybe if it was to break above this $9.80 level for a new and advanced, maybe enter along there, but you may be chasing it. So that's my assessment on Nerve before I go. And OLB holding VWAP, FTCH now making a nice move off VWAP and making a more recent high. Let's see if we can switch the chart to FTCH. There we go. So here we go. We're looking for a break of this level here, that 1245-ish level. If it can continue to make newer highs into this, then we're definitely going to have to consider whether it can make a newer high going on that $12.90 level. So FTCH definitely on watch. Love how it's holding VWAP, Brad.
Yeah, I've been watching this whole time.
God.
Lucas over there putting in work. My guy putting in the work as to laying out exactly how everyone's face is going to. But I wish he did actual work though, which is give us emojis to spam. Give me emojis to spam, Lucas, please. I've been begging you for like what 3 weeks now, 4 weeks now. I want to spin it, money. I want to do all that too.
I definitely want the money thing on here. Anybody who watches the show knows.
He's not even listening to us.
Fail.
Bro.
He put fail.
He's not even listening to us.
Someone hit the fail button.
Oh, he probably did it then, because so he needs to get that working. Looking at GPS, not sure if you actually. I'm looking at Unity. Unity popping up on the scanner. Unity looking to go back towards the lower day, failing, struggling. I don't know if you guys know about the League of Legends MMORPG. Probably this kid over here behind me knows. But I think Unity is not the software they're picking to create that game. They're going to pick Unreal Engine most likely from Epic Games. So just gotta wait and see how Unity will do in the near future. If one of the biggest game dev developers is looking to put Unity on the burner and not have it do anything anymore. SNOW. Before we go to SNOW, I think we're gonna go to the big screen for Brendo.
I'll give you an update here on what is moving around this afternoon, because there's a lot. As you can see, Brad was mentioning earlier, here's the board, 10,814 listings on this board. It's a little more than 70%. It's 8,145 listings in negative territory, 1,000 and change here, little changed on the day versus 1,580 positive on the day. So 8,000 downside, 1,500 only. To the upside, 1,000 little changed on the day. Have a look at this as well. 1,000 new lows right now versus 75 to the upside. A lot of ETFs on this board. The TQs, the SQs, both over 100 million mark. At this point in the day, that's pretty rare of an occasion, but 126 million, 111 there for the SQs. Drug having a big day once again. It's been on here all week. 87 million today. AVCT, there's UVXY as well. Another ETF, 67 million shares traded. NBEV, SOXL, another ETF on here, 53 million. Farfetch, and it's rare, but the SPY itself actually on this volume board today, 48 million shares traded for the SPY, just an indication of an overall market move versus individual areas of the market or individual stocks itself. This JZ, unreal. 500% still. It was up 3,100% right out of the gate this morning, that little IPO, guys. Back over to you.
I'm just happy that my call out from earlier on, I said over 70%, looks like 80% off those 10K stocks tracked are actually going down. The number that chat's picking up on is actually pretty monster too. That's the number of stocks making a new low. 1,000 or more stocks are making new lows right now, Tony. As we speak. So market crazy. Clearly struggling. Market can't find buyers today. Jay Powell turning on the printer for the shorts for the Bears, for Tony and myself out there. Jay Powell coming in clutch today, baby. You know it. We gotta love Jay Powell for that. MVP Jay Powell. Friday MVP Jay Powell.
It's Free For All Friday indeed. Jay Powell today at Jackson Hole Symposium making a speech regarding the issue of inflation today, calling it the direct topic he wants to address compared to his previous symposium speeches, saying that they were more broad. In today's speech, he talked about the need to address inflation, that 2% is still his mission critical goal, and he will stop at nothing to achieve it. And talked about how inflation was a great danger for the American economy. I think that I was very pleased with what he had to say. I think he touched upon all the right points. He talked about the previous inflation number being 8.5% in the previous reading as just one data point pretty much, and he will not stop until he sees a trend of lower inflation. And again, 2% is his rate, so he'll stop. He'll use all the tools in his toolbox, any means necessary to get there. In my opinion, a very, very hawkish speech. And the market certainly do reflect it today. We have the NASDAQ down almost 3% at one point. I think down about 2 2/3 at this point. But it's been a very, very bearish day for the market. Absolute market mayhem, free fall Friday, after the speech. And so, today it's just, I think, reconfirms my thesis that we are heading south for the foreseeable future. There's just too many issues in the economy. You see a few really strong stocks in the past couple of trading sessions, the past couple of weeks, like Affirm today, missing earnings, missing on revenues, guiding lower for next year. I believe somewhere in the range of 1.63 to 1.73 billion for fiscal year 23. CEO saying that they want to be more cautious with their guidance in an uncertain macroeconomic backdrop. And so today it's just a bloodbath for the markets. I think at the moment, technically speaking, if we look at technicals, I should say, I think that the S&P pretty much now is in a downtrend. The previous uptrend, I think today ends it more or less. We're down over 2% on the S&P here. And I just think that, in the weeks, months to come, we could see this going much lower. 2-year bonds today rising just a little bit, not as much as I expect. It's just over 3 2/5. For a 2-year, again, an indicator of where we might see interest rates by the end of this year. So pretty much implying at least a 75-25 or a 50-50 rate raise in the coming months. I think that even that pretty much undervalues the true, based off the speech today. I think that rates can move further higher. I know I've been following names like Bill Ackman, speaking on CNBC, his opinion on where the markets needs to be. He's a very strong supporter of a more hawkish environment, and I'm absolutely with him. I'm a fan of Bill Ackman myself. He, very, very stunning investor. No, literally. But
What happened with Netflix?
what's that? No.
What happened with Netflix?
Netflix. Okay, well, he has bad calls. Okay, Netflix is one of them. He also shorted Herbalife. I think took a bit of a hit on that. Now it's coming back down. And what else was it? Valiant Pharmaceuticals, now BHC.
Everyone loses, right?
Exactly. He reminds me of myself.
I was just making fun of him. That's it. Everyone loses. I'm acting like I don't lose over here, right? Like I have like 9 or 10 losses today alone on the market. So everyone loses. It's okay to lose. But yeah, pretty bad call on that, man. I think he got around $400 and dumped it at $200.
Yeah, something like that.
That's painful to even hear about. Like. That just makes my stomach churn, and I'm not even eating the hot sauce right now. So that's just how it is.
Soon.
Are you doing that too?
No, not me. But we're gonna see Sean and Neil, I believe, possibly Brendan on the show today, trying out that.
It's not gonna be a fun time, that's for sure.
You're gonna try it.
I have to, but yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be fun.
We'll see. People in the chat, Tony, are talking about Snowflake. Snowflake right now pushing to the north side. Snowflake actually has been very strong on the day, boy. Even though the market's been bleeding, Snowflake has not managed to break the pre-market lows. Held the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart that you're looking at right here. This is the 5-minute chart. Held the pre-market lows, the 100-period EMA, and now getting back above VWAP, pushing closer to that $200 level again. Is Snowflake. The high day on Snowflake was already at 205, 206. So let's see if we can push towards those 205, 206 areas on SNOW. Have a great weekend, Beach Bum Trading. Yeah, have a great weekend, my friend. Thank you for coming in and enjoying the time with us. They do not have your best interests in mind, Pratt. Are you talking about Bill Ackman and so on? Yeah, obviously not. NERV pushing up again. Oh my goodness, you got to be joking. NERV did pull back quite a bit after that $10 break. I did say watch NERV go to 10. I wish I was holding my size to that level. What can you do? Sometimes you manage your risk and you do poorly, and you miss out on the move. No FOMO though, because I'm not punching in at the high day areas and getting burnt on that side. But looks like you would not gone burnt because its stock is absolutely insane. 2 trading group coming in and gifting 5 live trading, 5 subscriptions, sorry, not subscriptions, 5 membership, 50.
50
50?
memberships.
Ah,
Jeez.
man, I am so crazy.
Wow.
I can't even read it. 50 memberships. That's insanity. Thank you so much for that generosity over there. For those of you who are wondering, this happened before when True Trading has come in and given memberships out. People were always confused as to how to accept that membership and so on. So you click that little button on the bottom. It says, I think it's somewhere by the members area where the chat is, where it says accept gifts, and you will only see that when, there you go, the people who are accepting gifts right now are showing up in the chat as accepted gifts and so on. So whoever clicks on that little button, if it shows up, it shows up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It only shows up to 50 people who have been active in the chat. It's randomly selected too. So for whoever shows up that says activate it, you just click on that button. If you don't click on it, it's gone.
Right. No, thank you so much to True Trading Group. I remember seeing you gift a heck ton of memberships as well in the past, 50 just now. That's incredible. Thank you so much again for your generosity, and supporting the show here. We couldn't be here without you guys, especially without you, True Trading Group. So thank you again for that very large, very generous donation. But over here again on the S&P here, we're falling down a little bit. I see Snow mentioned by Prad just a little bit earlier, and this stock has been absolutely driving me nuts. When I was saying I was short this today, yesterday, I should say, based on its strength and expecting what goes up must come down, it obviously doesn't hold true for today. What goes up continues going up despite the fact that NASDAQ was down 3%. Snow today up 2%, was at 205, I think close to 206 at one point. I was absolutely just ripping my hair out earlier today up until the point that, Jay Powell came in clutch for all the Bears today. So Bear Gang, shout out to Jay Powell today. He's, helping us get that Free Fall Friday coming in. But nonetheless, I don't think I've seen Snow go negative, or even if it did, it went negative for just a couple of minutes before coming right back. And now you can see very strong green territory, as you might see a bit of a bounce on the overall indices. A huge move down still. So I think shorting here, you could be shorting into, an oversold territory. But nonetheless, I do believe that stocks are due to continue falling, in the short to medium term moving forward. That being said, Snow, I just had to close my short position this morning at 196 when the thing came right back down, because I was seeing it's just not breaking any level of support here. Yesterday, we pretty much opened, I think, at around 192. Took a quick, a drop to 184. And then just continued marching up. And there's just no stopping such a relentless stock like Snow. I don't believe the earnings, I think the earnings were good. Their year-over-year sales were up 83% for the quarter. I think posted about $500 million of revenue. That being said, does that justify what is now probably a 25% move up from just a couple of days ago, even after this, Jackson Hole speech? I think it's a little bit far-fetched. And that reminds me of the other stock that's overbought, and that is Farfetch, FTCH, I believe the name is. Also a very strong pop before today.
Analyst, eh?
I suppose. Farfetch yesterday also beating earnings, I think, by about 10%, year-over-year growth, close to 10% as well. I think it's on a New York stock. This name has been showing absolutely strong resistance. Strong support. Just continue moving up today, nearly touching 13% before a symposium speech. Yesterday, we were in a bit of a no man's land territory, and if I could confess, I did short the earnings play, so I took a huge hit on Farfetch myself. I closed at 11 in yesterday's, I think, post-market, but today it's just been absolutely on a tear, and this stock pretty much is up, I think, 70% from just a few days ago. It's had a partnership news, which was very strong for it, and after earnings beat, at least in terms of revenue, I think earnings beat as well. I think they posted something like negative 21 cents a share for the quarter when analyst expectations were a negative 26. And, the stock's been absolutely ripping today. On a technical basis, this looks like we absolutely have found a bottom for making new highs. So Farfetch, name might be careful shorting. It's up 30% despite the fact that indices are absolutely burning. So, another strong name to play for today.
A viewer in the chat making somewhat of a good joke, I guess. He's saying Jay-Z is going to 50 cents. And it's not a bad joke at all, but it's a far way away from going to 50 cents, mate. The stock looks like a recent IPO. It looks like it opened up today at $100 and is now at 23. Yeah, this stock is for sure going to 50 cents.
It's 50 cents.
Yeah. What is going on with this position right now? What? It's an HKD underwriter?
Oh, wow. Really?
There you go.
Okay.
How is this guy not in jail? How is this underwriter not in jail? This underwriter is What a joke. He did this with HKD. What was the other one? Meagle? Yeah. Meagle.
Oh, wow,
and then
really?
and now with Jay-Z. The same
Wow.
underwriter for HKD playing games with the market over here every single day. What's the stock tomorrow? And the market's not even open tomorrow, but he's going to find a way to play games in the market. This guy is wild.
Absolutely. Jay-Z today touching 185, above 185, I think $187 at its peak right when it opened. I think another Chinese IPO, as Brad was mentioning, same underwriter as other meme stocks. Was it MEGL hit a high of 360, HKD 2,500, and at this stock 180. It was a $4 IPO, I think minimum share offering. So another squeeze here. I think people not quite buying it this time, especially now with the weaker markets today. So it's been selling off. Tremendously, 185 all the way to 22. So, on your quest to find the next HKD, there's risks, and I think buying a name like this when it first came out is definitely one of them. You had a few candles of moving down a down halt for I think a good, longer than a regular volatility halt, and then from there it's just halt after halt going down at this point. So Jay-Z, 50 cents. I think that's a real possibility. MEGL is what now? It's like $7 or so, I think. So it's still above the $4 IPO price. At least that's when they issued it. But those people that got the shares for $4, I think they long ago sold, and people now realizing the company is just full of hot air. I don't know if companies like these can really survive in the long term. So a meme play for sure. Definitely one that can squeeze on you. So you got to be really careful. That being said, $22, quite a bit of an over valuation still at this price. So you guys got to be careful with that. $180 to $22. Wow, what a drop. So you got to be really careful.
Yeah. That's all I can say about these stocks. My brain is just pooping. Like, how is this person not in behind bars? This is crazy. Unity, I was talking about Unity earlier, popping up on my scanners. I thought it would not break the low a day around $45, but I'm wrong. It broke 45, so I punched in short on the break of 45. I have my stop sent out to the north side of 45, instantly in the money, 16 cents. So if I'm risking, barely even 5 pennies and I'm in the money 16 pennies, it's only logical that I take at least the first tier of my size out on this trade. So let's capture some of that move on Unity. Now Unity looking to push a little bit more for us. 18 pennies in the money on Unity. Affirm 10 pennies in the money, but Affirm's been pretty boring. I'll be honest with you on that. It's not stopped me out, which is good, which means clearly I have my stop at the right area. And if the market turns around and Affirm turns around with the market, I'll most likely get stopped, telling me that I am 100% wrong on this trade. It's going to go way higher than where I was, probably to VWAP and so on. But for now, it's been in the money, out of the money for 10 pennies every 30 minutes or so. So it's been pretty boring. I think we're not going to see another move towards the lower day on Affirm. So I'm just going to punch out of my trade over here. Going to take my money. No longer do I want to sit there, watch this position, just move around and do nothing for me. I'm going to head over to gold after this. GOLD. I love gold. So obviously gold over here working out ever since the 10 o'clock meeting, right? We got that move in the overall market. Stocks such as gold or commodity, I guess I should say, but this is gold Barrick, which is a company. Also your treasury yields, your TLTs and so on, all of them had a beautiful move in it today for us to take advantage in off of that 10 o'clock move. For anyone who did that, congratulations. Beautiful, beautiful opportunities for the shorts today on the markets.
Absolutely. Gold, like you mentioned today, being helped by a much stronger U.S. dollar. If you take a look at the Forex markets, a dollar index today is up 32 cents. The euro and the pound showing a little bit of resilience, I should say, as well as the Swiss franc. But if you take a look at the Australian dollar, let's say, we see absolutely a massacre here, down 1.13%. Kiwi has been, trailing the Australian dollar, in fact, even more. So if you take a look at where this trend is heading, obviously we see that a much stronger U.S. dollar is being priced in. Aussie dollar, Kiwis, currency pairs that have been on the flip side of the interest rate trade, where you pretty much hold the currency that pays the higher interest rate and short the one that pays the lower one or a negative one. That's starting to unwind now as people start favoring the U.S. dollar. I think now it's been pricing in as having the highest interest rate among the major currencies soon. So, Jay Powell is not kidding around having the highest interest rates, to curb inflation, and it really has been showing. Take a look at the actual gold, spot gold today. It's been down a bit more than the Aussie dollar. In fact, we've been down 1.25% at this point. Also a bearish sign for gold. Everything linked to the U.S. dollar pretty much being hurt by the fact that the U.S. dollar is just appreciating without stop. Talking about other types of commodities, you can take a look at Bitcoin today, now well below $21,000, pretty much recent low, below where we were last Friday here. And now, the question in play as to whether or not we can even hold 20,000 moving into the long term. I see possible new lows for the indices. So as a result, I think that it's very possible Bitcoin can go below 18,000, go towards 17,000. I sold a lot of cash secured puts for BITO.
Whoa, I'm going to cut you off, my
Absolutely.
friend. Apple just took out the lower day, whereas the market was not even at the lower day. So weakness coming in. The fact that Apple's about to win a race on my scanner is insane. The stock never shows up there. So Apple is clearly being weak, taking out the lower day. This market's getting ready for another a leg to the downside if this is the case. Apple being the #1 stock in the market in terms of percentage. That's your S&P 500 and your NASDAQ weightages. Apple is about 12%, if I remember correctly, last time. Then you have your Microsoft at 11, then your Googles, your Alphabets, and your NVIDIAs, and so on. So if all of these stocks, I see NVIDIA up there, I see Apple up there, if all of these stocks are showing up on the scanner and they're breaking the lows, that means this market is not done just yet. We're going to probably push back a little bit further to the downside on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, retest that 4,100 level on the S&P 500, and retest the whatever the low of day is on the NASDAQ to see if this break of low of day on Apple actually has substance behind it, or did we just burn out the longs and now comes in the real push, right? There's going to be a lot of people who tried to go long here, who tried to go long here, who tried to go long here, and then their stop is at the low of day. So what does a smart market maker / algorithm do? Burn those stops, have those stops punch out, and then bring in the real momentum to the north side to VWAP as a reversal type of trade. It is 1:18 Eastern Standard Time. The official lunchtime has come to an end 18 minutes ago. So you could expect volume to come back into the market. Whoa, look at that volume candle on Apple, actually. That's a pretty big volume candle on Apple that I'm just now noticing. Maybe that's not a stop burn. This might actually have some substance behind it. Let's see where the market takes us.
Absolutely, Apple now. Apple specific
there we go.
news.
Antitrust suit against Apple, DOJ right here. We're seeing it. Brandon just posted that in the chat. Let's see this. What does it say? DOJ in early stages of drafting possible antitrust suit against Apple. Lawyers are blah, 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 antitrust complaints. Antitrust in what, though? Didn't India sue them recently about something along these words? Or maybe that was Microsoft. I forget what company India just recently sued. I believe it was Apple. But clearly negative catalyst, negative news coming in. So that is the volume like this doesn't happen for burning stops. Volume like this happens for actual catalysts. So this market is now paying us some dividends. If Apple's moving down, that's going to take my shorts along with it. So Unity is now at a new low a day. Let's go, baby. How much money are we going to make today on these short sides?
Absolutely. The antitrust case against Apple now help fueling the VIX back towards $10. Now, the UVXY, at least I should say. So we took a bit of a break here, cooled down from round 10, 12 all the way to 986. But I think we're trying to push round 2 towards the downside as VIX now spiking again a little bit, seeing where we can go. UVXY up 10% for the day. Massive, massive move. And I should just say, going back to a topic I discussed recently about earnings plays, today we can see NVIDIA. It had a nice recovery. I believe it was yesterday on really, really strong markets. I think S&P was up close to 1.5%, if not more than that. So NVIDIA opening down 3%, then going green about 3%, today giving away all those gains and then some, heading down 7.5% today. So, when you think about analyzing earnings, it has everything to do with, not just the numbers itself and where the company-specific guidance is. It also has everything, I apologize, has everything to do with the environment itself of the market and the macroeconomic backdrop. Today, obviously, very hawkish. Jay Powell suggesting that more rate rises are to come. So we'll probably see 75. That's my guess. In September, he's talking about seeing more readings before making any definite confirmation of what he wants future rates to be. So we'll probably see the CPI numbers being read in early to mid September, and then from there we can make a more educated guess as to where CPI will go. But NVIDIA yesterday releasing less than stellar earnings. I believe they had a miss, lowered guidance for their gaming sector for the, I believe it was next year, to about from 7 billion to about just under 6 billion. So negative news. I had no idea why NVIDIA was up yesterday, but again now we see it come back down a little bit. So when you interpret earnings, always have to consider, is the market up or down for a day? On a down day, I'd expect just the short earnings all across the board. Even with stellar earnings, people are still afraid in the overall markets. I think it's very hard, at least, for the stock to rally. It's like 5, 10, 15% on a major name like NVIDIA when you have, let's say, the indices down 3% for today. So when you talk about like a imbalanced risk-reward trade, I think shorting earnings on a really red day has to be one of my strategies. But more so than that, I like earnings plays because I can just not paper hands it. The number comes out, everything happens in a minute or 2 minutes, and a lot of it's priced in already, so it doesn't give me the opportunity to miss the bulk of the move. That's one of the ideas I have. But just going back a second now, talking again about commodities here, we do see a weaker oil, gold, and silver. Again, stronger U.S. dollar hurting all commodities pretty much linked to the U.S. dollar. Bitcoin taking a harder hit than expected, not hurt than expected, I should say, taking a harder hit than the rest of the commodities. Ethereum now down 7%, so we're heading back towards the 1,500 level. Let's see if support from last Friday can now hold. Support seemed to be around just over 1,500, around 1,530. If that level breaks, I'd imagine for Ethereum, the next level of support I want to see on this chart is around 13.5. So this level seems to be the level of support I'd look at if I was, going long. If suppose Ethereum falls further, this is going to be a level I look at. Below that, we had 1,000, obviously very, very strong psychological support. And the absolute bottom we saw here, around 875. This area we saw pretty much back in mid-June when indices were down by quite a bit. So it's very interesting to see there. But besides that, indices now just continues to tank. NASDAQ pretty much near a low of day. This to me is a bear trend at this point. We can draw a trend line down. We might be oversold. We might see a little bit of a bounce on Monday, but I do believe that futures for Sunday night, if you're in Eastern Standard Time, or when Australia opens and the Asian trading session, we will see blood red futures as people price in how hawkish Powell was over the weekend. And then we might see another gap down. So very, very strong catalyst for today. I think that, we have lots more to fall for the general markets.
So you say mortgage my house and go short NQ?
Suppose so. That'd be my theory. Short NQ, short everything that's negative cash flow, because we're doing for a world of hurt if interest rates start going towards 3 and touching the 4 handle.
Yeah, that is something that we are for sure looking forward to. September 21st is that day for FOMC. The markets are pulling back a bit. S&P 500 and NASDAQ didn't pull down to the lower days, even though Apple broke that bottom. So I think that long at 165, whoever punched in, look at these the lower days around 163. But maybe the move might not be done. We could have another move down and push down to 163 on Apple slowly later on throughout the day. I think that's a very much a possibility. So maybe the longs are just not here yet, but obviously these are just theories. I'm coming up with some possible scenarios for myself to be involved in, and I just can't see it at the moment. So I'm going to be hands off. I'm going to be patient, and with time, everything will show up with time. Obviously, gold's showing up on the scanner one more time, and we're already in that position. So that means more extended moves to the downside on GOLD. 20 cents in the money on the stock, and I'm only risking 5 cents. So that's a great risk to reward already. I don't have to worry about this position anymore. Now we just hammer the trade, baby. Hammer, hammer, hammer. No news is bad news, only investment opportunities. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. That's like the glass half full type of way to look at it. It's not bad news. It's just a cheaper discount for me to buy my product. I love that theory. That theory is good for investing.
Yes.
That theory is great for investing. That theory cannot be applied to a day trading mindset. right? So as a day trader, which is what we're doing over here, we're at Day Trade the World. If anyone wants to learn more about what that means, do !software or !sponsor, or just wait for Bears versus Bull, who will be putting the link in the chat in about T-minus 10 seconds for yourself over there to learn about what Day Trade the World is. But we're day traders. We are out of our positions by 4 o'clock. Bad news is bad news, and good news is great news.
Exactly.
So we need those catalysts, we need those news actions to help us be a trader over here, find options too. But for investment side, that is obviously a very good way to look at it. I believe one of those strategies that people like to employ is a dollar cost averaging. You know,
DCA,
every time
yes.
the market comes off, just keep on loading the bag, and then you're either a bag holder or you're laughing 10 years down the road when you have a ton of money coming in, right? What was the thing? You're not a bag holder, you're a portfolio manager, right?
Right.
That's what it is. That's the word I'm looking for.
Absolutely. So with dollar cost averaging, it's a great strategy if you have true long-term commitment and belief in your security. I think it's great if the thing you're dollar cost averaging into, it's a nice profitable company with positive cash flows trading at a low PE ratio. Of course, words that I hate. To me, I think I prefer words like phase 3 failure and averaging into biotech companies like that. Of course, that has shown me many lessons. I've lost many tens of thousands of dollars averaging into biotech stocks that are down 90%, trading below cash value. Now a negative negative valuation assigned to their pipeline, and now I'm thinking it's down 90%. It has to go back up. Reversion to the meme. A stock that's near bankruptcy, it has to go back up. Of course, that's not always true. So, what your dollar cost averaging is just as important, if not more important, than how your dollar cost averaging. But no, great point, Fred. When you think about your time frame, that's very important. You have forever. If you have true commitment in what you're holding, by all means, continue averaging down. It might pay off in the long term. But that being said, we are day traders, so we have to close out positions. If it moves against us, we don't like to average into losers. That's one thing that day traders I think learned pretty quickly. You have to be trading the trend, and trend is your friend. And for now, I think the trend just points downward. We saw a little bit of a recovery over here on Apple now. I think it found a bottom at around 165, and now it's moving upwards. Right now in no man's land, see if we can try to reclaim 166. But that being said, yes, Fred?
I'm just looking at this thing. I just got tagged at the Trader TV Live Instagram. You pick who's gonna be the winner on the spicy thing. So I just voted for myself, obviously. Who else would I vote for?
Exactly.
I voted for myself. And apparently the average answer is me.
Really?
The average answer people are picking for winner is me. So
Nice.
hey, let's go, baby.
Like
I'll take it. At least I have somewhere people who pick me. Usually they're like, no, not Brad, not Brad, not Brad. The arm wrestling competition, nope, not Brad. Boxing competition, nope, not Brad. Anything, nope, not Brad. But this section, they go Brad, so I'll take it. I'll take my dub where it's offered, right?
Exactly. We know your specialties. Spicy food, I'm sure that's something you eat on a daily.
I'm actually so bad at it. It's gonna be crazy. Anyone who picked me, I'm sorry, but you're taking a fat L on this one. I'm gonna throw that out there. You might as well start doing the Fortnite L dance right now. Just get up and start doing the Fortnite L dance for yourself, because that winner ain't me, Chief. That ain't me. But we are a winner though on gold, as gold has been successful for us. But popping back up to the north side right now is gold, sadly. Unity, once again, 20 cents in the money. We're taking more profits on Unity, but I would like a lower day break and an extension all the way past the 50 period EMA. It looks like Unity finding some buyers in front of $43, $44. I would actually like it to go to 43 though, but this market might have just bottomed out for the day. I think with Apple breaking that bottom that you saw not too long ago, but the market didn't push down to low a day, that was enough of a outlook for me to throw that guess or throw that theory out there that this market may be bottomed out for today.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with your theory for that, Pratt. I know that markets recovered quite a bit yesterday. I think the S&P was up over 1.5%, but today, giving up all those gains, the question is, are we now oversold in the short term? You guys probably remember last week, Friday as well as this Monday, had a huge major market sell-off. I think people realizing the possibility that we will see larger than expected interest rate rises for the next couple of FOMCs. And now at this point, the S&P was at 430 on the ETF, the SPY, 430 just earlier last week, now all the way down to 410. pretty much very strong 5% move. Question is now, we do have some people who are dip buyers coming in, I think stepping in, seeing this, believing it to be a discount. Again, guys know my theory. It's a discount that's going to get a lot more discounted, but we do see a little bit of support in this range now, especially as we head into a Friday. I'm sure there were a lot of bears now looking at their profits, seeing it take some off the table as we head into the weekend. I believe that I'd be exercising strong caution though going against the downwards trend. If you want to bet upwards, seeing that we might see a bit of a gain coming in, either later today or coming in next week. It's certainly possible. Anything is possible in the markets, as I learned for myself. But that being said, I think this today was a huge news catalyst. It will take the markets a few days, if not a week or a bit more than a week, to fully digest everything that Powell has said. Today, when you guys recall when the speech first happened, I think when it ended, NASDAQ down 1%, went right back up, almost went green for the day, and then the fall began for real, down 1%, 1.5%, 2%, and now we're down a bit lower than that. So exercise caution no matter which way you trade. I'd recommend if you're holding overnight, if you're an investor, I recommend no matter which direction you go, probably better to use lower leverage. Because these moves are very large. You don't want to be caught out, using max leverage and have nowhere to go and get margin called like myself back in the day. So that's one thing I learned when the markets are very volatile. VIX is up quite a bit today. Exercise more caution, lower leverage. It could go either way unless you're really, really sure of the direction you're picking in. But that's my advice if I were to give any.
Yeah, I think that's a good advice, man. That's a great advice. You want to, when volatility is higher, less size, give it more room to play because they will whip around. And today the VIX should be elevated a little bit. Let's go check out what the VIX actually is. Did you mention it already? It's at 24, 23.85. So obviously pushing back into a little bit of the north side territories for the VIX. UVXY today up almost 10%, 9.7% at the moment. Apple is not done yet, looks like. Apple is pushing back down. It didn't manage to get back above this range high of 166. So the fact that we're still rejecting 166 and trying to break 165 on Apple might just mean that I was wrong about this market bottoming. So we're just all patiently waiting here to see if Apple breaks 165 or does it hold 165 and gives the market the bounce that everyone's waiting for. Unity now 50 cents in the money. So let's take some more profits on Unity over there. Bang, bang, bang. Just profits rolling in every single time we go back to the downside. So thank you, Unity. Obviously, I wish I had a way better fill in the morning of the day, but we take the fills where we get and we make the money when we can. And that's the beauty of this market, baby. Any opportunities we see, we're just going to seek them, hunt them down. Currently, I'm seeing EQT as an opportunity, apparently. Also, OLB is on that scanner. So let's go check out what EQT is doing. EQT trying to head back towards this day's high of $51.66. Let's see if we can do so today. Have not managed to break 51 today itself. So obviously, they need to break 51 in order to see that higher level numbers. OLB, are you back to those ranges of $2? No, not really. But it looks like we're not going to do anything just yet for OLB. And NERV, what are we doing over here on NERV? NERV currently still above $9. Wow. So it looks like if I I would have gone stopped out anyways. I would have gone stopped out as it pushed down to 880. So yeah, hindsight 2020. So I'm just making sure that you're doing the 2020 properly and not having confirmation bias. So on that, I would have been stopped out on this trade no matter what. But I could have gotten back in, I guess, right? When it came back through 9 or something like that. Broke 10. Failed to continue to run past 10. So that idea of NERV hitting 10 today, Prasadramis strikes again and hits the levels right, baby.
Oh, exactly. Sorry, excuse me. I got a bit of a coughing fit today, but just a little bit dry coughs. But yeah, NERV today broke above 10 for just a moment, came right back down. I don't think we're testing any new highs anytime soon. Obviously, the indices today playing a part in why we don't see too much more new money flowing into daily gainers, I'd say. But NERV still up 40-something% for today, doing very, very well. I believe the news catalyst the other day was that, forget who it was 0.72 or a something. I think it was 0.72. They took a 8.5% passive stake in the company, which I think it was like, at $5, this was like a $25 million company. So micro cap, low float company, obviously. But this company was, it was down 90%, I believe, at one point last year. This is a biotech company. I wasn't really following their catalyst, but it's been quite negative. But more recent times, the stock has been on an absolute tear today. So, the huge catalyst having like a large, firm like that investing in pretty much a microcap, they probably did their research. They expressed their confidence in this company. They'd probably buy more than 8.5% if they were allowed to. So, people taking it as a very, very positive sign. Stock pretty much tripled in the span of just a week. So, very, very exciting stock to look at. But besides that, the markets today, I think now cooling off just a little bit towards the downside. A name that, obviously has been very exciting, on a trading perspective today was Affirm. Yesterday, they announced their earnings falling shorter than expected, lowering their guidance. Originally, it was down something like 12-13% in the after hours and fell at 7%, afterwards there, from the market downturn in general. So today we're down around 21%. In fact, I think we're down a little bit more, so we're not quite at low of days yet. Low of day, I believe, was around another percent down. I think we hit below 24.40 at this point. So this stock was one that, is talked about a lot. A lot of these buy now, pay nevers, as Sean and Fred like to call it, really have been hurting in recent times. The fact that they just have to revise downwards their revenue, makes a lot harder for them, to continue in the future. Their competitor Klarna recently, raised money. I believe it was a Series E or D or something like that, from their existing backers at an 85% discount in valuation. Went from $45 billion last year at the highest valuation all the way down to around 6 2/3. So it's been very tough for these companies. I think the best part about being a trader is that you can use your own intuitions about whether or not you'd use a firm and its products personally in your life, as well as this time. Obviously, with tightening of monetary policy, not going to see as much spending. People probably not going to be borrowing as much with higher interest rates. A firm is going to pass it on to you, so it makes borrowing a lot less attractive. And just because of that, and, you can look at your own behaviors. A firm just not going to be a very, very hot stock to be holding, I'd say, in the next, coming days and weeks and months.
Look at this picture that Fahad just sent me, which is very, very true. My mouse is broken, so it keeps, let me do this. Stop it, mouse. That's why I don't play with this mouse anymore, and I brought a brand new gaming mouse. A brand new gaming mouse. I don't want all the chats to leak. How do I open just this picture? Come on. Bang. Okay, there we go. Maybe this way?
We're going to take a paint screenshot. There you got it.
Stupid Microsoft. This is why I hate Billy Goats, man. But me after losing $10 on a 15-leg parlay, which would have made me $50,000. This is me every Friday. Legit, every Saturday, I'm out there putting these not $10 parlays, but I'll do $1 parlays. I'll do 10 of them. So maybe one of these days I'll actually hit them and I'll win some. Obviously, we have a pretty decent fight week coming up over here. Tony, you okay there, my friend? UFC fight week coming up very soon. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. So most likely the main card's like at 5 p.m. or so when these guys are coming over for the UFC or for the barbecue. We'll see Robert Whittaker. Oh, that's actually a pretty good fight. Marvin Vettori, Robert Whittaker. We know this fight's going to be insane. This is for the interim heavyweight championship belt, right? I believe that's what it's for. I know Cyril Gane is holding the interim belt right now, if I believe so. And Tai Tuivasa, Bam Bam, the happy dad himself, he's gonna be trying to throw in some fists, putting Cyril to bed. But man, Cyril is so good. He is phenomenally good. For someone who's a heavyweight, he does not look like a heavyweight. He looks like an absolute beast. He knows ground game. He knows how to knock you out. Yeah, Bam Bam has power, but does Bam Bam have good ground game? That's the question. So no belt? No belt? How is this not the interim heavyweight championship belt? This should be the interim belt. That's stupid. I'm gonna yell at Dana for that after the show's done. I'll call him up and I'll yell at him. But yeah, we have pretty decent fights coming in this weekend. I'm gonna pick Cyril. I'm gonna pick Robert Whittaker because obviously he's gonna want to whoop Marvin Vettori's butt after losing to Izzy recently. And then I don't really know any of the other. Oh, we have this guy fighting. Okay, I've seen him fight before. Okay, we have pretty good. I think this fight was supposed to be last week. Anyways, pretty good fights coming up. And then obviously we have the Formula One race on Sunday morning, I believe. Yep, Sunday, 9 a.m. Wait, I can't. How am I supposed to play the race tomorrow at my house if this race is on Sunday? What? The first one was on Sunday. Tomorrow is the next one. So yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have a fun race on Sunday to watch. You guys know obviously who my team is, and if my team wins, I'm gonna absolutely rage.
Absolutely. It's unfortunate I don't follow UFC too much, but I think at this point, betting on that could be treated as a bit of an investment of itself, depending on your favorability and the games you like to play with. But I think it's all probability when it comes down to it. So if you know your analysis, you can make good money betting on that, just like the markets. But besides that, I guess breaking news, the Q's now broke 3% down. Today, low of day as we speak, moving lower, possibly seeing a 3.5%, 4% day at this point. Wouldn't be surprised if we do. VIX again spiking now. UVXY broke above $10. I think we will see new low of days we haven't already on the S&P. I follow the NASDAQ mostly. This is markets obviously still digesting news that Powell will likely raise rates. I think the bond market should be moving quite a bit now. I think that we should see 2 years and the 10 years rise substantially. But that's to be seen, I think, at this moment. That being said, I'd be very careful about going long on any positions at this moment, especially holding overnight. I just think the weekend really lets the market decide a little bit. If you take a look at options pricing, I'd say for the most part, they don't count weekends as actual trading days. But I believe that when you have a huge news affecting the market, every second counts as for whether or not the market's open. That's something else. But I think we will see a huge move downwards now, Sunday open. Obviously, don't take my word for it. I could very much be wrong. This is a huge move downwards. But this price action is just absolutely suggesting, a relentless move downside. And I think that, the trend, the uptrend we've been seeing the past couple of weeks now, obviously being broken. This is the shift back towards whether or not we see new market lows. It sounds preposterous because of how far we rose above it now. But, today's price action just not, very exciting at all. I think this is the largest move we've seen in pretty much, months at this point. I don't even know. I think it's larger in this candle. I think it would have to be the largest move down since middle of June at this point. So, huge red day for the markets. Very much, I think, signaling that something big is about to come. That's for sure.
Tony just likes to sit and scream doomsday, man. Tony, you keep screaming wolf. Eventually, no one's gonna start believing you.
Well, maybe so, but so far the market's agreeing with me, and we do see new lows, so I feel a little bit of redemption.
Yeah,
you saw when I was here every day, S&P going up 1%, 1.5%, and I'm here like crying almost on the show. Like I wake up, I see my account being down. What is happening? This is not real. Finally, I feel a little bit of redemption, and I held most of my short positions. I feel redeemed, so I have to mention it every chance I get now. The markets, I believe, have no fundamental basis of being this high. All cash flow negative companies are at risk of default. I think a lot of the ones that have been pandemic darlings are in serious trouble, and I think that if you were to invest in this market, you better be holding something like Apple. Very strong market dominant stock, strong moat, a good balance sheet, and good earnings. Because otherwise, if you're not one of those companies, refinancing is going to be one heck of a problem for you, especially if rates go towards 4%. So that's my thesis, and I'm proud about it. I've lost a lot of money trying to short this. Now it's finally going down. I feel redeemed. I don't know what else I can say.
Let's make it back now, baby. We're going to rein in the pain. The pain's coming in, as Tony already mentioned it. Papa Powell also said a lot of pain to come in the future. Hawkish statements. So, look, I'm a bear. I would obviously love this market to poop itself, amber turd itself, and then I would love to go long in my investment account at a way cheaper prices on the market. I would love to watch Apple go back to 120, and then I'll buy it this time. The first time I did it, this time I'll buy it. I would love to watch AMD go to 80s. Love to watch GitLab go to 30s so I could buy GitLab at 30s, but that's never happening. That's not happening. Jay-Z just now opened up out of a halt. So Jay-Z, which was, ridiculous. The stock opened up at $120 some odd and now it's trading at $19. I can only imagine all of the traders who got trapped all the way in the halts to the north side and are now are just confused as to what just happened to their trade. Like, this is why I try to stay away from these stocks. There are a lot of scams out there that we don't have to be involved in, and this is one of them. This is just way too painful to even watch at the moment. It is trying to form a base around $19. Let's see if it can do so successfully. Volume is also ramping up. If you can see, we're finally trading some actual volume on this position compared to all day. I mean, it was halted, so it's hard to trade a stock that's halted for every 5 minutes and 10 minutes and then an hour and whatnot. But now that the stock is done halting around, we're finally seeing some volume come in. Let's see if it can hold up over there. Bed Bath & Beyond is apparently going crazy. Let's go check out what BBBY is doing. Oh, it's going again. Looks like it's going to high day. So Bed Bath & Beyond just now took out the $11 level for the third time, looks like, or the fourth time. Doesn't matter how many times, but just now took out $11. Let's see if we can push towards the high day at $11.42 and then most likely reject off of that levels based on how we've traded so far. Oh, wait, the level is $12 instead. So maybe we break $11.40, we go to 12, and then we come back down. But I just don't see any of that. I just don't see it. Ryan already rugged the trade. Now we're just waiting for everyone else to rug it.
Exactly. I think BBBY now, it's good price action for a day, but still we're only down 10%. I think we might see JZ being halted again at this point. I think at this point it was at what? I'm seeing a possible open at 14 at this point, but it was at 16. It's just melting downwards now. No support in sight. We're seeing new lows every time it unholds, but that's absolutely crazy. BBBY, of course, this name was one that I think they had a positive catalyst the past couple of days, talking about refinancing. Now today, I believe I saw posted on Wall Street Bets news of a very high short interest, above 100% on BBBY. That could be a possible additional catalyst to now push the stock upwards by just a little bit. We're still down quite a bit. I think the high we saw previously was around $30, so now we're still down 2/3. I think people would be a bit more cautious as to going in for round two, seeing how hard and how sudden the rug got pulled on a name like Bed Bath & Beyond. Taking a look at the daily candles here, it's just absolutely volatile price swings. If you take a look at the implied volatility on some of the options, I think that they were trading at close to 250%. I am currently in a position on BBBY. I shorted the $4 September puts. I think that it shouldn't go below $4, given that there's so much, interest in BBBY. But if you just take a look at the options chain, which I will take a look at just in this one moment, I think there's a lot of data to be harvested if you like selling options. I certainly do like selling options myself. I think it's a good way to not, to not paper hands a trade, given that data is always ticking down against you. So all you really have to do is to hold the short position, let the option expire. Obviously, if you have sold a put at like 15 when the stock was at 30, it's not without its downside.
Bag holders were born.
Exactly. It's an uneven risk to reward. You might make 2%, you might lose 30%, but you might make 2% It's a lot more likely you make the 2% than the 30%. But if we take a look here just really quickly at the options chain now for Bed Bath Beyond, I'll take a look at some of the options I like to look at. If we go all the way out to the October monthlies, if I can just get this to load for a moment, you'll see that a lot of money can be made selling, even the $3 puts. You can yield something like, how much is this if I can do my math? It's like 6% over a 2-month period. That's not very good, a lot better than a bond though. And the only pretty much, condition of making that 6% over less than 2 months is if Bed Bath doesn't fall below 3. So I think as a put seller, that looks very, very attractive. 3%, a month, that compounds very, very nicely. I think that makes you over 35% a year. So, obviously anything could happen if this goes to 0 or you lose everything. So it's not free money, but I think it's very, very low risk money that looks very appetizing to me. And so as a data harvester, I do like looking at these, options here, possibly selling them. I think there's a lot of money to be made.
Yeah, I'm punching into an Apple long right now. I mean, Apple broke 165 to 164.80, but not really moving too much to the downside. I think this market might just bottomed out, man. So we're going to try taking that long on this Apple stock. Give it till the low a day. See if we can take advantage of it. I'm also going to try and build into a QQQ long over here in the same time. Kind of, doubling down on my trade in a way. So yeah, there we go. We're punching the QQQ long also, and both of them are moving to the north side. So let's see if this bottom out action on the market can help us out, or is this bottom out, in my opinion, or just my opinion, and we actually did not bottom out, and we're getting ready to extend the losses on the market a little bit more. So just watching Apple carefully and trading QQQ along with it at the same time. Coming down right now, though, is Apple. So be very careful if you are, for some reason, joining me on this trade. Always trade your own book. That is something that we do mention. What is the low a day on Apple? Let me quickly go make sure of this, because the new dark bull candle coming in ruins that for me. So 164.81 is the low of day on Apple. So I'm just going to throw my stop out there, 164.81. So we're going to do this, 164, bang, bang, bang. How much size do I have? That's how much size do I have. And I'm going to quickly do that on the QQQs too. QQQ low a day is currently 31052. So let's throw a stop out, 310 point, bang, 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 bang. And we're good to go. And now we just let those trades manage themselves. If we lose, we lose. That's fine. That's the nature of the game. And if we win, aha, that's also the nature of the game. And we get to be happy about that instead of being upset. Can we take a look at Tesla's levels, please? Yeah, for sure. Let's go check out Tesla at the moment. Tesla today on the intraday level looks like 288 has found somewhere of a bottom on it. You know, it's not really creating a higher high, higher low type of pattern for us to get excited for the longs for. So not sure that's something that you want to consider just yet. Looks like QQQ might stop me out over here, but Apple is not going to stop me out just yet. So yeah, Apple obviously QQQ whips around a lot more than Apple. So I should have considered that into factor.
Absolutely. The Q's now extending on their losses now down, I think, at 1.3.20. So again, you know, you guys know I'm very much having a good day. But where I'm not having a good day was on this snow position. You'd think that after a massive move up like that, you know, we'd see a little bit of a fade, seeing that, you know, we have no earnings, trading at 30 times current sales, trading at 25 times forward-looking sales, and we just continue to move up. How is pretty much a company that doesn't make earnings up 1.6% still on a day where the NASDAQ's down this much? I actually added to my short position in the pre-market today on snow when it was down. And so today, even though the market's down, I'm eating huge losses on my snow short position in my short personal account. And so, you know, it just goes to show you shouldn't add to a stock that's showing very strong resilience. There's probably a reason to it. You usually want a short weakness. You want to buy strength, not the other way around. I think another example is Farfetch. I tried shorting that today. It didn't go very well for me either. So when names are up a lot and they're not going down, and there's probably a reason they're not going down. That reason, maybe I can see, maybe I can't see. In this case, I can't see it, but clearly something going on behind the curtains, and I'm just trying to fight that, whatever. But it's not been paying off well for me. So I think that you know, I closed my snow position earlier today. I told you guys at around 196. Now it's, you know, even higher, despite the fact that you know, Qs are going much lower. Not all tech stocks are correlated with the Qs. It goes to show. Obviously, we still have a catalyst on snow, strong catalyst on Farfetch, good earnings. But you know, it's not as though everything's a proxy for the Qs. Sometimes I find it to be much better shorting a basket of stocks, much better to diversify, you know, my positions. I think, you know, Warren Buffett actually says that diversification is a tool for those that aren't very well versed in the market to protect themselves from their ignorance, or something to that effect. I believe it was Buffett who said it. I think his portfolio is 47% Apple at this point. He knows what he's doing. He says, you know, he doesn't really like for diversification, but I think that, you know, if you have a general thesis that's a broad thesis, you know, that the markets are going down, better to just short the markets rather than the short one stock that you think is really going down. So yes, we do see new lows now being printed on the Qs, now down nearly 3.25. Could be a negative 4% day, and we're only at, you know, not even 2 o'clock. So we might see a very sour hour, or power hour if you're a bear, you know, heading into the close here today, especially since it's a Friday. People know they can't trade tomorrow, pricing in what might happen on Monday. It's going to be very exciting, in my opinion, what we might see.
Yeah, Apple took out the low a day there. QQQ took out the low a day not too long ago too. So clearly our longs did not work out. We punched out of them for a quick little loss. We lost about like what, maybe, let me just quickly calculate. I think I was long around 90. So basically lost 10 pennies on Apple and 10 pennies on QQQ. Does not matter at all. Honestly, does not matter. I mean, look at me taking $5 winners on QQQ today, losing 10 cents. There's no need to go into revenge trading mode. There's no need to, you know, start complaining about stuff and look for wrong trades over here. But Apple still screaming my name to the long side, honestly. Apple's screaming, take me long, Prad, take me long. But I'm going to be a little hands off as our time over here is coming to an end, sadly, for this Friday, for this wonderful Friday that we've been having so far. We're going to be closing the show between Tony and myself in about 6 minutes over here. But later on in the day, we do have that hot sauce challenge coming up. Not looking forward to it, but we do have the hot sauce challenge coming up at 2:30? 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll be doing that and probably doing our interview right after that at 2:50. Do we have an interview today? Like a special guest today? No? Okay, yeah. I was going to say, imagine having to do a special guest while you're doing hot sauce. That would be ridiculous, dude. You couldn't even get a word out to your special guest over there. That would be hilarious. But yeah, we're going to have tons of fun at the hot sauce competition. Someone in chat, Calgary activist in chat, said Prad's going to let us down yet again. So, I stay consistent at one thing, right? I stay consistent, and it is that I always disappoint. So at least I stay with that. I try my best to do that.
Hey, have a little bit of confidence in yourself, Fred. I still have my money.
I'm confident that I will disappoint them.
All right.
I'm confident that I will disappoint them.
I think you'll be all right. But again, that's to be seen. We'll see at 2:30. Stay tuned. That's going to be really exciting. Seeing some Prad eating some really, really hot chicken. That's going to be something really fun we have coming up for you guys. But like Prad was saying, winding down the show here, it's been midday movers for the week. Very, very exciting week. Plenty of movers, that's for sure. And today, no better way to close it off than the actual indices being the mover. So market's now still down, trying to find perhaps a bottom, as Prad is trying to do as well for himself here. But I think the market's still unrelenting. We might catch a bounce. I'd be surprised if we don't catch some sort of a little bit of a bounce later today, and this just goes straight down for the next 2 hours. But again, to me, it's catching a falling knife. It's like going long here is like me shorting it every day when it was going up. A lot of pain before finally get a little bit of redemption for myself, and I keep repeating that word because that's what I feel like. I got that bit of a redemption. No redemption shorting snow, however. It's still at around 199, still close to that 200 level. Farfetch as well. Very, very strong.
2,600 shares just traded on the ask for QQQ, and you guys are telling me Prad needs to stop calling the bottom. This bottom's not here. Fine, look, you guys are more than welcome to have your opinions on that side. But my opinion is the bottoms for today are coming in. But I could be wrong on that. That's fine. Learn to be wrong. Learn to accept that you're wrong. And that's what this job has taught me, to accept that I am wrong more often than I am right. But looks like Apple might just be able to take out 165 to the high side. I actually have an order to take that long if it breaks 165 to the upside. But I'm not giving it 10, 15 cents of risk after that break. I have an order already ready to throw out to risk 1 penny. That's what I'm doing. I know my setups that I'm taking, and I'm going to do that. But if QQQ can find a way to hold up over here, QQQ didn't really push down too much further than where I punched out, nor did Apple. So the bottoms might be here. If these are the bottoms, they might be coming in right now at the end of unofficial lunchtime. Obviously, we have the power/sour hour at 3 o'clock. We got the closing show in about 2 minutes. So for those of you who have not hit the like button already, go smash that like button. We would appreciate that a lot. For those of you who have not hit the subscribe button, what are you doing? We do all of this for absolutely free. We cost you nothing. Maybe we cost you your internet bandwidth that you're paying, but besides that, we cost you nothing, right? And we're giving you free trades, so your internet bandwidth is also paid for if you're taking some of these trades with your own playbook strategies and risk management applied to it. And all we ask for it is that like, that subscribe, and the notification bell to be rung. So smash, smash, smash on that. I had a great time this week. Always, every week I have a great time, no doubt. But this day really adds the cherry on top. This Free Fall Friday, I've been screaming Free Fall Friday for 2 weeks now, 3 weeks now, and it's been not free falling, right? So this Free Fall Friday, all hail Papa Powell. Papa Powell, you are the god, not god, but you are the man for initiating the free fall, allowing me to take trades today and makes this money that we're making. Thank you, Papa Powell.
Thank you, Papa Powell. Indeed, I think very proud of things he said today. I think he compared himself, or not himself, but he compared the current time to the late 70s, early 80s, the huge stagflation we had there. Talked about how I think Paul Vlocker was talking about, or he raised the rates back to I think 20-something% federal funds rate in the 80s. I don't think he compared himself to him or that situation, but definitely spooking the markets, hinting at higher rates to come. I think he did the right thing. He had the courage to finally address, the issue of inflation that's going on. He said he was unrelenting. He said he's going to use every tool that's available to him. And I think it's a very hawkish speech. And I think that he did a great job today. So thank you very much, Jay Powell, giving us Bears a little bit of redemption, because I do believe the markets are way overvalued. But yes, what a great day it is to end on today with the Jackson Hole Symposium. Couldn't have, done everything, I couldn't have, imagined this day to go better, at least, with my position. So, thank you again, Jay Powell. It's been an exciting day trading, exciting day holding short. We might see short coming on later on, but I think you might actually finally have caught the bottom. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce here, right still below the 3% mark, but, it's going to be exciting coming next week. It's going to be a lot of market movers, I'm sure, and, stay tuned because we'll be here. It's going to be very exciting.
Yes, sir. We'll see you next time Monday. Ciao. Actually, we'll see you at 2:30, but Monday for the trading section. Peace out.
Take care.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back. We have, it's about to get very painful around here, but not because of what's happening on the market. Get ready for spicy trades coming up here in about a half an hour. We'll get through the trading side of things here in the next 30 minutes or so. We're going to still show you the markets, obviously, but it's going to be a fun afternoon. Here's where we're at. Yeah, I don't really want to see this either, but it's ugly, to say the least. 3.12 right now for the NASDAQ leading the way.